Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto is neglected by the family MANGEKYOU Sharingan Mokuton. Part 5. If you guys enjoy this, what if, and want to see part 6, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 41. The third choice. He had to hand it to her for telling her the same day that he needed something appropriate to wear to a dinner with the head of the Hyuga clan. Mai had done a great job with his attire. His loose black clothing was plain but fine, almost exquisitely so, and did well to highlight his pale skin, which, in turn, further brought out the color of his hair and eyes. If he was honest, however, he much preferred the furs he had worn to meet with the Yamanaka last month. They might not have been all that impressive, but they were certainly very comfortable. That was not to say these were not so, for the soft fabric was pleasantly cool to the touch and hugged loosely enough to only ghost against his skin, but the simplicity of the furs and their heavy warmth brought with it a comfort that was hard to match. Still, he supposed he could get used to this clothing, not that he had much of a choice. Even if he didn't say anything about his new status as a daimyo, Mai would take it upon herself to ensure he was properly robbed for his station. She was also unlikely to take no for an answer. It was for the best, really, because he was far more inclined to go about his business as if he were still the young academy student who had somehow gained himself an army. Image was important, yes, but Naruto had never really gone for proper. He typically leaned towards impact. He wasn't trying to fit in, he was sending a message. That message was usually delivered with his actions, too, so what he wore wasn't all that important. Unfortunately, there were still rules to this game, and he couldn't expect to break them all if he intended to continue playing. And out of all the rules, dressing the part was not too terrible a burden on him. There was also something to be said about dressing up. The right outfit could make or break one's image, but it could also affect the wearer's mentality. The furs were wild, feral, but filled with a natural power. These black robes, however, made him feel like the daimyo he now was. Refined power and cold calm, he had always been a lord, but now he could actually think of himself as one. Pity, still, that he wasn't likely to don his furs again. Even if his current attire wasn't more appropriate, Mai herself had told him she thought he looked better in these black garments, and that meant they were going to stay if she had any say about it. She did, in case you weren't quite sure. Smoothing his sleeves and checking that both daggers were present, his hands moved down to the purple sash that separated his black top from his equally dark pants. He was careful to keep his fingers from catching upon the fine gold embroidery. He wasn't all that sure it wasn't actual gold, and it would surprise him if it had been, as he subtly checked to ensure the 4 daggers stored there remained. He didn't stop to check the location of the 7th dagger. It was quite impossible to do so while he continued to walk, but he could feel it well enough pressed against his outer right calf and held there by the white bandages that bound his pants to his woven sandals. His footwear, it would seem, was the most basic thing he was wearing as far as he knew, for there was nothing that seemed to separate them from any other pair. Of course, Mai was just as practical as she was determined to dress him in the finest, so he wouldn't be all surprised if she had forgotten anything fancy, so he might have a reliable pair of sandals should something happen. He was hoping nothing did, he really was, but it never hurt to be ready to make a break for it should the gods grow bored. The odds, of course, reminded him of the Hyuga's belief in fate, and that nearly caused a groan to escape his lips. If Hiashi was like most Hyuga, fate was bound to come up often enough throughout the dinner, especially if he stayed for a while, which was likely in this situation. But the dinner would easily take several hours and could quite possibly take at least 8 considering the Hyuga's status, and that was going to get real old real fast. This diner had the potential to be a royal pain in his ass, but at least Hinata would be there. With any luck, he should be able to use her to slightly manipulate conversation and steer them back on track should Hiashi start going on about fate. That's what he hoped, at least. She tried hard not to stare, or that's what she told herself, but this was the boy who had stood up for her sister. By the gods, no wonder the former heiress seemed smitten. Many of the men within her clan were considered rather attractive in an almost feminine way, both within and without the clan, but never before had she ever been tempted to call a man beautiful. The young man before her, however, could be described in no other way. And to think, he wasn't just the one who had declared her sister under his protection, but he was the one from which she sought protection, now the young man with connections to the fearsome wolves, a group that had recently been declared a noble house by the daimyo himself. Naruto, she was certain, would look right in place amongst the imperial fire court. The thought was enough to bring a faint dusting of red to her cheeks, small enough to go unnoticed in the orange light of the formal dining room of the compound, but enough for her to be able to feel her cheeks grow warm. It was hard, however, to break her eyes away from him, and no doubt her sister and perhaps even her father would agree. The midnight cloth that was loose enough to not be constricting but cut closely enough to be form-fitting absorbed the light around him, while his pale skin reflected the light of the room, a contrast that made her doubt if only for a second that he was just a young man. A beautiful young man, but a young man nonetheless. His hair, unlike his skin, did not reflect the light. Instead it seemed to capture it, burning with flaming orange with the flickering of the candles. It was as if his head was crowned in living flames, the son of Amaterasu given flesh. And again, with how beautiful he seemed to her, could this not, perhaps, be Amaterasu herself coming down to visit the mortal plane? Her body trembled slightly at the idea. If it really was Amaterasu sitting at their table, known and contacted by her sister Hinata, maybe there was some truth to the idea of Hinata being some sort of goddess, or at least being connected to fate in some way they couldn't understand. She shook her head, dislodging the thought that attempted to take root. That line of thinking was ridiculous. Her sister wasn't a deity, and neither was the boy sitting across from her father. Even as she dismissed the notion, his purple eyes shone with more light than should be possibly reflected from the open flames, and another tremble went through her small frame. Her sister wasn't a deity, she was resolute in that fact, but Naruto just might have ties to the gods. And that was just more reason for her to put herself in his good grace. A soft smile graced her lips as she took a look at her sister. Even with the light hiding her blush, it did nothing to disguise the way she was looking at their guest. Not that she could blame her, really. An imposing figure was the one he cut, straight-backed, regal, and absolutely commanding. He did not look comfortable in his attire, these new black garments colored with only a dash of purple and a faint glittering of gold, but neither did he look uncomfortable. It was as if he had always been to wear them, for they fitted him perfectly in the status he had come into so recently. Hyuga Hinata never put much stock into fate, not like the rest of her family, but even she couldn't deny that something more seemed to have a hand in the life of the young man sat so elegantly at their table. Looking for all the world as if it were perfectly natural for him to be found dining with the head of the Hyuga. Her eyes took him in briefly, and she felt her own cheeks grow warm. His attractiveness was undeniable, something made obvious by her younger sister's poorly hidden attempts to stare at him throughout the dinner, but there was a large difference, she was learning, between when he was simply going about his business and when he was taking care of it. The confidence and authority that rolled off him filled the room, drawing all eyes to him and commanding their full attention. Even her father had to make a visible effort to look at his daughters during the dinner conversation, lest it appear as if he were staring at his honored guest. Despite having the full attention of everyone there, Naruto didn't seem to notice at all, something Hinata immediately knew was far from the truth. Still, he simply sat there, the faintest of smiles tugging at his lips as he politely responded to her father's words. Had she not known the leader of the wolves as she did, she might have been inclined to believe he was simply the quiet type, shy and unwilling to enter the spotlight. His forceful presence, even when he was only occasionally nodding along to whatever her father was saying, should have been enough to tell the uninformed how incredibly wrong they were. No, he was only being quiet because it was not yet time for him to make any sort of move. Just as her father sought to get a read on his guest, that very same guest was feeling out her father, analyzing everything about him to see how he could best benefit from his current situation. He was undoubtedly a wolf, one usually on the prowl, but right now she likened him unto a serpent lying in wait to strike, a forked tongue hidden until it was time to coax his prey into a false sense of comfort and security. It was odd, she had to admit, that he always seemed to resemble a different animal. Was it simply because there was no one creature that he fully resembled, or did he change whenever it suited him to best further his goals? Hinata, unsurprisingly, had a feeling it was quite likely both. Turning away from the young man whose exact role in her life she couldn't quite define, her lavender eyes fell upon her sister, who was still doing her best to look only mildly interested in her guest. If nothing else, it let Hinata know exactly why her sister had brought up the matter of never having thanked Naruto for his actions of defending the honor of the clan, or whatever bullshit it was that had her father agreeing. She swore Hanabi either really believed in the foolish teachings of the elders or was simply far too good at using them to manipulate their father, and it threatened to turn her soft smile into a full grin. Careful to ensure it didn't, she had to momentarily puzzle as to why her sister had wanted to meet with Naruto. His connection to the wolves, or powerful allies as her father had said, had been known for over a year without her saying anything, and it wasn't until after Hanabi had brought up the subject of meeting with him that the House of Wolves was announced as being part of the Imperial Fire Court, so that couldn't have been it. But then, had been her reason. Could it have nothing to do with the wolves at all? Was it because she was just curious about him, having heard her talk of him or seen him about the village? Did it have something to do with her? Was that why her sister had grown a sudden interest? But that didn't make any sense, she really hadn't been doing anything. In fact, other than meeting with some of the more influential members of her flock Naruto's, she corrected herself, she really hadn't been up to much. And that's when the thought hit her. If she had just been tending to the flock and her actions were behind Hanabi's desire to meet with Naruto the young man to proclaim her as under his protection back in the academy, did Hanabi somehow know of the flock? And if so, what was she planning? Inner continued along much the same track for the next 2 hours, Naruto paying no mind to the nervousness that had come over Hinata and being only faintly interested in the combination of hesitation and hope within the eyes of her sister as she continued to gaze upon him. Neither of those things bothered him. Hiashi, on the other hand, was getting on his nerves. No doubt it was a sentiment shared. Long had he been used to being able to get a read on people around him and he was, if he did say so himself, fairly competent in the games that were so often played during the difficult dance of politics. Unfortunately, the same seemed to hold true for Hiashi as well. Were it not for the barely noticeable look on his face that so matched his own feelings on this matter, he may have entertained the thought he was outmatched. This was better, this equality, but it made it no more tiring to deal with. Other than the slow progress as both attempted to get a feel for the other without showing their own hands which, admittedly, might have been easier if the clan head had been inclined to underestimate him, things were going along quite well. Music filled the air from an adjacent room, passing through the thin walls with an only slightly muffled ease, and the food was good. The atmosphere, while formal, was still warm and decently comfortable to one who had already dined at the daimyo's palace. All in all, he was quite enjoying himself, despite the tedious nature of his current game with his host. Still, he couldn't help but be a bit grateful towards the youngest daughter, the one who didn't seem quite able to decide if his being there was a good thing or not when she spoke up for what had to be less than the dozenth time that evening. "Father, we've been dining for some time now," she started. "Perhaps we might break for a few minutes. I could show our guests around the gardens." A thoughtful frown only took up his face for a moment before he nodded. "A sound suggestion," agreed the clan head. "I'm certain we could all use a moment to stretch our legs and let our meal settle." He turned to his eldest daughter. "Inform the kitchens that we've finished with the meal and we'll have something sweet when we return." It was obvious, to Naruto at least, that he wanted a moment to himself so he might think over the meeting thus far without having to continue conversation. It was understandable, and Naruto had to mentally tip his hat to the man. As he would be touring the gardens with the heiress he wouldn't have the same advantage. Knowing this, he couldn't help but meet the man's eyes, smirk, and incline his head the barest amounts to say he knew very well what was being done. He knew and he approved. A similar smirk though noticeably smaller ghosted over Hiashi's lips and for a moment it looked like the man didn't know if he was more disappointed at being seen, though so easily or amused that the boy did, in fact, seem to be his match. It was an odd thing, no doubt, to the both of them. Not often enough did they find themselves challenged. Despite himself and even knowing what was going on in the clan behind the man's back, Naruto found himself liking the head of the Hyuga clan. It would be a shame if he got in the way. The sun had fully set sometime during their dinner and now only a shiver of warmth remained in the night air, soon to be chased away as night fully overtook the world. There were few lanterns lit around the compound, likely due to the fact that the sentries didn't need it to be too bright to detect intruders, but the full moon was more than enough to light the darkness around them. Other than the faint rustle as a gentle breeze caressed nearby plants and the occasional swishing of their clothing, there was little other sound as they walked over the path of the main Hyuga gardens. He expected there to be at least someone around, but perhaps they simply had a tendency to retire earlier than most of the village. That or someone had arranged for privacy. Whether that had been Hiashi, Hanabi he briefly looked at the young woman walking beside him, or if it was simply coincidence or even other clan members simply seeing them and granting them privacy of their own volition he didn't know. He was also unsure if it mattered. "And Naruto-san?" Her voice broke the comfortable silence that had been between them and he looked back at her. She had spoken and yet her eyes dared not meet his own, almost as if she were scared. No, she didn't seem scared, more like hesitant worried. "Yes, Hanabi-san." He gave her a soft smile, more to reassure her than because he was enjoying her company, which, in fact, he was, but that was beside the point, but whether she actually managed to see it remained unknown to the young daimyo. "Might we sit for a moment?" she asked, gesturing to a nearby bench. I would like to speak with you." Raising a brow he frowned. This was odd, he honestly had no idea what she might want to speak to him about. Then again, he also couldn't think of anything she might want to talk about that would necessarily be a bad thing, and so with a curt nod he agreed. "Certainly." The two of them moved to sit upon the cold stone of the bench, and silence descended once more. This didn't bother Naruto any, he could wait to hear what she wanted to say. And if she didn't say it, well, he'd be a bit curious, but it's no real loss as far as he knew. It was nearly 5 minutes of silence later that she had screwed up her courage and dove straight in. "I know of Hinata no Makoto." The brow rose, but he made no other indication he had heard her. Still, starting with that. He knew she was the heiress now, shouldn't that mean she was being trained to be the next head? Hiashi knew the game, he played damn well too, so was she doing this on purpose, or was she simply hopeless when it came to subtlety? Had he been a lesser man she would have been dead as soon as the words had registered, and he would have worried about who else might have known and how it was she found out later. Luckily for her, he was not a lesser man, and he was smart enough to hear her out before he decided on which course of action he wanted to take. Of who, now? She shot him a slight glare, her sharp features reminding him of her father. It was obvious who she took after, and it would seem he would be at a bigger disadvantage than he had previously realized. While Hiashi had time to mull over his thoughts in peace, he would be continuing with the game, albeit at a lesser level. If this had been the man's plan, Naruto both cursed and applauded him. If not, well, he was still at a disadvantage, wasn't he? I know you know. He couldn't stop a slight smirk that tugged at his lips. And now I know you know I know what, exactly? She scowled something that was really more adorable than anything else considering her age and small size, and shot him a dirty look. About Hinata no Makoto. What is it I'm supposed to know that you know I know about Hinata no Makoto? She growled, actually growled. He was starting to like this one. Before grabbing the front of his shirt and pulling him closer to her. Their noses were touching before she realized there was a blade to her throat and his amused expression had completely melted off his face. Slowly she released her hold on him, her eyes never leaving the cold metal held against her skin. We'll think better of trying that again, now, won't we? She barely kept herself from nodding. Why yes. She most certainly would, that had nearly cost her life when all she intended to do was glare at him and tell him to knock it off. Now, you were saying? He prompted as he returned his blade to the purple sash wrapped around his waist. I know what Hinata's doing. She began again. It was obvious she was going to have to be completely open and hope she was right. There was little chance of being wrong, but a little chance was more than enough for something to go wrong. And I know the wolves are with her. Do you know? How interesting. He didn't sound interested, not in the slightest, and the way he frowned down at her like an angered god had her wanting to shrink into herself. Never again, she promised herself, would she be so foolish as to touch him without permission. At least, not until they were on at least friendly terms. She had to remember that this wasn't someone at the academy or a lesser-ranking member of the clan. This was not even an equal, he was superior to her. Riling her up or no, she should not have dared to be so free with her actions. She was the Hyuga heiress, the daughter of Hiashi, she was better than to lose control like that for even a second. I know you have ties to the wolves, close ties, and I'm not so foolish as to think that even if my father and the elders win our clan won't fall apart. Win? What is there to win? The clan. Her answer was immediate. Hinata has a following of branch members and eventually either she'll make a move or my father will learn and take action. Either way people associated with the main branch people like me will lose. Oh? One brow raised in question, curiosity plain on his face. And how do you figure that? Even if the branch members don't kill us all, the clan itself will collapse without them. Either way it will be weakened, but with the wolves supporting my sister, it won't affect them as much. I see, so are you trying to say you wish to support your sister? Her eyes immediately flashed with rage. No. She practically spat. I will not join her as she destroys our clan, the young girl seemed to deflate side with him. But I can't do anything to stop her. Why is it, then, you wish to speak with me? Because I want out. I may not be able to stop our fall, but I'll be damned if I'm taken down by my sister. You're with the wolves and the wolves are allied with Hinata. I suppose I could talk with them. That's not what I'm asking for. And what you are asking is. She hesitated for a second before damning her pride and tossing herself to the ground before him, prostrating herself at his feet. Protection. Her voice was somewhat muffled by her position, but he heard her well enough. I ask for protection under you, Naruto-sama. He blinked several times as he processed what she was saying. That had been wholly unexpected. Here he was, prepared to cut her down to keep Hinata's actions a secret, and she was willing to throw away her pride for just the barest hopes of saving herself. He had not seen this coming, but as a smile stretched across his face a small chuckle escaped his lips. He may not have ever considered this happening, but he certainly wasn't about to let this opportunity slip through his fingers. Moving from the bench he had just enough room to crouch down above her. Cupping her cheek with one hand he brought her face to look at his own. Do you have any idea what you're asking? He questioned. Do you truly comprehend what it is you're doing? Why yes, Naruto-sama, I know what I'm asking and what position I'm putting myself in, but I don't have any other choice. I will not survive on my own, and the only way to live with the Hyuga would be to hope I'm spared long enough to plead at my sister's feet. I would rather have the choice of pledging myself to another than be forced into such a position. Admirable, he supposed. Rather useless for her in the end, but who was he to complain? With both daughters of the clan head, the Hyuga were as good as his already. Not that they weren't already, but this only further guaranteed it. He thought briefly of using her to turn more of the Hyuga to his side before things came to a head within the clan, but decided better of it. People would become suspicious and that wasn't good. It wasn't time for Hinata's little cult to be discovered, not yet. He'd simply squirrel her way until everything had passed and she could either be used to support Hinata's rule or could be placed in the position as head to command the clan as he wished. Either way, he would have the most powerful clan of the most prosperous village under his control. And that was not something to be taken lightly, especially when he was the daimyo of a foreign country. That thought brought a frown to his face. He would definitely have to keep his and the wolves' involvement in this completely secret. The last thing he needed right now was the daimyo of Hai no Kuni thinking he was trying to take control of his hidden village. The man would be understandably nervous were he to know another daimyo, even an allied one, had any sort of control over a large group of warriors that were sworn to his country. It would look far too much like he was trying to use their alliance to take Hai no Kuni as his own, not a hard conclusion to come to when his ascension to the status of daimyo was through the exact same means. But that was a matter to be worked at later, he would not allow this opportunity to pass him by. And if, in the end, he had to abandon her in order to keep the rest of his plans. So be it, it wasn't like her sister wasn't already his and through her the clan itself. No, this was just extra insurance, extra opportunity, and he was loath to go without now that it had been presented to him. Very well. He finally spoke. You are attending the academy, no? I am. She nodded as much as she could when he held her chin in his hand. Tomorrow I will send someone to retrieve you afterwards so that we might speak more about this, you will know them by my sash. Follow them, but do not approach until they motion you to join them, understood? Perfectly, Naruto-sama. I will do as you command. It was obvious that it hurt her to say those words, but that brought a smirk to his lips. She may have harmed Hinata at one point, but he really didn't have anything against her. The fact that her actions solidified the former heiress's loyalty to him was already a point in her favor. There was also something to be said about a prideful main branch member surrendering themselves completely to his will. The wolf within him was pleased. Come, stand, it is time we return to the presence of your father. He stood, nudging her up using the hand that yet cupped her chin. We've left him enough time to gather his thoughts. Yes, Naruto-sama. She was submitting now, knowing she had to rely upon him to escape the fate of her clan, but how long would it be until she could surrender no longer? At what point would her entire being scream in anguish at her lack of pride and force her to act out against him? When she was safe. Sooner. Smirking, he looked down to see her standing there, eyes to the ground, waiting for him to take the lead. Like a snake ready to strike, a wolf ready to pounce, she bid her time, she was cowed now out of necessity and fear, but it would not last forever. If he was honest, he was looking forward to the moment she could take no more and lashed out at him. In fact, he couldn't wait. Perhaps things had just gotten a bit more interesting here in Konoha. Chapter 42. A proper game starts slow. Things had not gone at all as he expected them to. That was not a bad thing. Quite to the contrary, he found himself rather enjoying the dinner with his guest. Not only was it enlightening, no wonder he had managed to draw allies strong enough to take down one of Konoha's clans from the shadows, but it was a pleasant change to have someone who he could look at as an equal. Not of status, of course, he was the head of the Hyuga and the boy just had powerful friends, but of skill. Truly there were too few players in this game. Well, not exactly, there were plenty of them as surplus, in fact the only thing was that very few of them were any good. He had always thought that to be a damn shame, for he did enjoy the subtle messages and hidden moves that the game was made of, promises and threats alike hidden within compliments and pleasantries. There really was no better pastime for those such as himself. And now he actually had an opponent. A worthy one, at that. Tempted was he, already, to make moves against the young man, just so that their game might begin in full. That, unfortunately, was a rather foolish move and one most unbecoming of the Hyuga head. No, he'd have to do things properly and let the game make itself in its own time. Most certainly it would be a better game than if he could refrain from rushing into it now. But oh how sorely he was tempted to do it anyway. The field of battle where their words would dance and strike would be lessened, but so much sooner would they be able to play. And that was just one of the reasons he was secretly grateful for his daughter's action, and, if she had any idea what it was she had granted him her insight. He wouldn't be too surprised if she had some inclination to what was going on, as even Hinata had remained in the kitchen until such a time that their guest returned with the heiress. If the daughter that had never even reached the stage where he would begin to teach her in the ways of the game could read into the events around her well enough to act properly, then there was no possible way that Hanabi hadn't. That is, as long as she hadn't been completely smitten by the boy. Kakashi grimaced slightly. He had never had to deal with something like this and it had never crossed his mind as a possibility. He knew his daughters would one day marry, it was expected as the daughters of the head, but never had he really considered either of them having romantic interests. Especially not with the one opponent he had been able to find within Konoha. Hiruzen and Danzu were here, obviously, but not only was it bad form to get between two opponents, especially when they had been playing their game for so damn long, but going against the cage could be considered bad form, and any association with Danzo was usually seen poorly by, well, everyone, really. Every shinobi, at least, and any civilian who wouldn't think enough of the old warhawk for him to be seen as a suitable opponent of the Hyuga head. No, neither would do, but now that he had found someone, his youngest daughter who really was still too young for that sort of thing, seemed to be rather taken with him. Admittedly, he too had struggled to look away from the young man who was, undeniably, very attractive. Truly fate had smiled upon him to give him an opponent who could both act and look the part he was to play. And again, the Hyuga deserved no better. And if Hanabi really was taken by him, then he could accept that. Not only would it add more dimensions to their game, but Hiashi didn't have anyone else who matched up to the boy at the moment. For now, at least, he was the best suitor she could have. That could change, of course, but if she wanted to have her crush now, then so be it. Either she would get over it by the time he found someone better off, he would prove to be the best choice in the end, or she would be married to someone else anyway. That's how it was for the daughter of the Hyuga, she would expect no less. Which meant, of course, she accepted the risk of the situation if that's what it had been, and if she proceeded it would be on her own head. Well, that was if she was really trying to send such messages to him, he supposed. He had spent the evening starting his first game in many years, and his mind was working overtime to analyze everything that happened tonight. That said, it was possible he was seeing things that weren't there, subtle messages and signals that only existed because he believed them too. Hanabi and Hinata weren't the players, but they were on the board, and that counted for something, right? Right? Maybe he needed to take his remaining time in peaceful solitude to calm down. But just a little. Couldn't be letting his guard down around the boy, now, could he? Well, he knew for a fact his face was exactly the same way it had been for the duration of the dinner, almost serenely unchanging, only faintly interested and with the lightest of polite smiles, but he was also well aware that his eyes must have been dancing with victory. From the moment he had returned to the dining room, trailed after by Hanabi, Hiyashi's countenance of a polite host had slipped the barest amount, and a frown that transitioned between thoughtful and displeased would ghost over his face for a fraction of a second every so often. His eyes, despite attempts to keep his attention firmly on his guest, would look between him and his youngest daughter, as if it would explain the change that had taken place during the young man's brief recess in the garden. Naruto wasn't worried about the older man, assuming he and his daughter had been behaving improperly, they were opponents, after all, and they were still starting the game, but it was obvious he suspected something had happened between the two of them. He just couldn't figure out what. Amused not that it showed beyond mischievously pleased eyes, Naruto had decided not to volunteer any information to the man. If he wanted to know he could ask or, better yet, play the game in a way that brought it to light. Of course, he could not remain both suspicious and a gracious host for the entire night if he ever wanted to get the game truly started. I admit, Naruto-san, I find myself pleasantly surprised. Started Hiashi. I knew you were an exceptional young man already, you'd have to be to stand up for my daughter and make her. Connections. You have, but you have greatly exceeded my expectations. Thank you for such kind words, Hiashi-sama. He inclined his upper body forward slightly. You are most gracious to give them to me. Still, his eyes practically sang with victory, and Hiashi didn't for one moment believe in the boy's false humility. It is no burden upon me to speak the truth, Naruto-san. You deserve my praise and more, not just because of your actions with my daughter, but also because of what you've managed to accomplish since then. Surely you know graduating from the academy is no arduous task, Hiashi-sama. You yourself went through it at the beginning of your own career, did you not? His blank face lipped enough for a small smirk to tug at his lips. It was beginning in earnest now. Of course, of course. The frown was brief and quickly replaced by a ghost of a smile on the face of the Hyuga head. But we both know you've been up to quite a bit more, haven't you? Have I? He feigned confusion, only the barest amounts. I'm afraid I couldn't possibly know what you are speaking of. Just a simple boy starting his shinobi career. Terribly dull, really, for a man in your position. Oh, don't go selling yourself short now, Naruto-san. The smile was now fully displayed. It was small, yes, but it was plainly visible, a rare thing indeed. You declared yourself against an entire clan and managed to come out unscathed, sparred against a kunoichi that had been trained by one of Konoha's finest for years, and have found yourself running missions on occasion with Takebetsu-Joun and Mitarashi Anko. There are few people who can claim to be in her favor, you know, the fact that a genin knows her personally alone is already incredible. Hiashi wasn't particularly fond of the woman, but neither did he hold anything against her. She had a job she did and she did it damn well. She was eccentric crazy, but most shinobi in Kunoichi regrettably were. And while he spoke of knowing her, the most impressive thing was that he had survived her. She was a violent woman with a rather bad temper, so either the young man at his table was very good at reading others and acting accordingly, or he was very, very skilled in dodging and hiding. And again, maybe he was good at both. Perhaps I am merely fortunate, suggested the young daimyo. Perhaps, conceded Hiashi. It was small, too small for his liking, but they were both starting to stretch in preparation. They had viewed the water earlier, now they truly tested it. Soon, hopefully, they could dive in. But not today, unfortunately, this would be as close to the true game they would come tonight. And so it was, the rest of the dinner passing calmly. It wasn't long until he was thanking his hosts and going on his way. Only 2 of the 4 were happy with the results. It was actually a bit concerning, because for the first time in many, many years he truly didn't know what to think. Considering he was a Nara, one might understand why such an event was so strange to the man. It went against his very nature to be unable to simply analyze anything really, and come to a conclusion about it. In this case, however, he was at a complete loss. Moves were being made around Konohane, the land of fire, at the very least, but to what end? Who were the players, what was the game, and who would be caught in the middle? Tsume and Anoichi had been talking loud enough for him to overhear it all, and he was smart enough to understand everything they had said well enough to note Tsume had chosen a side and Anoichi wanted her help to do the same. Of course, he also knew that neither was a player in the game. Not truly, anyway. That could be attributed to the fact that the game he spoke of, the real game, was the one that spanned the entire world. They played their own games, yes, but they couldn't really be considered players at this point. Only pieces with more freedom than others. But if that was the case, who was the player they were allying themselves with, or were they two not even the player, but rather a higher ranking piece? There wasn't enough information, and he had not participated as piece, player, or otherwise in quite some time. It would be easy for him to join in, and he could do very well. But should he? Was it worth it, whatever prize was currently held for this game being played so close to his home? It was a small game still, things were neither too calm nor too hectic for it to be too large at this point, but it would undoubtedly grow until the victor joined as a true player of the game unless they already had. And if it was a player who just so happened to be working in Konoha for whatever reason now did he really feel up to the challenge it would be to start at the beginning as a mere clan head? Shikaku didn't like this, not at all. Troublesome. If there was a state beyond complete boredom Kato Shizune was there. Or, rather, had been there. For a very, very long time. Never before would she ever have dreamed of missing being dragged around Fire Country and babysitting one of Konoha's Sannin. But, if nothing else, at least she was doing something then. That's not to say she didn't do anything here in Konoha over the past 4 years, but she hardly called working part-time in the hospital exciting. Useful, yes, she had helped plenty, but she had done the same when on the road. And those who didn't have regular access to highly trained medical personnel were also a damn more appreciative of what she did for them, especially when she usually couldn't bring herself to change them for her services. The people here, both shinobi and civilians, were just a bunch of entitled assholes. But that really wasn't the problem, was it? No, the problem was that she was beyond bored and had no ideas on how to change that. She still lacked friends for the most part, filling up what time she wasn't looking after her master with hospital shifts, but even those few she had met didn't tend to do much. One might think that as a shinobi village there was plenty to do, but it really just meant there were plenty of bars and that you could pick up 2 packs of kunai in any convenience store. Shinobi, it would seem, were a rather boring bunch when not on missions, and not much was provided to help change that. No wonder so many of them were crazy, there was nothing else to do. She had tried her hand at writing, but wasn't too fond of it, reading but was too restless, and she had even tried to follow her master's footsteps and get completely wasted. And she was still bored. There was nothing she had decided to do in Konoha. Or, if there was, it was hiding very well from her. Not for the first time she wished she knew of a gambling den here in Konoha. At least it was something to do and she was a great deal better than her master. And even if that wasn't too entertaining, she could at least busy herself shopping with her winnings. The thought of money led her to the boy she had seen all those years ago picking pockets. They ran into each other every now and again and were on pretty good terms if she said so herself, but they weren't really friends. Maybe she could find him one of these days, that could help. He might know of any less than legal local gambling dens she could sneak away to for an hour or so, and he might even know what people did around here for fun. She might be able to offer him some training if he wasn't too busy with whatever team he was placed on, and if it came down to it, she knew just how successful he was in his first profession, not that being a shinobi was too different, it just had additional facets, and may even be able to convince him to give her a loan. The shopping spree really did sound pretty good right now, after all. Something was wrong. Very, very, very wrong. Her father had started taking more responsibility from her shoulders as she started her career as a genin, but he had recently started backing off more and more. Beyond that, he seemed to spend as much time as he could around both her and her mother. Previously he had been very good about giving them attention, but now he was almost smothering them. This wasn't her father, something had happened. Or something was about to happen. It was almost as if he didn't expect to be around for much longer and was trying to make the most of his remaining time. And that scared her. Not just because she would lose her father or because her mother would lose her husband, but because there was only one group she could think of that would elicit such a response from the man. The House of Wolves. What had he done? It didn't take too much work, not with the access and resources she had within the clan as acting head, even if Kushina outranked her, to discover the disappearance of 3 clan members. One returned. By the time she went to confront him about the disappearance, he was gone. And so was a sizable chunk of their limited funds. Kushina made sure the clan's needs were met, but anything extra was hard to come by. Simple theft seemed obvious, but Yamanaka wasn't going to believe that for a second. Between the way her father was acting, the 2 missing shinobi, and the fact that the third had returned only to vanish again, she knew something had happened, or, better yet, that something had failed. Something against the wolves. Internally she cursed. She thought her father of all people would know better, but it would seem recent events had gotten to him and begun taking their toll. She didn't know what he had decided was a good idea or how it had backfired enough that the only remnant of it vanished with enough money to set up a new life, but she did know that in some way it was going to affect her clan. Once again, the jaws of the wolves were posed over their throats. And she didn't even know why. Unlike AIM, which was forever cursed with hot air from high no kuni, Nami no Kuni was blessed by colder sea breezes that kept humidity down and made for an all-around more pleasant experience. It also served to taunt her with all of AIM's flaws when that was her next destination, almost as if it was trying to convince her to stay in the land of the wolves, something she'd be all too happy to do if it didn't mean sacrificing inside knowledge of an S-class organization that may at one point pose a threat to Naruto and the wolves. Still, if nothing else, it was a nice reprieve before she had to return to the land of rain. Getting there had been easy enough as a kunoichi, though she and Naruto had at one point discussed giving her the carriage to ensure it returned safely to Nami no Kuni. The idea was scrapped, both because she needed to get back to the land of rain and because his trip wasn't over yet, but Makoto wasn't sure if she preferred it that way or not. On one hand, the journey would have taken forever and, from what Naruto had told her, was absolutely maddening in its boredom. On the other, she'd get to spend that much more time away from AIM. Had she mentioned how little she liked AIM yet? Her hatred for the tiny, historically war-torn country aside, Wave was much more pleasant and she had thus far had very little trouble in her journey here. Thrice had she seen wolves and thrice had they not even made a move to approach her or impede her travel. She had to wonder when it was word of her had been sent back to their territory because her welcoming hadn't been nearly this warm and the impassive, "We hold nothing against you, but you still aren't important enough for us to make any sort of effort toward you" sense when she approached Naruto's carriage week prior. Not willing to look a gift horse in the mouth, however, she merely carried on. The town itself surprised her somewhat, as it would not be long until she needed to start calling it a city, but other than that nothing really stood out. Well, other than the scaffolding that was rising prominently above the treetops in the distance. She hadn't heard anything about that, but then again she really didn't hear anything about Naruto's operations. That could be attributed both to the fact she never really asked and that it was a bad idea to send such information to a spy. The point was to have intel coming from them to give you some sort of advantage that was rather soundly negated if the flow went both ways. Of course, as had been said, she really hadn't asked either. She was far more interested in Naruto and his well-being than whatever things he was having his wolves do. She recognized the importance of the wolves, naturally, but only because they were important to him. That is, after all, why she had agreed to deliver this letter for him. She couldn't, however, help but think there was more to his request than he had let on. Was it really because she was there and wouldn't be accompanying him into Konoha that he had asked her, or did he need her to be in Nami no Kuni for some other reason? The first thought to come to mind was that he wanted the wolves to become accustomed to her and her relation to him, their leader. That could also be said as he wanted to introduce her to the wolves. And again, she knew how important these wolves were to him, practically his children, so perhaps it was more along the lines of him wanting to introduce the wolves to her. Both accomplished the same, though the meaning behind them differed. Still, that really wasn't the point. She had a letter to deliver on his request, and so that's what she needed to do. She could puzzle out his reasons later or, better yet, simply ask him in her next letter. With any luck, he may choose to give her an answer. With that in mind, it wasn't all that hard to find the wolves. Not only did they come and go freely from the forest, but every civilian there was more than capable of pointing her in the right direction. The wolves likely would too, but she didn't bother asking any of them. It was in a rather open clearing that the mansion of the late Gato could be found, and despite being fortified, it struck her as odd that they had claimed this place to serve as their seat of power, even temporarily. The entire thing just screamed target to her. Of course, there weren't all that many other options for them, were there? Even now they focused more on building up the civilian parts of the town and finding ways to make trade easier to perform for their country with more warehouses and docks. Perhaps they simply lacked the necessary funds at the moment and had decided to focus on the aspects that would draw in more resources to allow them to do what they needed to. Namely, building a hideout that could properly keep them safe. Or at least make an obvious residence more suited for her Naruto. This place was nice, admittedly, even from the outside, but Naruto was a daimyo now, and that meant he needed something a bit more spectacular. In her opinion, at least. And we all know her opinion mattered the most when it came to this. She was led into the manor without issue and quickly shown to the temporary office of one Commander Sai by a woman Tsunami who reminded her very much of herself. It was actually a bit disconcerting, though she had to wonder if her ass looked anywhere as good as the civilian mother's. It should, she was a kunoichi, after all, her body was in the best possible shape. But was it? Concerns about the appearance of her rear aside, the woman was quiet and polite but, even better, wasted no time in getting her to where she needed to be without question. Occasionally she'd mention something about the surroundings details on a certain piece of the late Gato's artwork or where a pair of wolves were caught doing something stupid, which happened more than she would have thought, apparently, but the double doors of one of the relatively smaller rooms soon met them and with a knocked Tsunami, proceeded to open the door, not even awaiting a response. Makoto wasn't certain if that was a mistake, proper procedure here, something between the woman and whoever this commander was, due to Tsunami's own relation to Naruto, or even because of her. What she was certain of was that Tsunami wasn't bothered in the slightest about doing it and walking off, leaving her to enter the commander's office alone. Once again, she found herself rather surprised, though she honestly shouldn't have been. The commander, Sai, was within 2 years of Naruto's own age, still far younger than anyone would expect one who held such a position to be. Mother Crow, she didn't really like the name she had chosen on the spot when going to visit Naruto, mainly because it reminded her that she was indeed the mother of the crow, when that hadn't been her intention with it. The mother part. Yes. Mother of Itachi. No. Still, if it got her in to complete the task begged of her by Naruto, she'd deal with it for now. Some of the patrols reported your imminent arrival. What can I do for you? Naruto-kun asked me to deliver a letter when we parted ways. She proceeded to hand over said letter before resting her weight on one hip and crossing her arms. She'd wait to see if it had anything to do with her before going, but if it didn't, she needed to get to aim before she got too comfortable here and it became impossible to tear herself away. Raising a single brow, Sai was quick to open it, scanning over the words with a snort before tossing it onto his desk. At Makoto's inquiring look he shared. He wants me to limit the guard I send after him. He explained. He says that I'm not to send a single operative above 2 full guards, but he'd prefer it be further limited to a single guard. And how many would you assign him? If I had my way or if the wolves had their way? Asked Sai. What's the difference? If I had my way he'd have 10 full guards, a high captain for every 5 and a full guard for both high captains. She didn't think that sounded too bad actually. At least he would be safe. If the wolves had their was, however, he continued. We wouldn't be able to call it a guard, he'd simply be surrounded by his entire force at all times. Admittedly, she liked that even more, but she was able to realize how impractical it was. Still, having her new son guarded by an entire army. It would have been a comforting thought. Sounds reasonable. She commented. Sai didn't initially say anything to that, but his lips twitched into a small smile and she could see the amusement in his eyes, which said enough. Still, his voice eventually picked up after a moment of thought. Let there never be any doubt, Mother Crow, he said. That you are one of us. It certainly didn't sound at all like an insult, so with a grateful nod, she accepted it as a compliment. Of what sort she wasn't quite sure. Perhaps she should have learned more about the forces of her son. Silence stretched out for a few uncomfortable moments before she spoke up, inquiring about any additional content that may have been featured within the letter. Anything else in it? He raised a brow. Maybe, why? Anything that has to do with me? I want to make sure he doesn't have anything in there for me before I head back to AIM. Sai nodded in understanding. Yes, of course, I understand. Depending on how much you want to get back to AIM, this could be either good or bad news, but he's made no mention of you within the letter. This may have been because he didn't initially plan on having you bring it or because you have other things to attend to, but I wouldn't be able to say either way. Then I suppose my business here is done. Is there somewhere I could obtain provisions before I leave? I don't know exactly what your relation to Tsukiyomi-sama is, but he seems to accept you. That really didn't answer her question at all. Our storerooms and armory are open to you. Ah, much better. Though, she did find it odd that he would refer to her son by that name when it was obvious she already knew his true identity. A safety measure, perhaps, but from what? They were all wolves, and she guessed Tsunami, so why would that be a problem? Thankfully, he was giving her unrestricted access to their own supplies, so at least she could show some gratitude. Naruto would likely kick the boy's ass if he didn't, but it was still appreciated that he had done so without her threatening him with her son. I'll seek out Tsunami again to guide me there. He gave a nod of confirmation at her intentions and turned back to the papers on his desk. Before he could even resume writing, footsteps sounded down the hall as a young woman in her late teens entered the room without so much as a knock. You really should keep the doors closed, Sai. The head of security's been having fits that we'd willingly leave ourselves with one less barrier for any assailants or spies to get through. The girl hadn't looked up from whatever folder she was holding and instead walked blindly across the room to the commander's desk as if she had done so a million times. Anyway, did you take a look at those folders I sent you? I really need your opinion and, better yet, your approval, Ano. Having finally looked up, she spotted the guest that had been just about to leave. Ah, I'm sorry, who's this? It would appear that this was the reason Sai refrained from mentioning Naruto's name. And an Inyazuka. She really needed to sit down and talk with her newest son about all the things he'd been up to lately. Chapter 43. Bite of a Raven's Tongue. This is Mother Crow, she was just leaving. Explained Sai, one hand lightly gesturing towards the guest he had just finished speaking to. Mother Crow? Hana's head tilted most appropriately, much like a canine's might, showing a mixture of curiosity and slight confusion. Mother Crow. He nodded in confirmation. She's a friend of Tsukiyomi-sama's, I suppose. You suppose? She asked suspiciously. How does one suppose something, most of all when it is related to Tsukiyomi-sama, whom they both to some degree served? Well, I admit I don't know exactly what her relation is with him, but I do know she met with him on his way back from visiting the daimyo, and she came here today bearing a letter from him. He turned to look at what had been a soon-to-depart quest with obvious inquiry in his eyes, prompting her to speak. She decided there was really no point not to. He's my son. Makoto declared. That caught them off guard, Sai more than Hana. Your son? Hana voiced the question, while Sai ran through everything he knew about Naruto and everything he knew about the woman claiming to be his mother. The only thing he really did know about her was that behind the mask wasn't kushina, not exactly much to go on. As far as I'm concerned. She clarified, shifting her weight to one hip and crossing her arms over a chest her cloak didn't do much to hide. Ah, so not actually his mother, that made things noticeably easier to understand. So are you really his mother then? Questioned Hana. Inyazuka really was a blunt sort, and though Hana was capable of being more subtle, she didn't often employ those skills, it just wasn't in her nature. Still, that knowledge didn't make the statement sound any less rude, and Sai flinched ever so slightly hearing it. He was pretty straightforward himself, but tact was just one of the things Mai was trying to beat into him. She'd be focusing more on budgeting as he was worse there, but Naruto had taken control of that matter. Honestly, he probably preferred it that way. At least Naruto was more likely to simply go to Mai for one of her massages if he became too stressed with the monumental task of dealing with Sai's financial failings. Mai would just keep getting more angry at him. I'm the closest thing in his life to one. Despite how rude the question came across, she still answered. Or, the closest she knew of, really. Hyuga, his sensei, nearly took that spot from her, and Mai herself tended to take care of Naruto like a mother might do. She tended to be a bit too intimate about it, yes, but not so much that it could be completely dismissed. That said, if he stayed longer in Wave, the position could easily be filled by Tsunami. Kurenai, too, could easily take up such a role, had she not been so set on being seen as an elder sister. In fact, Makoto was only the closest thing he had to a mother because she was the only one who had declared herself such, and he saw no reason in arguing against it when it made her happy and didn't inconvenience him in the slightest. Not that Makoto knew any of that. No, as far as she was concerned, no one else came close. And that was fine because that's what she needed, a solid role in which she felt her presence was necessary. In this case, however, it also helped quite a bit with any lingering distrust Sai might have for the still widely unknown person, and it immediately put her in a rather good light with the Inyazuka, which was good because Makoto was rather curious as to the girl's presence. Oh, I see. It's good that he has you, then. Hana couldn't actually mean this fully, not actually knowing anything about the leader of the wolves, but what she had managed to observe for the short time she had been in his presence. Still, if she was the closest thing he had to a mother, it meant he didn't have anyone else in that role before her, right? In that case, perhaps it was good that she had managed to fill it for him. Then again, who was she to claim to know anything about that? His personal life was hidden from her if he had one, and there didn't seem to be any hints forthcoming about his past. She was curious, yes, but even she knew that she would receive no answer should she inquire. It also seemed a bit rude both to ask and to admit she knew nothing about him. There really was no winning, as far as she could tell. Sai didn't make a comment about it, choosing instead to offer a simple nod of agreement as he turned back to his work. He'd let the two of them talk, though he would be admittedly paying just a bit of attention to whatever they said. There was no telling what he might learn. Whether or not that was a good thing, however, he wasn't quite sure about. He'd just have to take that chance. Take that chance and hope it wasn't too bad. With his luck they'd start going over Naruto's best qualities here in his office and he'd have no choice but to work through it. Now that would be absolutely horrible. Someone needs to look out for him. Declared Makoto. She was quick to amend that sentence before anyone could take offense. Naruto was rather fond of his wolves, after all. And while you have all been doing well keeping him safe and provided for he needs someone a bit more personal. Sai absent-mindedly nodded, his eyes not leaving his desk. He was of much the same opinion, though he personally thought Naruto needed a more personal relation of a different kind, one that would most likely be filled by Mai. In the end, however, it didn't matter that much and, hey, the position still wasn't filled. There was no harm in Naruto having a surrogate mother and a close relationship with Mai. In fact, that was probably even better for all of them, as Naruto would have more people to offer him support and to keep him from working himself to death. He didn't do much now, as he and Mai had taken over most of it, but Sai wasn't ignorant enough to think Naruto didn't spend most of his time trying to find ways to improve things for the wolves. He simply cared too much about them to not do so, and the fact that he really had nothing to distract himself from his self-appointed task of wolffather certainly only added to the problem. The young man had mentioned it once before and Sai agreed Naruto needed a hobby. Not that Sai could suggest one, all he did was work, train, and sleep. Kind of like Naruto, actually. He used to paint, of course, but there really wasn't much time for that anymore. Maybe Naruto taking on a bit more work wouldn't be such a bad thing. No, who was he kidding? The red-haired youth would run the country and the organization by himself if he could, giving him more work wouldn't do any good. More administrative staff, then, could very well be in order. Sai would have to look into it. But that was something for another time, and so he returned his attention to his work, only slightly paying attention to whatever might be spoken next. Of course, she continued. There are some in his life that I don't even know about, you being a prime example. She gestured lightly to Hana to indicate who it was she spoke of. So, while I do fill a rather important role, I can't help but wonder if I might not be the only one with a close relation with him. Ray's brows clearly indicated an implied inquiry. Ah, I actually don't know him all that well, we only met briefly before he left for Hai no Kuni. I see, Makoto commented lightly, pondering. So you aren't close then? I'd think that with you being an Inyazuka you must be pretty close to be trusted with any information pertaining to his actions. Hana was about to speak when she caught herself, eyeing Makoto critically. How much do you know about his projects, anyway? I've not heard of you until now and yet to claim to have such an important role in Tsukiyomi-sama's life. She trailed off, eyes narrowed at the cloaked form of the woman across from her. Almost nothing. Admitted Makoto. These people were trusted by her surrogate son, it was best to be as open and honest as she could, lest she end up driving a wedge between them and her son. The young man needed all the help he could get to ensure his safety, happiness, and well-being. She wasn't going to risk any of that just because the girl was suspicious of her. As she should be. The last female Uchiha thought wryly. She was a spy, after all, and one that was just now being introduced to the group she was providing information for. It was understandable, really. Even if she didn't like it. Who were any of them to question her? It was only because they did so for Naruto's sake that she allowed it. She had to constantly remind herself that he would be upset with her should any wedge be driven between them by her hand. Him being upset was just about the last thing she wanted right after losing him completely. There was nothing that could possibly be worse than that. Even so, it took monumental effort on her part to remain civil with those he had chosen to surround himself with. As far as she was concerned they would never be worthy of even the barest scraps of his attention. Not that she was about to say anything either to them or to him. If he wanted them around that was completely up to him, even if she didn't feel they were good enough. Then again, who, besides herself, could ever be? Worthy or not, she had no choice but to play nice for Naruto. Still, she wondered how long she'd actually manage before she started to let them know exactly what she thought of them. Breaking from those thoughts her voice flowed clearly despite her mask. My position does not provide a suitable environment for a backwards exchange of information. She continued. Dare I saw should information travel both ways it would risk rendering my own role rather pointless. It didn't take long for Hana to understand what it was the woman was alluding to. "You're a spy." It was both a question and an accusing declaration. "Maybe." Makoto gave a lazy shrug, but it was rather pointless. Both Sai and Hana now knew of what she did for Naruto, even if she wasn't going to come out and declare such in any situation. It didn't matter all that much, but it was hard to think of yourself as a spy when you go about releasing such information freely. That would certainly explain the ravens. Sai mumbled quietly. It made sense, sort of, though he couldn't fathom why she'd go by Mother Crow if she used a different bird. They were similar, perhaps, but still different species. Hana, with her exceptional hearing, was able to hear him clearly enough, the reason he always had to be very careful about what he said, lest he give away something she was not yet permitted to know. "Ravens. I train them," offered Makoto. "They make good messengers." "Then why Mother Crow?" She asked a question of a thankful sigh and was unwilling to. "Because I made it up on the spot when I went to see Tsukiyomi and it flowed better than Mother Raven." A shrug ended the sentence before she continued. "It's fitting in its own way, but I'd rather not talk about it. Honestly, I'm not too fond of the name, but it helped Tsukiyomi identify me in Hai no Kuni." "Oh, I see." It made sense sort of, but she still found it kind of odd. Still, that wasn't really the point. The important detail was that Sai had personally witnessed communication between this woman and Tsukiyomi. Claiming to be his mother was one thing, but being able to back that up with the fact you were acting as a spy for him helped. Though that did bring up the question. Why is his surrogate mother acting as a spy for him? She questioned with a slight tilt of her head. He seems to take great care in ensuring those close to him are properly protected. I can't divulge that information, not to you. Makoto continued before Hana could object. It's linked too closely to my identity. Suffice to say, I had the opportunity to join an organization that may have posed a threat to Tsukiyomi in the future and joined to keep him informed. I guess I can understand that. Hana didn't like it, but she could accept it. How long have you been doing this for him? Sai spoke up from his desk, only briefly looking up from his work to meet her eyes as he asked his question. Since before he had you wolves. That was all she was saying there, rather than risk giving more clues about her identity, but it was enough. With a nod, Sai accepted her answer. It would explain why he had never heard of her before, as Naruto still had a terrible habit of keeping things to himself instead of letting others help him. Mai was still working on fixing that. Unfortunately, she wasn't making nearly as much progress as any of them would like. Now, if you're done questioning me, I'm still rather curious as to the presence of an Inyazuka. I know your clan members are loyal, which would make them an attractive choice for Tsukiyomi to work with. She really didn't like using that name for him. But you look far too much like Tsum for her not to be your mother. I can't see you being here without the clan itself being involved." Hana blinked twice, caught off guard by how accurate that was. The woman was not a spy for no reason, evidently. Even Sai, still trying to focus on his work enough to actually do something more than listen in on their conversation, raised a brow in a silent sign of being impressed. It wasn't too large a leap of logic to be difficult for people to figure out, but the fact that few outside the wolves knew and most of those were the Inyazuka themselves remained. Now there was one more. Of course, it was never going to stay secret for long, or even for as long as any of them would have liked. Global operations noticed by Danzo previously had spoken of as much, and the likelihood of someone discovering more than they were ready to be released to the world only increased now that they were out in the open. If they were lucky, however, being in the open would give anyone looking plenty to see and, perhaps, distract them from some of the more sensitive aspects. You know, like the alliance with the Konoha clan. That was a pretty big one they would much rather save until after the Hyuga had been sorted out. One clan at a time was plenty, thank you very much. Or, that was Sai's opinion, at least. If Naruto thought he could take on that much which wouldn't actually surprise him all that much, then he might be alright taking it on, but Sai would much rather focus on one task at a time. Then again, even if Naruto didn't think they could do more at the time, he would never let anyone, perhaps save those closest to him, know. It would be bad for morale, after all. No, he'd much rather drown in work than risk putting them in a worse spot. Instead, he would stand tall and proud, a symbol of hope for his children to rally around. And if that was the case, then, well, they might just be able to manage both clans at once. It was amazing what the wolves would do for Naruto, and his confidence would only increase how hard they would fight for him. Admittedly, he, also a wolf, was no exception. Though he certainly didn't mind. His attention was pulled from his thoughts, which had equally pulled his attention from his work, the pile of which was not growing any smaller when Hana began her own explanation. He already knew this, naturally, so there was no point in listening in, but it was distracting nonetheless, and with a sigh, he surrendered to the fact that he wasn't going to be able to get any work done with the two of them in his office. Unfortunately, asking them to leave now would just seem rude, and Naruto apparently held the cloaked woman in high regard. Lovely. Mother is aware of my current role, we've decided to ally ourselves with the wolves when they reach out to us. You say that almost as if you had a choice. The voice didn't change, but the words themselves were almost barbed, not quite in contempt or pity, but something more akin to scornful amusement. Evidently she would not manage to remain civil for long. Besides the thought that this might upset Naruto, she didn't much care, or, rather, she was exceedingly pleased to be able to let the girl know exactly how well she thought of her and any others who believed themselves worthy of her son's attention. And if Naruto did hear of this? Well, she tried, didn't she? Sai found his eyes moving from his desk where he had forgotten any attempts at his work to the two women standing near it. She wasn't wrong, he realized, and doubtless Hana recognized the same, but to hear it was new. It had been, since the arrangement was first offered, an unspoken truth. No, that wasn't quite right. Mai had she claimed mentioned that the wolves would find someone else, but at the same time the deal offered had been one that couldn't be passed up. Not by any shinobi worth their headband, at least. So while there had been the light threat of missed opportunity, never had it been spun to sound as if the Inazuka themselves were not the ones to decide. Sai would be the first to admit he wasn't one for the games played and plots laid within the political world to any degree, really. He much preferred the cut-and-dry hierarchy of a military group. Well, make that paramilitary, there was politics involved with regular militaries. Actually, now that he thought about it, a lot of paramilitary groups were deep in politics to keep themselves operating, too. Damn, what were they then? The House of Wolves to which they belonged was undoubtedly political, but the organization itself was really just set up where people were chosen by either Naruto or himself, and then did their assigned task simply for the sake of obeying Naruto. And while that did seem a bit odd to some, it was a very easy setup, one where you simply did as you were expected and were thus part of the group that served Naruto, who in turn was doing what he could to serve them. Maybe things weren't as simple as they first seemed, but at least they weren't directly dealing with other groups or inter-organizational politics that would distract from the rather hard to understand purpose of their group. It was like being part of a machine, he mused, where they were each a single part working as a whole to accomplish Naruto's will when that was, for whatever reason, to help themselves, he guessed. They didn't worry about other clocks, that was Naruto's business, and no part could take the place of another, so they really didn't try. It was complex and yet simple, an operation that had many parts, but that was straightforward in the fact that it continued onward with its task. And that, he thought, was much preferable to any of the politics Naruto and Mai tended to mess with. It also meant he really didn't make attempts to know how regular people worked. He dealt with wolves, a group that for the most part thought like him. They had all gone through the same training, after all. Because of that, it was easy for the wolves to operate smoothly together, but when it came to outsiders they could be a bit lost. So it was understandable that now Sai was, to a very small degree, regretting his inexperience in both fields, for even a bit of insight to the situation would be helpful beyond measure. As he had said previously, that unspoken truth had been known but never put into such words, and now that it had, he wondered what reaction it might pull forth from the heiress of the Inazuka. Would the idea that they had been forced into this arrangement anger them somehow? Would it breed resentment to the point that they started to separate or, worse, stand against them? They would never last, but it would still be a loss for the wolves, one Sai was loath to accept. They made great allies and fit in well to their own pack, it would be an absolute shame to lose them, and Naruto would be rather upset that he'd need to start over in obtaining worthy allies. Considering the progress they'd already made with the Canine clan, it would be a major setback, especially when they had to change everything to avoid any damage the Inazuka may be able to inflict with the knowledge they had on their operations. It wasn't all that much, but it was enough to make things difficult. They would like to avoid that, if at all possible, thank you. Hana stared at the woman across from her, blinking. Once. Twice. The words were processed and eyes narrowed, the barest of growls escaping her throat. Idly, Sai wondered who he was supposed to support should the two of them come to blows. One claimed to be both the mother figure of his boss and a spy in another organization, but the other happened to have been granted control over the civilian matters of an entire country by that same man. Truly, they were both favored, but was there one he favored more? Perhaps it would be best to simply separate the two of them, though he did realize he'd be needing to call for backup if he wanted any chance of keeping them from tearing each other's throats out. Most curiously, he really couldn't understand what was going on. They would go from friendly enough to this as if it was natural, maybe it was. It could be a human thing, he supposed, or maybe just a female thing, but either way he was at a loss. If nothing else, it could certainly be said that Naruto surrounded himself with an interesting bunch. Of course we had a choice. Protested Hana. We didn't even need this. We decided to go along with Tsukiyomi-sama's offer because we wanted to, not because we were forced into it. And still I say there was no choice. There will soon enough be two sides in this world, those with him and those who are not. You may not have known it at the moment, but that threat has existed over your head since he came into power. Fortunately you seem to have chosen correctly. Now that didn't sound right at all. Naruto wasn't planning world domination as far as he was aware, that was just asking to be a target and would cost the lives of far too many wolves to achieve. How well, he had to wonder, did this woman actually know Naruto? Then again, how well did he? Was it possible that she actually knew him better than he did? The very thought made him uneasy for some reason, but he couldn't quite identify why. We joined Tsukiyomi-sama because we recognized the benefits, not because of some threat that has never hung over us and never will. Because you chose correctly. Because if we had been threatened we wouldn't have joined. We are with him completely of our own free will, it was our choice to accept his offer, simply because we recognized its worth. Don't you dare try to claim we joined him for the wrong reasons, I won't hear it. That's so? Mother Crow almost seemed amused now, much to Sai's confusion. Damn right that's so, the more you try to say it differently the more you're saying he may have chosen poorly. Neither I nor the other Inyazuka will stand for that, and while I can't speak for the wolves, I'm certain they would support us against your words. Makoto froze, her entire body noticeably tensing, and what little amusement had been seeping into her voice at the goading of the Inyazuka heiress vanished without a trace. Watch yourself. She all but hissed. I'm questioning you, not Tsukiyomi-sama. And my presence was by his decision, you question his judgment by suggesting anything against the truth of the matter, the Inyazuka joined with his pack willingly, and we will stand by that decision, regardless of what you claim. You don't even know his name. I don't need to. Hana declared. We will call him by whatever name he wishes of us, and if he should one day choose to share with me his name so be it. Until then he was Tsukiyomi-sama, father of the wolves and leader of this great pack. For truly this combination of Inyazuka and wolf was great, a pack they had never dreamed of being possible. The Inyazuka had always been small and mobile, even back in the days of the clan wars, but with the boosting of the wolves, the combined clan was easily triple the size. And they were growing. That was to say nothing of how their territory crossed borders, or that the leader of this pack was allowed to sit amongst the Imperial Fire Court. The Inyazuka, one had to admit, would never have accomplished something like that on their own. Makoto thought a moment before giving a shallow nod. Very well. She admitted. You had a choice and chose correctly, just remember that once made this can't be undone. I expect you to give your all for him. I don't need you to tell me what the Inyazuka pack was already intending to do. My mother might rule the clan, but even she has accepted him as the current alpha of the combined pack. We will serve him as if he were of Inyazuka blood. I don't want you to serve him as if he were of your clan. Declared Makoto, turning to leave. I want you to serve him as if he was your entire world, your very reason for living. He should be the cause of every breath you draw. She paused as she neared the door, peering her mask over her shoulder to face the young Inyazuka woman. I want you to serve him as if he was your god. He is Tsukiyomi no Makoto. Hana proclaimed. Lord of wolves and god of the moon. No one would dare claim otherwise. Good. Before Makoto could leave, Hana managed to fire off one more sentence that had her freezing in her tracks. Safe travels, Bachan. What? It was half his half-outraged cry. Hana just shrugged. You are the mother of Tsukiyomi, are you not? If he is our father, you are our grandmother. Try not to frown so much, you can't afford any more wrinkles. Clenching her fists, Makoto just barely managed to bite her tongue and storm off. A rather remarkable show of control, really. As she left to hunt down Tsunami to be shown the supply rooms of the wolves to leave as soon as possible, Sai and Hana shared a look. There was something off about that woman. Maybe it was because of her role as a spy and the stress that could bring, maybe it was just her. Either way, she didn't exactly seem normal, not with the way she seemed to go between pleasantly curious and hostile like that. And again, they weren't exactly the most normal themselves, were they? A young man commanding armies for an even younger lord and the heiress of a Konoha clan, acting as the public ruling figure for the sole settlement within what had almost always been one of the wealthiest countries of the world. And, with just a peek out one of the office windows, one could have only just make out the scaffolding that was part of the outpost being constructed by another hidden village. The village hidden in sound. The village of Orochimaru. No, they were certainly not the most normal of individuals, and that led to them being a rather abnormal group, but that woman seemed to be more off than the rest of them. Of course, we already mentioned the fact that Orochimaru was working with their godson and fortifying a country. Was it that out of place for the woman who believed herself to be the boy's mother to have more issues than the rest of them? The more he thought about it, the more it seemed to fit. In the end he merely shrugged and returned to his work. Naruto attracted the oddest people, and that was good enough an explanation for him. Hana, on the other hand, was having a harder time getting her head around it, but that was understandable. After all, Inyazuka Hana was far more normal than Sai. Not that such a statement actually said much, though. One might be forced to admit he was a rather average wolf, but the wolves themselves, twisted through training and attempts at conditioning, were only normal enough to pass as being rather strange to the public. Not a suspicious stranger, but at the very least eccentric. That hadn't exactly helped them blend in when they were living amongst the populace of Konoha as sleeper agents. It was a miracle they managed to avoid being discovered, honestly. So, to say Sai was an average wolf meant he was quite odd, and therefore saying Hana was more normal than him really didn't say anything at all. Personally, she liked to think of herself as rather normal, but then again, she had joined a growing organization that had just taken over a country and set their leader up as a daimyo welcomed into the Imperial Fire Court, and she hadn't even spent a day contemplating that decision. Perhaps she was less normal than she'd like to think. Oh well, at least things with the wolves involved were interesting. That had to be worth something, no? Chapter 44. Blood of My Enemy. When the need to inform Mai of her meeting with Inoichi had her going straight to the girl she had developed a rather friendly relationship with, Tsume had not for even the barest of seconds considered that the young woman might not be alone. Well, that wasn't completely true. A guard of wolves was to be expected, but she hadn't thought the busy young woman might be sitting at a table sharing a meal with someone other than herself. More than that, she hadn't expected that person to be Tsukiyomi himself, the top of the food chain. She had most certainly not considered that she might further be invited to actually join them. Understandably, she was caught more than a little off guard. Initially, after informing one of the wolves who had been near the Inyazuka clan compound that she needed to speak with Mai immediately, as anyone knowing of their alliance was definitely something that had to be shared with the voice of the moon, and being led to a small apartment building near the market district. She had expected that the home she had stepped into under the watchful gaze of wolves belonged to the young woman she had been spending so much time with lately. She had been quite wrong. The wolf having entered before her, the mysterious Tsukiyomi had been given enough warning to cover his face from her sharp eyes, and even as she entered the kitchen, guards took visible positions around the room. And, for the first time ever, she bore witness to the man to whose hands she had all but placed the future of her clan into. She didn't know quite what to make of him, honestly. He wasn't all that tall, standing not much higher than her own son, though her son was, admittedly, slightly taller than most of his peers, only the Aburame being taller and last Uchiha matching almost to the millimeter, and his form was lithe in a way that showed very little strength. At the same time, he carried himself even sitting like a man who wielded great power. Perhaps that was what threw her off the most. Just looking at him she could see he wasn't very strong physically, that is, and yet she knew he carried political power of great weight. It was power, just not the kind she was used to dealing with. Not directly at least. Still, whether he personally had great strength or not, he nevertheless commanded such, it was undeniable. So, with great care to remain polite in the presence and the home, which was a bit difficult to wrap her head around. The man lived in a rather inexpensive apartment in the Mart district. Really. Of Wave's daimyo, she took an offered seat at his table and gratefully accepted the food placed before her by one of the wolves. The daimyo seemed to look over her in curiosity for a few minutes, his head tilted just so, and she had to wonder if the young man, for by his stature she couldn't believe him to be any more than 20 years of age, had ever seen her before, despite having chosen them to work with. Or perhaps he didn't know what to make of her practically unannounced presence. That thought reminded her that this was, in fact, their first meeting, and that even though he had chosen her clan, her actions today would define his first impression of her. Hopefully in a positive light. So, Tsume, not that I'm not happy to see you, but what brings you here tonight? Mai's voice, as always, was pleasantly polite, but it lacked the usual warmth Tsume had become accustomed to. It was to be expected, seeing as now was a time for business more than a social call, but it still felt wrong to the woman who had been spending most of her free time with her. Tsume took a quick glance at the leader of the wolves, who remained silent and regally relaxed in his seat. Voice of the moon indeed, it would seem. Idly she noted that only Mai touched her food, taking small bites between sips of her drink. She herself, despite not wanting to seem rude, was rather hesitant of simply sitting down and sharing a meal that she had interrupted, mainly due to the fact that the interruption was rude already, and Tsukiyomi was unable to continue with his meal with her present, as it would require him to reveal his face. What a brilliant first impression. I had information that I needed to share with you, Mai. Oh? One brow rose in inquiry, and even Tsukiyomi seemed to lean in closer to the table, the barest amount showing that he too was interested in what the matriarch of his chosen clan had to say. It's about Inoichi. Before she could finish, Mai had shot her lord a look as he lost his relaxed posture and sat rigidly in his seat. Tsume could feel his hidden eyes burn into her as his voice, soft yet commanding, practically hissed out his words. You have my undivided attention, Inyazuka Tsume. From his reaction, she didn't doubt that for a second. Continue. She really didn't need permission, she thought, but she heeded his word anyway. He approached me recently, said he knew I was allied with the wolves. He wanted in. Tsukiyomi was silent for a moment, moving not a muscle, as Mai gazed at him, worry in his eyes. Then, in a single instant, he seemed to relax completely. Tsume could feel the smile hidden behind his scarf, and she was certain that had they not been obscured by the shadow of his hood, his eyes would have been laughing. But what, however, she did not know, and it made her uneasy. What about any of this was amusing? He knew, did he? She wasn't completely convinced it was actually a question, but she still answered. He did. I'm not sure how he figured it out, but he approached me directly about it. He couldn't offer anything but empty promises with his position in the Yamanaka clan, but I figured the two of you would want to know anyway. You've got yourself a good instinct then. She could feel the grin in his voice, and it wasn't a pleasant one. This is exactly what I've been looking for. Tsume knew that the wolves and the Yamanaka had been at odds before, but hadn't they solved whatever issues they had long ago? If that really was the case, why did Tsukiyomi seem so pleased to learn of Inoichi's actions? What didn't she know? Moments later she learned exactly what it was that caused such a reaction. There was a dangerous undertone to his voice, like a soft growl in the night. I do believe Tsume here has found us the source of those spies. She understood then, at least a little, of the situation. And from what she knew it wasn't going to be good for the Yamanaka head. A shiver passed down her spine. She was infinitely glad she hadn't made any solid arrangements with the man. It was wary glances she shot his way, unsure exactly how he would react now that the one behind the death of his children was more or less confirmed. It wasn't a perfect certainty, but it was close enough for Naruto to act on. That much she knew without a doubt. What she did doubt was the course of action he would take. Her dark eyes followed him as he reclined in his chair, more relaxed than she'd seen him since she told him what happened. She was happy about that, not so much when thinking about what he might be about to do. Still, for the remainder of the dinner, which was really just she and Tsume finishing their plates in the presence of Naruto, her lord seemed to be in high spirits. Well, high in the sense that his more negative emotions now had something to focus on, and the thoughts of bringing pain and misery to them, he found appealing. It wasn't until Tsume left for her own home that everything changed. In the dark of night they bayed, eager for blood. Figures of shadow sliding through the world like the breath of forgotten gods. The village hidden in the leaves did not wake on the passing of the pack nor their herald, a smaller figure that launched itself over rooftops and through alleyways like an acrobat of a midnight carnival. He was their king, their god, and tonight he would see them fed. Wolves flew behind him, leaping great distances to remain at the heels of their master. He hardly noticed, all his attention focused upon the task at hand. More than a message, beyond justice, this was revenge. And he could hardly wait. While his pack nearly salivated at the thought of spilling blood in his name, he too felt his mouth water at the idea of taking reparations for his lost children from the flesh of his enemy. The hunt was on. They had not been subtle. With the crashing sound of a shattered window, Tsukiyomi himself led the charge, quickly followed by his wolves. Darting around him they converged upon their startled target and had him pinned to the wooden floors of his bedroom before the rest of their comrades had finished slipping into the window. Two wolves immediately took posts at the door as yet another slipped through it just in time to force Inoichi's wife away from the bedroom door that closed behind him. With the door secure they had a moment but nothing longer. Even now he could hear the man's wife screaming, and it would not be long until Yamanaka clan members came to investigate. If they were smart they would recognize the wolves for what they were, the top of the food chain, and stand down. Tsukiyomi did not have great faith in that happening. In fact, he had no faith in that happening. He knew for a fact that these people, the same who thought it was a good idea to stand against him before, would all quickly try the same again. Foolish, perhaps, but entirely too human. He understood that well enough. Purple eyes turning from the guarded door and down to their captive, a wicked grin grossed his lips. He had a feeling, of course, a suspicion, but now it was all confirmed as much as it possibly could be. It was a pity, really, that the one now held down spread eagle on the floor had to be Yamanaka Inoichi. He had thought highly of the man, still did, and it was a horrible waste to do what he was about to. He knew why the man did what he did, understood that things had happened beyond his control, and approved of the steps taken in such a situation. What, then, determined he had done something wrong was the simple fact that it had been against him and had led to the loss of his children. That was unacceptable, even if the mentality behind the actions taken were admirable. Inoichi would have to pay regardless. With nary a thought, chains darker than the hearts of men slithered across the floor, roughly rubbing the hardwood as they rattled toward the target they bound tightly. Inoichi securely within his grip, the wolves backed off without command. Inoichi, Inoichi, Inoichi. Tsukiyomi shook his head in disappointment as he stepped towards the bound man. I applaud your efforts, really I do. In fact, you nearly managed to get yourself out of the mess you found yourself in. But the fact remains that you should have known better than to try hiding this from me. He gave the man an odd look, mostly because his face was still hidden behind his usual scarf and hood, which meant no one knew what sort of look he was actually giving those around him. Still, his head tilted just so to indicate some sort of change. What that was remained at best guesswork, but curiosity didn't seem too far off. I gave you that warning, you know. I had been unaware that it was really you behind it all, but it was still a chance for you to come forth or, at the very least, run far, far away. The man had stopped struggling against the chains, aware that it was futile. Still, he did not gaze up in fear at his captors, but rather in a quiet resolve. He fully expected to die this day for his mistakes, but there was still one last thing he needed to do before then. It was only with tremendous effort that he managed to ignore the panicked shouting of his wife outside the door. I should have, yes, but that would only have confirmed the fact that the Yamanaka were behind it. I couldn't do that to the clan. Naruto nodded twice, recognizing the sentiment, but quickly returned to shaking his head. It could have confirmed that it was you behind it, Inoichi. Even concerned with the safety of the clan, your daughter would be more focused on avoiding our ire, and any members of the clan acting on their own would have turned over to me to protect your family. He stopped moving to gaze silently at his prey for just a moment. I know it was you and you alone. Previously your clan wished action to be taken and your heiress complied, but in this case it was the conscious decision of one man. It wasn't a good one, you see. No. Agreed Inoichi. It wasn't. But what's done is done. Quite right, Inoichi, quite right. Are you ready to face the penalty for your actions? Inoichi's eyes darted briefly to the door behind which he could still hear the sounds of his hysterical wife. With a sigh he turned back to Tsukuyomi no, turned back to Naruto, and asked for what had sealed his fate. How did you discover it was me? You approached Tsume too early. That said everything he needed to know, but even as he nodded in understanding Naruto continued. Had you waited longer it wouldn't have been so out of place to have discovered her connection, now that the wolves are more open, but to discover it so soon. To discover it just as a spy in the company of a Yamanaka escapes our maws. He scowled lightly in disappointment. You were so close, Inoichi, so close, and now you force my hand. Very well. His eyes closed, waiting for his end. From the words of Naruto it was only him to be punished for his actions, and that was good enough for him. So long as his family was spared he would accept the consequences of his mistakes. He did not see the nod Naruto sent to his wolves, nor did he see the tool removed from one of them had brought. But with the resounding thunk of metal biting wood he felt it. Even as he clenched his jaw to bite back the scream that wanted to tear itself from his throat, the wolves moved away from his severed arms, wasting none of the precious little time they had. Inoichi's eyes opened just in time to watch the two hand axes crash down simultaneously on his kneecaps. It was not a pretty sever, the flesh around the joint mangled as the metal clashed against his bone. Unlike his arms, which had been cut off at the shoulder, they left his upper legs, though the reason behind that he could not fathom. Nor was he even going to attempt to try. He was only vaguely aware of the four wolves, two of which had just been wielding those axes that went to work field dressing his wounds, cauterizing them just enough to prevent him from bleeding to death. What he was hyper-aware about, however, was the approach of Tsukuyomi, who silently accepted a blade from a wolf without taking his eyes away from the limbless man before him. Through the pain he noted with curiosity the oddness of the particular blade. Beyond the wicked curve not seen often in the hands of shinobi, there was something off about it. It took a moment for him to realize the blade was glowing red hot, probably by a low-powered Kaiten jutsu. He also had enough time to realize how strange it was that they were addressing his wounds when their lord was readying for the final strike. It seemed to his pain-addled mind like quite the waste of effort. Unless, of course, the pain was the entire point. It would be a few moments still until he realized that the knife wasn't meant to end his life, but it also wasn't something he would ever be able to tell others about. For that knife had been for his tongue. With quick movements the muscle had been removed from his mouth and Naruto looked at his prize curiously before turning his attention back to the newly crippled shinobi. I told you, Inoichi, that you would be devoured. He began to walk away then, even as his wolves set about wrapping the removed limbs and placing them in the duffel bag that had held the axes used to remove them. But you don't need to be dead for us to do so. I have taken your legs to remind you of the folly of trying to run, your arms so that you might not act, and lastly your tongue so you cannot speak. He continued towards the window he had entered in as he spoke, paying no attention to the man you might not even be hearing his words. There are ways for you to get around this, I am sure, but I do hope you have learned today how foolish it would be to attempt so. He turned now to address the man one last time this night. Live, Inoichi, as a constant reminder to your clan of the cost of foolishness. Do not allow them to cross me again. And with that, followed by his wolves, he disappeared into the night. There was a feast to prepare. Stumbling into the situation once had been unexpected enough, but then she had actually been invited to join them. Tsukuyomi, she noticed instantly, was in a very good mood. There was still something about him that seemed a bit displeased, no, a bit disappointed, but for the most part he projected a sense of victory that she couldn't help but think was somehow related to the information she had shared with him the day previous. Perhaps that's why she had been invited to join them. She also couldn't help but notice the massive increase of wolves around them. Unless she was mistaken, this was at least a full guard, which meant almost every wolf currently in Konoha. Dinner was served and consumed in near silence, the wolves standing around the room at relaxed attention, and it wasn't until after everything had been consumed that Tsukiyomi stood in motion for one of the wolves to bring a last drink for the group. Unlike the meal proper, this time everyone in the room found themselves with a glass into which wine, and a very fine vintage, at that, if the bottle was anything to base it off of, was liberally poured. Things only became more odd as the words of Tsukiyomi's toast rang in her ears. Even so, she had brought the glass to her lips and drunk deeply before they had a chance to truly register in her mind. To consume the blood of our enemies, those who would cut down my children and slay the siblings of the wolves. Much to her own unease, she couldn't shake the feeling that he had meant that quite literally. Looking down at her half-filled glass, a shudder ran down her spine. He hadn't, had he? It would be a week until the fate of Yamanaka and Noichi escaped to the public of Konoha, and the second that Tsume heard it, she knew with absolute certainty. He had. She was surprised, at first, that every single one of them seemed so energetic, but it didn't take long to figure out why. The spy that had killed their kin and injured two of their members had been discovered and, while the spy himself hadn't been found, the one he answered to had been. More than that, the wolves had gotten a hold of him. His limbs, it was said, had been severed from his body, and his tongue, the very same one that had given the spies their orders, was cut out of his mouth by Tsukiyomi himself. They had left the man alive, a reminder of what price crossing they carried, but he was undoubtedly defeated, another foe of the wolves vanquished. Hopefully for the last time. And again, she didn't think the wolves would mind crushing them again, however many times it took to get the message across that they weren't to be messed with. Eventually it would sink in, not just for their current enemies, but for the entire world. Still, now wasn't a time to think of that, now was a time to celebrate the fact that the one who had stolen from the pack their fellow wolves had been punished for his foolishness. She soon learned that there was more cause for celebration than even that, for Tsukiyomi, in a barbaric gesture that appealed to the animalistic nature of his pack, had sent to them blood and flesh of the aggressor to be consumed that night. He had told the man the fate that would await him before his identity had been discovered. "We will devour you." And now, from what she understood, that was exactly what the wolves were about to do. Almost the entirety of the wolves stationed here in Nami no Kuni, which made up most of the wolves in the pack itself, were gathered together to share this meal. She found herself, the only non-wolf present, seated between Sai and Ito, the survivor of the event that had led to this. Captain Kigo, the one who had been with the guard that caught the spies and received a face full of explosive note for the effort, was seated beside him, still covered in bandages. Yakushi Kabuto sat on Sai's other side, and beside him sat one of his leaders from the sound group. Seated before them were the wolves, excitement nearly palpable in the air. Stew had been chosen as the manner in which they would devour their foe, blood mixed into a broth made with boiled marrow and traces of fat. Naturally, despite it not being the flesh of their enemy, the stew was filled primarily with meat, and only a scattering of potatoes and a scarce few carrots allowed it to be called anything more than meat soup. Of course, that was for the celebrating masses. Those at the head table, like Hana herself, were offered a smaller cup of soup and a plate of grilled meat. It wasn't hard to come to the proper conclusion as to what that meat was. Sai and his fellow wolves, unconcerned with the generally accepted morals of society, didn't waste any time in starting on it, no doubt considering it a great honor to be allowed so by their lord, when the others had to settle solely with the stew the kitchens had prepared. Kabuto and his fellow sound shinobi took part in the celebration by consuming the stew, but politely declined the plates offered to them. And then left Hana at a crossroads. Did she turn down the human flesh-like sound had it no consequence? Or did she partake of it like the wolves? It was immoral, she knew, but what place did human morals have in the pack she had become a part of? And besides, no one had to know, did they? Little did she know that her first bite was watched by every single person there, and it was at the moment she went for her second that she cemented her position amongst them. Inyazuka Hana was a wolf, if not in name then most certainly in heart. She ignored the inquisitive gaze of the dark room's only other occupant, instead focusing on the small vial that had been in her latest letter. Most interesting was the fact that she was being sent a letter that wasn't a reply to one she had sent. He had sent it for the express purpose of communicating with her. Not that it said much, mind you, it was very little more than a paragraph, but it said plenty. "Tobi Makoto, what were you sent?" A second voice from the same source continued the questioning. "And who sent it? Who are you in contact with?" The second voice was deeper and was noticeably suspicious. It was strange then that they came from the same being. Could they really be both simply curious and darkly distrusting at the same time? It's from a friend. She answered absently, holding up the small glass vial to the light to better see its contents. A light red glow splashed over her revealed face, nearly glowing against pale skin, as she pondered what it was she currently held. A friend? That had been the darker voice, one that was rough and gravely. "You don't have any friends?" accused the other. One could almost hear the frown on their face. "I do," she claimed. "One. And he sent me this letter." "And what's it say?" The lighter voice asked a question that the other undoubtedly wanted to know. "Not much." One could hear the small smile in her voice, even if it was hard to make out in the darkness. She was being intentionally vague just to annoy them, and it was working. Her enjoyment of that fact was easy enough to recognize. Just an explanation of the gift. And the gift. It was evident that the darker half was getting impatient with her and her uninformative explanations. The smile hadn't left her voice, but it took on a wicked edge. The blood of an enemy. Without breaking her gaze from the vial, the letter burst into flame. It was an old trick from her clan, one few had known before the massacre purely because of its simplicity. None had bothered learning something that looked so easy when there were more impressive jutsu to be mastered and, in many cases, stolen. Still, she was able to put it to use now to rid herself of a letter that had her watcher so suspicious. It wouldn't have hurt to let him read it, in fact, it probably would have been best for her, but it had been written by her beloved son just for her, and she didn't want to share it with anybody. Removing the stopper with her teeth, she quickly downed the contents just as she had been asked to, swallowing easily. Had the one in her room been anyone else, they may have found the action even the slightest bit strange. Considering this particular individual had a habit of eating people, however, it was nothing out of the ordinary. The fact that it recognized the symbolism as devouring one's enemy only made it seem more right. Giving a shrug, the being with two voices left the women's room. He didn't know who her friend was or what enemy had been vanquished, but so long as it didn't affect the plans the master had entrusted to it before his demise, it really didn't care what she got up to. In fact, so long as the others believed her to be who he claimed she was, she could go ahead and do just about anything she wanted to. Pain believed her to be the powerful apprentice and voice of Madara, and the others saw her somewhere between childish and psychotic. Something like this wasn't likely to change either of those views, and that suited him just fine. If she wanted to go about drinking the blood of her enemies, so be it. He just hoped that next time she might offer him some. Orochimaru spent far less time than others when she found a vial of blood in her possession. The note was simple enough, telling her nothing more than that what she held was the blood of an enemy that had been suitably punished for his actions against the wolves. They had been punished, and her godson had been kind enough to send her part of them. With a single quick movement she had uncorked the vial and taken the blood into her mouth, where she took a moment to savor the taste of victory, not of her own, but that of her darling godson's. He was such a good boy, taking care of himself, his forces, his enemies, and making sure to send her presents. And speaking of presents, she still owed him quite a few. She would really need to devote some more time to finding something suitable for the young man who was reminding her so much of herself when she was that age. It was absolutely beautiful. Swallowing the blood and grinning as she felt it slide down to settle in her stomach, she turned back to the envelope she had withdrawn the vial from. Chucking it away, she was only idly aware of it shattering against one of the stone walls of her hideout, more focused on neatly folding up the letter to be stored with all the others. Even if it was nothing but a quick description of her gift, it was still written for her by Naruto, and that made it precious. She would make sure to treat it as such. But first, perhaps, a quick retirement to her chambers. That boy had the most wonderful effect on her. Chapter 45. Will the wind blow? She hadn't bothered yet to draw the curtains this morning, leaving her room bathed in darkness. The light probably would have done her good, would have helped her clear her head instead of surrounding her tremulous thoughts, but she couldn't find the drive to rise from her seat on her bed and let it in. She didn't know more, like hadn't been told much, but it was enough to get a good idea as to what had happened. After all, few outsiders knew the wolves as she did, and there was no way to keep the news that they had paid a visit to the compound last night from circling the clan. What was hard to come to terms with was that the apparent target had been the only one she would have believed to know those wolves as well as herself. Yamanaka and Noichi had been admitted to the emergency care ward of the Konoha hospital. The two could not be dismissed as being unrelated, there was just no way it was a coincidence. There was no such thing, she found, as coincidence when the wolves were involved. Of course, that still left her not knowing why the wolves had gone after her father. As far as she knew, the quarrel between them had become no more, and that could only mean there was something she didn't know. Not surprising really, basic logic, but that same train of logic also dictated that something had to happen, and the wolves had shown no further interest in her clan. The explanation, then, was that her father had gone and done something she didn't know of to anger them once more. And that certainly explained his recent behavior. Scowling, she punched one of her pillows. Just when things were getting back on track he ended up throwing all their work away. Idly, some small part of her wondered if this was how he felt when she got Naruto to declare a feud between himself and the clan when her father had been trying to keep her clanmates from going after the boy. She felt she understood that just a bit better now, but any possible reasons for him to provoke the wolves still escaped her. With a sigh she let herself fall onto the bed, her feet dangling over the hard wooden floors. She needed answers, desperately, if she wanted to have any hope of clearing everything up and placating the wolves, should they still be agitated. Unfortunately, it would seem she was going to have no choice but to wait until her father was back to get them. That was, of course, assuming he would ever be coming home. Good news. It was the first thing she said as she let herself into the apartment with an excited slamming of the front door. Hearing it, the grinning Takebetsu Jonin as a wolf closed the door in the corner of his eye, Naruto raised a single brow, inquiring exactly what kind of news merited such actions from her. With the sheepish grin of a lightly chastised child who didn't actually think they had done anything wrong other than get caught, she rubbed the back of her head. That wasn't exactly an answer, though, and so he prodded again verbally this time. "And what is that good news, Anko?" The triumphant half-jump had her extending one arm high into the air and made the scroll within easily visible. "I got us a mission, and it's a good one." Her grin went from sheepish to excited as she peered at his face, expectantly waiting for a positive response like an attention-starved pet. His brow, which had returned to its resting position, merely raised once again in silent instruction to elaborate. Whether she understood that or had decided to continue on her own he didn't know, but he didn't bother questioning it either. The important fact, after all, is that it was done. "You know I keep trying to get the bandit extermination missions, but until now others have always beat me to it. Not surprising, really, it was the most popular mission type for shinobi of any rank. It didn't get much more straightforward than go there and kill everything. Not this time, though. I camped out in the ceiling of the Hokage tower, and so the second the missions were being handed out I dropped down and grabbed it." She seemed immensely pleased with herself, which brought an amused curve to his lips. He knew she could be serious, but she so often acted like a child that it was hard to think of her as anything else at times. Times like now, when she pouted at his lack of verbal response to her good news. "Okay then." He spoke, watching her face light up again. "Have fun." And just like that, the pout was back, bigger than ever. Oh, she was just so much fun to play around with. "Hey, don't be so mean, Naruto-kun." It was almost a whine, but the soft, distressed voice was very nearly adorable. The Kunoichi version is adorable, at least. Whatever do you mean?" But the huff, she crossed her arms over her prominently displayed chest. He really should try to convince her to wear something else, but he just couldn't bring himself to do so and gave him a look somewhere between innocent pleading and coercive glaring. Once again, he could almost call it adorable if just in the manner only Anko could be. "You know what I mean, you're supposed to come with me." "Am I?" "Yes." She stomped her foot, very much like a toddler throwing a tantrum. "Come kill things with me." "Fine, fine, I'll go on the mission with you." He watched her do a celebratory dance before continuing. "But this isn't just some attempt to forget your tent and sleep next to me, is it?" She stopped and immediately went from child to woman. Or, better yet, from child to mature Kunoichi. "Oh, most definitely." She shot him a salacious smile as she licked her lips. "But that's the same for every mission. The killing just makes it special. Who knows? Maybe I'll need your help washing away all the blood when we're done." She shot him a wink before turning and practically skipping out of the apartment, once again slamming the door as she crossed the threshold. Perhaps, she simply went from child to Anko. Or Anko to Anko. Yes, that fit quite nicely, didn't it? Because Anko was always Anko, there was just no changing that. Another smile tugged at his lips and he let it stretch over them freely. This was going to be fun. The smile turned to a frown as he turned in the direction of the kitchen. His foodstuffs for missions had been kept there, but now pieces of enoichi were too. He was going to have to get more before the mission. And probably a new freezer while he was at it. In dangerous circles it rolled, edging ever near the end where if left unchecked it would plummet to the wooden floor and spill its scarlet contents in a tinkle of shattering glass. Carefully she picked it up, cold against her pale fingers that trembled lightly. Placing it on her bed greatly reduced the chances of it breaking, which was good, for now. It was good, until she figured out what she needed to do with it. For why had she, Hyuga Hinata, been sent the blood of Yamanaka Enoichi? The wolves had seemed happy enough that she received it, for reasons she didn't know, but she had no idea what she wanted to do with it, or, more importantly, what she was expected to do with it. She would not have received it without proper reason, she was sure, now it was just a matter of figuring it out. Hopefully before something happens to it. Her first thought, naturally, had been to go to Naruto with her question. Most certainly there would be none who might be more aware as to the deliverance of the vial than he, no. Of course, Naruto was also a very busy person and she really didn't want to be a bother over a simple vial of blood. But was it simple? Was there meaning behind it, some symbolism she didn't understand that might lead her to insulting either him or his wolves and being left alone again? It was too terrible a thought, one that made her more determined to react to this most unusual gift, she supposed. She really didn't know what else it could be considered. Perhaps, if not Naruto, she could find his assistant Mai if she remembered correctly. Even if she didn't know what it was for, she would be able to ask Naruto when he was free. That way, at least, Hinata could eventually get the information she needed. Of course, she had no idea how to find the girl either, so that really didn't help her at all. The letter was always a possibility, it could be delivered now and answered when he had time, but she didn't know when that would be. Would it really be okay to potentially delay whatever she was supposed to be doing? With no other option at her immediate disposal, she sat at her desk and began to write, focusing on everything but the largest question that plagued her mind. If she had been given his blood by the wolves, what had become of Inoichi? The last sound he would hear would be the clanking of chains, as in a burst of movement they completely encircled him, jerking quickly to snap the neck and destroy the spine. Even if he hadn't died instantly, he had been rendered absolutely harmless. From his nearby position perched in a short tree and surrounded by bushes that came up high enough to cover most of his crouching position, Naruto watched dispassionately as his chains, with a single command from him, dragged the body away and into the nearby shrubbery at the bottom of the hill. These fools must have thought setting up their base in the middle of a valley in the northwestern part of the country would in some way fortify them against assailants. He almost pitied anyone who thought it actually gave them an advantage, when not just one but both of the hills that formed the valley were covered in dense foliage. Foliage he was taking ample advantage of. With a finger to his ear, his short-ranged mic switched on in a crackle of static. "Southeastern sentries clear," he reported. "You're free to start when ready, Lust." "Understood, Wrath, I'm starting the distraction now." The explosions were loud enough, but it was impossible to miss the bright flashes of light they produced in the early dusk. Of course, that was the whole point. It wouldn't do a lot of damage beyond the risk of a fire starting, but even that wouldn't be too hard for the bandits to put out with their numbers. Not that it would work in their favor, obviously, for if they were all preoccupied saving their camp from a fire, they would never see the approach of death. A large fire, unfortunately, would hinder them as much as it did the bandits, though the thought of just setting it all alight and waiting for it to die out was definitely tempting. The fact that they'd be up all night standing guard over the shouldering remains of the wooden fort, waiting until there was enough light to search by, and the fire had died down enough to allow them to sift through it, had been what kept them from going that route. They wanted to sleep, goddammit, and if that meant they had to kill everyone by hand, so be it. It also had the bonus of keeping any ill-gotten goods the bandits had acquired from taking damage. Not that either of them had any intention of returning them, it just meant they pay for this mission could be substantially more than it had been listed as unofficially, of course. No one else had to know now, did they? Two fingers raised in the air, clearly separated to indicate the number, and then came together to be flicked forward no less than 3 times. The response was immediate as 2 of the 3 wolves behind him began moving towards the fort. The third and final wolf, the only female of the group, moved closer to her lord, almost as if she intended to act as a physical shield for the next part of the operation. As far as Wrath could tell, that was actually pretty likely. Still, he had nothing against that action and let it be. She was to remain as his guard, for truly they could not bring themselves to leave him without one for any reason, and if that's how she went about her duties, then so be it. 2 chains emerged from his body as the other 2 passed, wrapping securely over their arms. His vantage point proved perfect for the sentries, but he was blind to many behind the wooden encampment. His wolves would serve as his eyes. Silence stretched through the night as he waited in the darkness, sharp eyes keeping track of the barely noticeable movement of his wolves. It was only because he knew they were there that he was able to spot them winding down the hill through bushes and trees to reach the clearing, one not nearly big enough in his opinion. It was possible the bandits here had been of the mind to try making their newly built fort blend in with the surroundings as much as possible. Either they hadn't yet finished, which was likely, or they had failed horribly, which was equally as likely. Either way, he had to shake his head at the setup they had chosen. They stood out like a sore thumb, and it was only the hide unnecessary in his opinion, but he tended to fortify his own buildings by having the wolves hide within the earth or, more preferably, into the side of a mountain like a cave that stopped him from being able to eliminate them without ever stepping foot into their newest base. It would stop an archer too, he mused, and if it was intentional, he applauded them. Of course, he had a feeling it was just luck, in which case he could only shake his head in amusement and smirk at the fact that it was about to run out. Still, it would have been a wonderful trap if satellite, there was no way their targets would have managed to escape. Pity that option had to be discarded. He was drawn from his thoughts as he felt a chakra pulse in one of the chains, and he replied by pumping in his own and extending it until he felt both through the minuscule chakra in his target and an actual physical feeling of his chains making impact. It struck true. One more potential threat they no longer needed to worry about. But half a thought the chakra was pulled from the chain, retracting until a second pulse of foreign chakra signaled that it was at the proper length to be directed by his wolf. Not long after the other chain received its own pulse, and he extended that one just as he had the first. Again and again the process continued, eliminating the bandits one at a time as they cleared those few sentries that had continued to man their post despite Lust's distraction. It was almost admirable. Foolish, yes, but it wasn't like they weren't all going to die regardless of what they did in response to the attack. It took almost 10 minutes for his wolves to make their way to where the rest of the bandits had gathered and another 3 for them to manipulate the chains to be in proper striking positions. Pulses of chakra told him where he needed to hold the chains, where he needed to make more, and, finally, when it was alright for him to begin. They didn't stand a chance. In a great wave of abyssal chains the majority of their numbers were torn to shreds or, at the very least, pinned to the soft ground to slowly bleed out. Those that had managed to escape soon found that fact rectified by multitudes of snakes and the twirling kunai of a dancing kunoichi. The crackle of static was followed by a whisper from a wolf to inform him that the base was clear, but even then he could still hear screams. Evidently Lust was still playing with her food. Trusting his wolves and their skill completely, he gave a single nod to his sentry, and the 2 of them began making their way down the hill at a far more increased pace than the wolves had earlier. But the threat cleared, there wasn't any need to be especially stealthy about their movements. Navigating the fort, likewise, took little time, both because it had already been cleared and because he needed only to follow his chains. The scene that greeted him was, honestly, pretty much what he expected. Lust, absolutely covered in blood from her own follow-up attack, happily worked on causing as much pain as she could to one of the bandits that had found themselves pinned to the soft rapidly reddening earth by ebon chains. The unlucky fool, it would seem, had only been pinned by his leg, and that left him as a perfect target to be chosen as her plaything tonight. In this case Wrath could say, without a doubt, that he truly pitied the unfortunate man. He himself had absolutely no desire to be submitted to her less than tender mercies. At least, in a situation like this, anyway. Having heard his approach she looked up from her work, a bright grin on her face. Whether that was Fro, being able to kill and torture bandits, seeing him, or a mixture of the two he really didn't know. What he did know was that she had soon pressed herself tightly against him and was hugging him for all she was worth. Idly, he noted the fact that he would, despite having been far removed from the actual battle, be leaving it covered in blood. He really should have expected that considering who it was he had gone on the mission with. See, I told you this would be fun. Still not letting him go she grinned down at him, relaxing her grasp just enough to let her do so. Yes, of course, lots of fun. He agreed, rather neutral about the whole thing. It was a job and while he appreciated the straightforwardness of it, he didn't get much enjoyment from killing strangers. If he knew them particularly for having wronged him or his children, well, that would be a different story. Aw, you don't sound too happy, Naruto-kun. He could both hear and see her pout and had to admit it was a bit strange when she was covered in blood. This is more of your thing, Anko, and now you've gone and covered me in blood. Nope, not Anko, she removed one arm from him to wag her finger in his face. I'm Lust, remember? You just called me by name, this can't be about keeping to the codenames. Why he let her choose them he had no idea. It's Lust if you want me to invite you to join me. A smirk had taken its place upon her lips, her eyes playful. With a sigh he decided to bite. Invite me to what? Nope, you said it wrong. Try invite me to what, Lust-chan? A dry state was the immediate response, but he eventually decided not without another sigh to humor her. Invite me to what, Lust-chan? Her smirk became a saucy grin. Why, to join me in washing the blood of course. It only took a moment for him to understand and suddenly it didn't seem like such an inconvenience. Not with incentive like that, at least. Something had changed, it was rather hard to miss. Before the wolves had shown proper respect due to her station she was, after all, chosen by their lord, but now they seemed to treat her as if she was one of them. A superior wolf, perhaps, but still a wolf, and that was a marked difference that was very hard to overlook. Such acceptance had been, quite honestly, rather unexpected, but that didn't necessarily make it a bad thing. To the contrary, she rather liked the way those she worked with seemed more relaxed in her presence, reminding her more of her own pack in their mannerisms and cementing the feeling of home she now felt here in Nami no Kuni. At this rate she didn't suspect she'd ever want to leave. And maybe she didn't. It was a truly horrible thing that had happened to Ino's father, Naruto thought, made more so by the identity of the perpetrators of the cruel actions against him. The wolves, the group affiliated with her brother, had struck against the Yamanaka once more. This time much more vicious than any before. Just thinking about it sent shivers down her spine and threatened to relieve her of her last meal. Arms severed at the shoulder, legs managed and removed at the knee with all the finesse of a sledgehammer, and, worst of all in her opinion, his tongue cut straight from his mouth. Ino had shared, of course, her suspicions that her father may have made the first move, keeping with the trend that in conflicts between the Yamanaka and the wolves only ever seemed to react, but even then, what could he have done to warrant such an extreme reaction? This wasn't like dragging their name through the mud that could be recovered. No, this was permanent as death. The death, if Ino's theories were to be believed, he may have been spared for the simple sake of drawing out his suffering by condemning him to live out the rest of his life in such a mangled state. It was cruel, it was ruthless, and it was exactly the kind of thing she could see the wolves doing to ensure their point got across. It was not, however, something she could imagine her beloved brother taking part in. She was coming to think, though, that perhaps she didn't know him as much as she'd like to think, at least, not anymore. At one point she was sure she knew everything about him, but after 4 years of separation he had changed, she had, perhaps, changed too, and those two facts combined made it impossible for her to truly claim knowing him any longer. But that was just something she would have to fix. It might not be easy, not with their mother's attempts to get him back in the clan and the fact that they never had opportunities to interact, but it was doable. The change, like the drop in the Yamanaka's renown, was only temporary. It could be fixed. But were she to give up, then she would never be able to forgive herself, even if she eventually tried again. And that was permanent. His eyes moved from the mountain of papers and back to his father. Once, twice, thrice more his gaze made the sweeping journey, and still he had trouble processing what he had been told. You want me to do what? The disbelief was palpable, filling the office completely and filling his father's heart with a relieved joy he hadn't felt in many years. Exactly what I said, my boy. His eyes, no doubt, were sparkling in mirth, even as an amused grin tugged at his lips around his trusty wooden pipe. In order to train you properly for the position of Hokage candidate, we need to familiarize you with the duties of a Hokage. And that means I'm supposed to be doing your paperwork. This had to be some sort of joke, right? Don't think of it as mine, chided Hiruzen. Think of it as the work of your future self. You don't mind lending yourself a hand now, do you? Sarutobi Asuma couldn't believe it, and by that he could believe it, he just didn't want to. His father couldn't possibly be thinking of that as some sort of valid argument in any situation. Well, perhaps when explaining something to his nephew, Konohamaru, but even then the kid might be able to tell something was wrong. But him? One of the 12 guardians and a high-rank shinobi with a sizable bounty on his head. There was no way he could be expected to accept that. The look he gave his father said as much. Now, Asuma, don't give me that look. This is the best way to prepare you to be Hokage. But I don't even want to be Hokage. Hiruzen just grinned. Of course you do, my boy, of course you do, and this here is the first step. Now, get to it. With that he turned from both the massive pile of procrastinated paperwork and his son and exited his office, leaving both and his worries behind. There was freedom in that action that Asuma couldn't understand. Not yet, at least, but he would in time. For now though, all the younger Sarutobi understood was that his father was enjoying this Hokage candidate thing far too much for his liking. Turning back to the tower of papers had it grown. He decided to do the only thing he could. He stole the preferred line of his favorite student. Troublesome. Something's come up, the deal's off. The brow on the otherwise stoic, albeit almost completely covered, rose in silent inquiry. Of course, silent as it was, he needed to repeat himself in a manner that properly conveyed the thought. Off? Wasn't this your plan? What could possibly have stopped you when you were determined enough to gather an army for this? Other plans, different opportunities. Konoha can wait, it lasted this long, it can last a bit more. Konoha, perhaps, but the sand will not be able to carry on much longer like this. We need Konoha out of the way if we are to survive even the next 5 years. I don't have the luxury of waiting for a time more convenient to you. There are other ways to secure your future, Kazekage don't know, the invasion was simply the most straightforward. You speak of them, but I know them not. What is it I can do to provide for my people at this point? We have nothing of value to trade, no strength to lend, and a daimyo who would happily see us all waste away to save himself a few 100,000 yen over the year when it's all provided by us in the first place. Ah, but you have an in with me, you see. The grin couldn't be seen as they, like the Kazekage, hid their face behind a veil. I've become fond of you and your people, probably because you were prepared to go to war with me and my forces against a major power, but I think that's enough reason to help you out, no? The eyes narrowed, but he didn't speak any objection to the thought. Taking this as an invitation to continue, the other proceeded to do so. The opportunity that presented itself to me recently was actually because I managed to get in contact with a Taitami past my godson, to be exact. Even covered as he was, the Kazekage's mannerisms showed obvious surprise, something that was noted with great amusement. As it so happens he's doing rather well for himself lately. So well, in fact, that he has influence in a rapidly growing wave and close ties to the House of Wolves of the Imperial Fire Court. The Kazekage didn't think he could be more surprised after learning that Orochimaru not only had a godson, but was in contact with them. He had been, obviously, vastly incorrect. He has ties to a house of the Imperial Fire Court. That was bigger than having influence in Konoha, for if the daimyo of Hai no Kuni were to offer words, his own daimyo would happily provide an ear to receive them. The potential for getting his village out of this mess was right there, in a few whispered words making it up the vine and across the desert. Would it be enough? Probably not, but it could get things started, and that was more than he dared hope for previously. But he does, close ties, from what I understand. Yet another hidden grin formed, even wider than the last. After all, he managed to get me permission to build an outpost near the village of Wave. Truly. If he could get an outpost they had an opportunity to improve their situation by spreading the superior jewelry their artisans produced in a much easier manner. That would help everyone in the village given enough time. Orochimaru nodded. The wolves are rather territorial, and yet they accepted my forces without issue at his word. Gee, of course they did, he was their lord after all. If they hadn't they would have been killed for going against him if not by Naruto himself then by Orochimaru. No one crossed her godson without crossing her, and she did not give mercy. Then perhaps that truly is an option. I will have to have you set up a meeting between us. The Kazekage frowned, something that Orochimaru could practically feel. The council, however, will be harder to convince. Orochimaru shrugged. They stand down or they die. Any who attack Konoha will be invading the territory of the wolves and will be torn to shreds. Any who escape I will personally hunt down and deliver to my godson's feet. There was actual devotion in those words, something that actually made the Kazekage's skin crawl. It was completely wrong to even think about an Orochimaru that was driven to any degree by feeling for another to see it. He could not describe the feeling that shook his very being. Orochimaru was scary enough, but for him to be driven meant that this godson of theirs held in his hands the means to plunge the entire world into darkness and chaos at a whim. The very notion would rob him of sleep for the coming weeks. And when he finally managed to drift into the land of slumber, it would plague his nightmares. Chapter 46. Double Standard. A single crinkled eye smiled down at his students, his other hidden as usual behind his headband. 3 sheaves of paper were held tightly in one hand, awaiting his team to fill them out for admission to an event that could rapidly excel their newly started careers as shinobi of the leaf. For that reason alone he wondered if he really wanted them to enter. Not because he was worried about their well-being or didn't want his team to move away from him, both were actually something he very much would like to see come to pass, but because it had the potential to help them. If you turned your head funny, that was. Nevertheless, it could be beneficial, and Kakashi really hated his genin team. Which is why he had such trouble deciding whether or not he really wanted to give them such an opportunity. In the end, however, it was still a deadly tournament that could remove them from being his responsibility and perhaps even amongst the living, and even if they didn't, they would be tormented by their failure. That had been the final thought that tipped the decision. Letting them participate, struggle, overcome obstacles, and then fail. The thought of their disappointment and self-loathing was absolutely delicious. Let it be known that Kakashi was a cruel motherfucker. Of course, his comrades usually considered that a good thing. They were, after all, shinobi. But that was a matter for another time. Right now he needed to pass out the papers, perhaps taunt them a bit, and then wipe his hands of them for the next 2 weeks before the first task for preparation purposes. In other words, he got to have a 2-week vacation to relax as his students got ready to face a challenge that could very well end both their careers and lives. Oh, that was going to give him some happy dreams. Dreams he wouldn't mind taking extra naps to experience. The Hokage had said it once before, but it was damn good to be Kakashi. Alright, my little failures, I have a present for you all. They were used to the derogatory comments, having been assigned to Kakashi for some time now, but the cheerful voice he used warned them that this wasn't likely to be pleasant for them. What? It was little more than a grunt, but the team had been given more than enough time to learn the hidden language of Sasuke. To be fair, though, this particular grunt was very near being the word itself. These. He thrust out his hands, holding the papers very much like a bouquet. Blankly his 3 students stared at him. When no elaboration was forthcoming, Naruto crossed her arms over her chest and with a cock of her hip, asked a simple and concise. What? Kakashi seemed to deflate a little at the repeated question and lack of excitement, and that made them all even more wary. If it was good enough for Kakashi to be in a playful mood, it wasn't going to be good for them. Why, forms for the Chunin exams, of course. That got their attention. For a moment the three felt the excitement growing within their hearts, but it ended up leaving just as fast as they shot him suspicious looks. It was Sakura who gave voice to some of the questions. "Why exactly do you want us to participate in these exams?" she asked. "You haven't even had us a year and you've only half-assed teamwork exercises and taught us some chakra control, so you could watch us fall out of trees repeatedly. Now, I just have that much faith in the abilities you already have." At their disbelieving stares, yes, even Sasuke wasn't so arrogant to think he was, with the knowledge he was in possession of since the academy, ready to go against those who had actually been trained by Jonin. He continued. "Sasuke has his Sharingan and plenty of fire techniques," he started. "And Naruto has her chains which draw from massive chakra reserves many times the size of those much older than her. And me? What do I have, Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura, obviously, had been the one to ask this. "You? Well." Kakashi scratched the back of his head for a moment before looking about for a quick answer, something that didn't exactly lead to inspiring confidence in the young kunoichi. "Ah. You have Sasuke and Naruto, of course." He received 3 more flat looks for that. Because they didn't like the idea of being in a dangerous exam with someone who couldn't hold their own weight, and the other because she didn't want to be forced to rely upon the other two during a 3-part challenge that could steal away her life. Kakashi, however, really wasn't concerned. "Well then, have fun." Throwing the papers at them, he disappeared in a swirl of leaves, one that happened to catch the papers as well. Team 7 couldn't decide if the trouble of the exams was even worth chasing after the escaping papers. In the end, however, they did recover them, each member claiming one for safekeeping. Just in case. Hiding in nearby trees, half of his attention on his beloved porn, Kakashi giggled. One way or another, he might soon be free of at least some of his students. He couldn't wait. He should be angry, furious, sad, miserable, anything, but he wasn't. No, that wasn't quite true. If there was one thing he could claim, it was that he was tired. Bone-achingly, soul-encompassingly tired. But beyond that unnatural weariness that permeated his entire being, he had come to terms with the fate that had befallen him, the fate he had, quite honestly, brought upon himself. He had accepted it then, when judgment was passed, and now there was nothing to be felt about his situation. Nothing but, perhaps, even just a little bit of gratitude. Many would see his future as extended punishment from someone too cruel to grant his enemy death, but he was thankful enough to have this chance to continue being a part of his family's lives. His family, after all, was the entire reason he had done what he did. A mistake that may have been, but the intention remained. He wanted what was best for his family, and if that meant he needed to be forced to the side so that they could shape their own future, then he was okay with that. Some part of him still demanded that the weight of such duty fall upon his shoulders, but it was silenced readily enough by the fact that he couldn't support anything on his shoulders. Not now, not as he currently was. Perhaps one day, wolves willing, he might obtain prosthetics and learn to live an almost normal life once more, but that was probably years away. So for now he would just sit tight and make the most of the opportunity he still had to be with his family. It was time, though perhaps earlier than he had ever really expected, for the next generation to take its place. Hopefully they would learn from the mistakes of those that came before them. Of course, he already knew his daughter was ready for it. She had shown herself more than capable of rising to be what the clan needed. And that set his heart at ease. Perhaps there really was a future for the Yamanaka after all. It was a peaceful quiet that filled his home, one broken only by the shuffling of papers, the scratching of a pen over paper, Mai's occasional sip from her tea, and the almost inaudible humming of one of his wolf guards as she brushed his still drying hair. Having recently finished a quick spar with his sensei, though she still didn't like him calling her that, and learning that he was, as he had feared, getting a bit rusty, he was understandably drenched in sweat. A quick shower, unfortunately, was all he had time enough to spare for. Taking over a country, one might imagine, would certainly have its fair share of paperwork. A mercenary organization and the management of a secret cult within a prominent clan also produced a lot of work that was immediately addressed by those who would have otherwise been able to help him with the work he had now. Sai took care of a lot of it on the wolves' side, and some of the remainder was seen to by Mai, but she was also taking care of the majority of management, which included not a little bit of guidance delivered to the former heiress in how to keep things from happening too early, but even then work from both parts ended up before him on a regular basis. Even if it didn't, he still had to review everything the two of them were doing to ensure any future plans fit in as they needed to. Then came Nami no Kuni. Thank the gods for Hana. With her taking care of a good portion of the everyday dealings of the rapidly expanding town, he only needed to work on the country itself. Still a lot of work, don't get him wrong, but managing the yet-to-be-developed land that made up a large chunk of his new country was far more simple than it would be if he had to worry about inhabitants too. Unfortunately, it all added up to a lot of work, even with the help he received from the three of them. Which is why he was here now, poring over papers and reading reports in the little time he had. He had barely been able to justify that sparring session as a necessity in order to get away for a few hours, but now he had the remainder of the day's work and not nearly enough time to complete it. He should be able to get most of it done before he retires for the evening, though he had to wonder if he really needed that sleep. Perhaps some caffeine as a substitute. And then if he skipped training tomorrow he could catch up for the past week. Going on a mission, it would seem, was not entirely conducive to keeping up with incoming paperwork. With swift strokes of his pen he approved another request and wondered how something as insane as changing the color of sleeping bags from purple to red had managed to get all the way up the chain to him. Did Sai just think it would be funny? And even if it did, it had to go through Mai too, was she in on it? Shooting her a suspicious look even as he set the paper to the side, he could have sworn he saw an amused smile try to form on her lips as she recognized the request he had just read. He forgot, sometimes, that the two of them were practically siblings. Then again, maybe they were. It occurred to them that he had never actually asked. Then again, he hardly saw how it really mattered in the end. The thought of making her help him for that briefly crossed his mind, but she had enough on her plate and this was one of her few chances to take a break. He wouldn't deny her a bit of well-earned rest, though he did wonder why she wasn't off with Tsume, the two of them seemed rather close. He was about to return to his work when a knock sounded from the front door. Odd. Anko usually just walked in, and when Kurenai visited, though that was admittedly rare as she was busy with her team, she was almost always seen by a wolf. He heard the door open and whispered murmurs from outside the room as his second guard, who had been lounging on his couch with a magazine and a bowl of chips, went to investigate. It wasn't long after that he returned with the Yamanaka heiress in tow. Well, that was unexpected, but perhaps it shouldn't have been. After all, he did just attack her father. Fortunately, she didn't seem angry outwardly, at least. That was a good sign, no. Ah, it would seem we have a guest today, might I ask who you're visiting as? A sound question, considering the various roles she held. Ino, daughter of Inoichi. I see. So not the clan heiress, not a clan member, not a genin of Konoha, not a consilmember, as deceiving as that really was in her case, considering Kushina held all the power for her clan at the moment, and not even as an acquaintance from the academy. Good to know. So what brings you here, daughter of Inoichi? As if it wasn't so painfully obvious to everyone there. Mai pretended to only take polite interest in conversation despite being fully alert, and the wolf behind him had noticeably tensed while they continued at their self-appointed task of brushing his hair. Both were ready to leap to his defense quite literally at a moment's notice. Questions? She was still being vague, as if wanting him to ask a specific question, but they both knew it was merely a result of her trying to stay composed at the moment. He had to give her credit for that, it probably wasn't easy for her to come speak with him after what had just been done to her father. He wouldn't insult her by pretending she wouldn't have immediately drawn the conclusion of the wolves, and further by ignoring the fact that she was absolutely correct. You see questions? Her lips almost curved into a smile for the barest of seconds before being forced down, once more reminded of her current location and the reasons behind it. No, questions are what bring me here today, I'm looking for answers. Gently he placed down his pen, folding both hands before his face as he met her eyes. And what questions trouble you so, Ino? Why? She paused but continued before it could be taken as she was waiting for a response. No, that won't get me the answer I need. She tried again. What? One brow raised, instructing her to elaborate upon her question. What did he do? There it was, a full question. What was it that brought about such a reaction? Ah, now there is a proper question. He leaned forward, now resting his face on his clasped hands. Sit, Ino, and I will tell you of your father's two major mistakes. Obediently she did so, sitting across from him. She didn't pay any attention to the cup of tea placed by her or the wolf that had resumed their work on their lord's hair. Those weren't important right now. This, however, was. The first mistake was, quite arguably, the largest, for had he not made it the second would never have been an issue. Naruto leaned back slightly, keeping one hand balled under his chin for support as the fingers of the other drummed lightly against the table. Almost as if on a completely different tangent he continued. I liked your father, you know, he always came across as having a good head on his shoulders and his devotion to the well-being of his family, that being you and your mother and the clan as a whole was admirable. He liked to think things through and did so whenever he had the chance. I say this because even his mistake would be, in normal circumstances, nothing out of the ordinary. There is, of course, a single fact that changes it from acceptable to unforgivable. Do you know what that is? She didn't even need to think about that answer, it was far too obvious. It was made against you. A double standard, perhaps, but that's how it was for everybody. So long as things didn't happen to you and yours you typically didn't care. The second it was, however, you couldn't let it go. Very good. He nodded, an approving smile pulling lightly at his lips. Even then, however, there almost wasn't any issue with his actions. Like I said, he preferred to think things out and make plans before committing to actions. He seemed a bit hasty in this, but he did a good job setting things up nonetheless. He sent them by designer fortune I know not when I was away, the perfect time. He sent his best, those who would complete the mission or sacrifice everything in the attempt, the perfect selection. And he assigned them something that would avoid direct conflict, the perfect assignment. It was at this point Ino asked another question, not knowing even this much about her father's actions. Who did he send? She paused only briefly, now thinking about their task as much as their identity. What did he send? Another smile came her way, one that gave off hints of pride. It was a conflicting smile, for her, at least. While she was upset about what had happened to her father at his hands, it was still nice to be recognized. She'd come a long way from her past fangirl self, after all. Spies? There was some relief to be felt in that answer. Spies weren't so bad in the grand scheme of things. Sure, they could make or break entire campaigns, but they were also expected, a crucial part of this shinobi world. Assassins, likewise, were common with villages of shinobi hiring out to the highest bidder, but those tended to be less accepted by one's enemies. 3 spies managed to avoid my patrols for several days before getting caught. He further explained. And that, in itself, is not the problem. There are plenty of spies around Nami no Kuni at the moment, both because it's inevitable and because I want word of the wolves to spread. No, the mistake here is the single thing that made Inoichi's spies unique. They killed my wolves. Ino could have sworn her heart stopped at hearing those words. That had been spies, hadn't they? Why on earth would they make moves against the wolves, something they would have known could only end with the wrath of the pack crashing down upon the entire clan? Hurting them was one thing, fighting them was fine, but to kill them? That was something the pack would not forgive, and they had already shown cruelty even in their mercy. The state of her clan before Kushina could attest to as much, and that was for mere words. She couldn't even imagine what would be done to someone who killed a wolf, but then again, had her father not discovered that fate. Comparing the two transgressions to their punishment, she couldn't help but feel much to her shame and not a little guilt that her father had actually gotten off too lightly. Then again, had Naruto not said he liked Inoichi? Was that why the punishment was weighed against him less heavily? Or did it have something more to do with Naruto directing it all against one target instead of many and having to adjust accordingly? If that was the case her clan would never be able to comprehend just how fortunate they were. And that also explained why her father seemed so relieved despite his current state. Not because he had gotten off lightly, but because the clan had been spared punishment from his mistakes. Of course, she still didn't know exactly what those mistakes were. Naruto, continuing on as if speaking of nothing of consequence, quickly rectified that. Considering that they were killed by the explosive tags on the spy they captured, tags activated by one of the spies as he fled, I have to say they performed to textbook perfection. In fact, the entire mission he had given them was as close to perfection as possible, the problem lying in the fact that the textbook perfect actions still carried a cost both to your clan and more importantly my wolves. The mission cost them their lives, which was the first mistake. It was not fully his fault, I admit. He hadn't given them orders to kill my children, but it happened under his command nonetheless. He paused there, both to give her a moment to process what she had been saying so far and to provide a chance for her to speak. She took it, but once again it was to ask a question. No comments were made about his punishment or about anything being unfair. She didn't scream or cry or accuse him of anything. No, just another simple question. Clarification. He had to wonder if she accepted it or was just very good at keeping her emotions under control these days. Either way, he was impressed. And the second? Naruto grinned again, but this time it was vicious. Still, there was some small smattering of pride in his eyes amongst what she was tempted to call arrogant amusement, as if the answer dealt not with the dealings of two humans, but between a bug and a god. His answer simply seemed to confirm her description of the look. He tried to hide it from me. Of course. She was almost tempted to roll her eyes, but she knew better than to try something like that. Perhaps if they were on better terms she would have risked it or, at the very least, were talking about her father and how his actions had killed some of the wolves' operatives that the young man before her considered his children. In fact, he mused. He almost managed to do so. I suppose that means it was a third mistake that sealed his fate, one that brought the consequences of the other two upon him. And that was? This time, she did not receive a proper answer. Not important. He waved his hand as if dismissing the matter entirely. As far as she was concerned he had for this meeting, at least. I have to wonder, though, why you needed me to tell you what had happened. She had not expected that but answered anyway. You cut out his tongue and remove his arms, it's not exactly easy for him to communicate, and it's much more straightforward to ask you than to ask yes or no questions to him, until I manage to convince myself I know what's going on. True, he began. Without warning, however, his eyes seemed to harden as they focused on her own. But that doesn't mean there aren't other ways. I know for a fact Yamanaka could simply enter his mind and speak to him there. Ino swallowed nervously. She had, originally, believed that to have been something he had missed when he decided on a punishment. As it would seem, he was well aware. It had been, of course, why she didn't come out and say she had already tried in the first place. That, apparently, wasn't a problem anymore. I tried, he wouldn't say anything. Naruto raised a brow, giving off a feeling of being half impressed and half curious. Oh, did he now? Nothing at all. Not a thing. She confirmed. He wouldn't even tell me, he wouldn't speak of it, just shook his head like he had done when asked about it in the physical world. A small smile pulled his lips taut. Like I said earlier, Ino, I rather like your father. He knows better than to try getting around my punishment. Perhaps, one day, I might give him leave to speak with his clan without restraint. He paused, tilting his head to the side before nodding to himself. For now, however, let him know I'm pleased by his actions. I will. Good, anything else? She shook her head in the negative. In that case you are free to leave, I have paperwork to get back to. And with that his attention was once more upon the papers scattered before him. Blunt dismissal as it was, she wasted no time in seeing herself out. Of course, that means she was unaware of the purple eyes that followed her. The Yamanaka really did seem to have a terrible habit of making his life interesting, didn't they? The group did not speak, at least not in words. Rather, two pairs of eyes communicated basic emotions between them which said more than enough. Almost at once they turned from each other and to the subject of their silent discussion. The youngest of the group, their brother, walked silently, his face expressionless and his eyes staring dully out across the expanse of sand they traversed. Despite being the youngest, however, he was, without a doubt, the strongest. So strong, in fact, that he could crush them at a moment's notice without a second's thought or the barest of effort. There was, on occasion, comfort from that, for they were not his target, but neither was foolish enough to believe they couldn't become such in the time it would take them to blink. Oddly enough, it was not his presence itself that put them on edge at this time. Rather, it was the words of their father that continued to play through their heads, bringing about uncertainty as to the path they were expected to walk. Their orders were simple enough, the meaning behind them well known until now. They were to visit the upcoming Chunin exams like any other genin and do their best to be recognized, but that was a minor detail in the end. Their main purpose had been to give cover for their brother's presence, something that couldn't otherwise be excused in a foreign village. During the exam, specifically during the last event, their brother would release control over his body to the demon sealed within him and rampage through the village that claimed to be their ally. At the same time a force from both their village and a rather unknown minor village would begin an invasion with the simple purpose of razing Hokage to the ground. Or, that's what was supposed to be happening. Now, though, their father said their partner who was going to be providing a majority of the troops and summons that their own village didn't have ready access to, would no longer be participating. An old contact of theirs, it would seem, had gotten a hold of them after many years and had apparently set up shop in Konoha. Whatever partnership those two had established previously was more useful than the destruction of the village, something that had been their idea in the first place. It was suspicious, but it wasn't their place to question it. It was, however, their place to question what it was they were supposed to do now. Their father told them to ignore the orders of the council, claiming that without their supporters aiding them, they were guaranteed to fail, and they were better off simply getting out should the others attempt to proceed with the invasion. He was Cage, but the council was not powerless, were they really able to do so without consequences? Their Cage had tried to talk the council out of it, and some agreed, but the majority seemed dead set on this course of action. Dead set, wasn't that fitting? Their eyes moved from their brother to meet one more time, both showing the nervous uncertainty felt by the other. Their brother would be participating, his bloodlust would demand no less, but Temari and Kankuro would be perfectly okay with having no part in this. They had to wonder if that truly was an option at this point. Chapter 47. Shepherd of the Goddess. They watched her, tracing every energetic movement as she played her role on this great stage. An elaborate play directed by a mix of living and dead to bring about an ending she was not allowed to see. The script, if it could be called such, was a jumbled mess that made sense only to those who were privy to the truth. Even then, she had a suspicion that not even they knew, truly, how this would end. Victory or defeat, perhaps, but that was inconsequential. The paths to each one, the lingering results, that's what would likely define the world for time to come. She, perhaps, did not focus on that fact as much as she should. It was far too easy to simply slide into her role and play her part, sometimes the fool, other times the puppet master. Sometimes, she had trouble remembering which was which and, more importantly, which was her. Of course, either way she knew that she was his, and that would ensure she always had an identity. It didn't matter what role she adopted in the end, so long as there was a constant that connected them all to her past life, to her current life, and to her newest life. Naruto, leader of the wolves, served that role. And she, in turn, served him. It was a symbiotic relationship, in her eyes at least, but one couldn't deny that there were benefits present for both of them. They could argue quite extensively, however, as to who was getting the better end of the deal. Not that she really cared, she never looked into it that far. She knew he was a part of her life, an important part, and in turn she would be a part of his no matter what it took. They had each other, and that's what she preferred to focus on. She did not, however, enjoy focusing on the eyes that trailed her every move. It was to be expected that she'd gather attention with both her act and the fact that she was one of only 2 women in this group of S-ranked men, but it was who she was getting attention from that was the main problem. She could stand the eyes of the others, and neither the Jashiness nor the Iwanin were all that bad looking if you could overlook the verbal tics, namely the uns and the constant stream of vulgarity, but there was one pair she could not accept looking at her, especially if the gaze was what she thought it was. Uchiha fucking Itachi. Her no good kinslaying traitorous bastard son. Well, not really a bastard, she had been married for several months before he was conceived, but the sentiment remained. Having his eyes on her at all was disgusting and infuriated her to no end, but the thought that he might be, in any way, attracted to her made her skin crawl. That piece of filth would never be worthy of her, not after what he had done. She couldn't fully hold him accountable, she realized, for he had no idea her identity, though it seemed he might at first with how much he stared at her, and even she had to admit the figure she cut in an extremely tight by Akatsuki standard cloak was damn sexy. She could understand, of course, but she didn't like it. Not at all. Still, it could have its uses. If he was interested, it was possible that he'd let his guard down, providing her with an opportunity to make right her mistake. The one where she brought him into this world. Not only would it provide her a chance for both vengeance and to avenge her lost family, but it would also eliminate a powerful member of Akatsuki, a group that could prove itself a threat to Naruto one day. That couldn't be allowed to happen. Of course, it was only because she could console herself with the fact that this was at least in part for Naruto that she was even able to consider such an action. There was just so much that could go wrong, and the act to any degree was almost too horrible to comprehend. But he was counting on her, and she wasn't about to let her only precious person down. That's why she found herself turning to face him, her body language not once breaking out of character, but still managing to convey an almost innocent embarrassment. How it managed that was anyone's guess, but the way she bounced on her feet to make her hips sway certainly helped distract anyone who might think to ponder the occurrence. If nothing else, it most definitely ensured she had his attention. MOU Itachi-senpai, it's so embarrassing when you look at me like that. I'm getting all flustered. When there was a noticeable dusting of pink on the usually stoic Uchiha's face, she felt equal parts satisfaction and revulsion. On one hand she had, for the moment, succeeded in catching him off guard and brought to his attention the fact that she was well aware as to how his eyes liked to linger upon her cloaked form. On the other, the traitorous shit she had given birth to was probably as she thought this, believing she might be interested. She was willing to bet the fucker was thinking dirty thoughts about her, even as he hurriedly excused himself from the room. Oh, what she did for her beloved son. Naruto better show his appreciation when they next met. Preferably with lots of cuddle time. Makoto loved her cuddle time. He ignored the curious gazes of the sentries, at least a few of which were trying to hide amused grins. Still, they didn't try to stop him, so that was something at least. He didn't know if that was because he had been granted permission to visit by the head of the clan, because some of them were part of the cult allied with his forces, or because they could take one look at what he was carrying and know exactly what it was he was doing at their compound today. Do something wrong or trying to get some points built up for when you do? Asked one as he passed. From behind his boxes from the local bakery, he shot the man a smirk but didn't otherwise respond, carrying on with his load without pausing. He didn't both wait for a guide, in fact, he openly ignored the clan member that had been waiting to greet visitors on the inside of the gate as he already knew where it was he needed to go. Partly from having been here before and partly because he had wolves who sent back regular reports containing details about everything from most popular dishes cooked by the kitchen staff to the complete layout of the entire complex. It tended to give one such as him a slight advantage. Cutting through a few walkways primarily used by servants, that was, branch members marked as slaves by their own kin, he made quick time to his destination. He didn't know what actually brought her to the door in the end, his quick raps on the wood, how odd that the bedrooms here had wooden doors, while regular rooms held only rice paper or the smell of his gifts. Regardless, the door was thrown open even before his knuckles left the wood. It was followed, naturally, by an embarrassed squeak. Whether that was from her actions or realizing who it was on the other side he didn't know, but she did seem to be getting better. The fact that she was able to quickly recover enough to form words was evidence of that. "Ah, Naruto-kun." She moved as if she were about to hug him, but stopped at seeing the boxes in her arm. Momentary confusion gave way to recognition, and an even greater eagerness overcame her. Practically bouncing, she pulled him into her room before quickly closing the door and moving to take the boxes from him. At the last second she paused, remembering who it was who held her prize, but he only gave an amused grin which she took as permission to continue. Moving them from his arms to a rather clear desk, she wasted no time in throwing open the top box and taking in the beautiful sight of fresh baked goods. He had a feeling his presence was completely forgotten when compared to the greatness of the assorted pastries. Taking a seat on her bed, this was much more comfortable than his own. He settled in to wait. 10 minutes and half a box later he coughed gently to remind her of his existence. Another squeak followed as she spun around, looking very much like a guilty chipmunk as she cradled her half-eaten cinnamon bun tightly to her chest, completely oblivious to the icing getting over her sweater. "I take it you like my gifts?" he asked. The answer was obvious, but he asked anyway. In response she frantically nodded her head, her cheeks too full to speak. It wasn't Anko adorable, but it was, well, Hinata adorable. Did that just mean the two of them were adorable, or was it something more along the lines of them both being Naruto adorable, as it was him seeing them as such? He shook the thought from his head. He could ponder it later. For now, however, his visit had more purpose behind it than feeding Hinata's insatiable craving for pastries. Though, admittedly, that was probably more fun. "I got your letter," he said simply. Hinata, who was in the process of swallowing her prize and regretting not asking another branch member for some milk first, almost choked at being reminded. Unbidden her eyes darted to her desk drawer where the small vial of blood sat innocently. Or, as innocently as a vial of blood from a fellow Konoha shinobi could. So, perhaps not all that innocently, especially when it could be used to link her to whatever had happened to Inoichi. The details were still rather unknown for the most part, and speculation ran rampant through the gossip vines around Konoha. The fact that she had even thought of such a thing, however, was rather impressive. Hinata before and most of her classmates, no doubt, probably wouldn't worry about something like that yet, but to be fair, she had been worrying about it almost non-stop for days now. It was evidence, however, of the wolves or perhaps just Naruto rubbing off on her. In the world of shinobi, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least not in this case. He waited until she had recovered and fully swallowed what had likely been the entire other half of the cinnamon roll, still spreading icing all over her jacket. Should he point that out to the poor girl or no, he'd wait. No need to get her embarrassed now, he could use it in an effort to change the subject later. "I should probably start by apologizing, which is in part why I brought gifts. I haven't been keeping you up to date on the going-ons of the wolves as well as I should have been, and you probably felt quite lost when you received that particular gift." She nodded in confirmation despite it being unnecessary, and he gave her a small, warm smile, something to comfort the innocent young woman. Patting a place next to him on her bed he bid her to join him, which, blushing deeply, she did. She didn't know what role in her life he played, but he was still a boy and they were going to be on her bed together, in her room, all alone. Of course, being the daughter of the clan head, this was the first time anything similar had ever happened. Perhaps if she had male friends or even any friends when she was younger, it would seem less intimate and more casual. Unfortunately, Sheltered really did describe her well, though the innocence it resulted in was undoubtedly cute. When she did manage to make her way over to the bed and take a seat near him, he reached out his right arm and dragged her until their legs were touching, and then further, until her side was against his chest. Placing his chin on her head, which was only possible because the small girl was at an angle, he began to fill her in. "Inoichi is a good man," he started. "And I'm rather fond of him. He acts as a clan head and caring father should, the only problem is that for those reasons he couldn't ignore me. We had a ceasefire, a tentative truce, and though he was loath to break it, he needed to know what I was doing so he could avoid having his clan and his family in the way." He paused now, giving her time to process his words thus far, before continuing on. "The issue occurred when his efforts to keep from being the target of our wrath ended up bringing that very same wrath upon him." What did he do? He couldn't see her face, but he was sure it was quite red at the moment. "It wasn't even him," he admitted. "He had sent spies to keep an eye on us, nothing that wouldn't have been expected of any good leader, but those spies, in their effort to keep us from knowing their identities and possibly striking out at their clan in retribution, ended up killing my children. 5 wolves died that night, stolen from me, all so that one of his spies might live to report to him. Commendable, for a shinobi, but as a father I cannot accept such, did not accept such. Inoichi had already managed to get his spy out of Konoha and set up somewhere else, which left him as the only one involved still around to feel my wrath. I had much respect for Inoichi, but that only increased when he accepted the consequences of his actions. He did not attempt to escape, he did not beg, and even when I left him able to get around some of his punishment, he refused to use it. Such strong will, such character, is rarely seen. What was it you did to him? The rest made sense, in a way. She was rather attached to her own wolf guards, spending so much time with them, and knew that she would be hit pretty hard if they were to be killed. She could understand his anger and knew he would never let those that wronged him or his get away. The only question was the fate that had befallen the man he spoke so highly about. How odd that he seemed to both curse and praise the man who had ended the lives of those he considered children. For his attempts to hide it from me I took his legs so that he might not run. Naruto began, aware of the way her entire body tensed and began trembling against him. His arms, that he could never again raise his hands against my children. Finally, I removed his tongue so that he could not order his men against me. One piece, he further explained. For the life of each wolf he stole. Pulling her closer, she eventually ended up seated on his lap, her face buried into his chest, as she came to terms with what the young man she currently clung to had done. It was horrible, absolutely horrible, and she had some trouble accepting that the one who had been so kind to her could do something so terrible to another. He's still alive, little lamb. He tried to console her, rubbing soothing circles over her back and well aware of the icing that was now being spread over his own clothes. How fortunate was he to have not worn his furs this day, cleaning them would have been horrible. Alive and with his family. He was happy to take the full punishment earned by members of his clan so that the others might be spared. In the beginning and in the end, it was always from his choices, don't cry for him. It took a few minutes, but eventually she calmed down. Still, she made no move to leave his lap, nor turn away from the chest she had buried her face in. Inoichi, at that moment, was an enemy, a threat to my pack, my family. He paid the price for it, but I would not steal his own family away from him. That's why I gave you the vial. She looked up now, face filled with confusion. It's evidence of the price he paid, retribution for what he did against my family. You, little lamb, and those here who follow you are protected by the pack. That vial is to remind you of what fate befalls those who go against us, so you can be confident in the knowledge that we will do whatever it takes to protect you. Of course, that wasn't true at all. He had sent out the blood to all allies and she was one of them. She, however, was the only one who wouldn't know what the gift was intended, for she was also the only one who didn't necessarily want to partake of the blood. She was still so sweet, so innocent, and he liked that. The fact that it made her so much easier to direct only helped. So when he received the letter expressing her confusion he realized his mistake and moved to correct it as quickly as possible. Personally, he rather liked the spin he had managed to put on it, considering he came up with it on the walk here. Admittedly, the main reason he had stopped at a local bakery was to give himself some more time to come up with it. Regardless, it seemed to have worked quite well, all things considered, and the confused face had melted away to something between gratitude and admiration. Gods above, she had been left so malleable by the actions of her family. He was thankful for that, he really was, as he had come to enjoy her innocence and the way she looked up to him, but it was still shameful that the Hyuga would leave their heirs, even if they knew that position would be eventually claimed by the youngest, so desperate for someone to guide them. He would be that person, that protector and guide she so needed. The little lamb was a goddess to her people, and he her shepherd. Through her he gained formidable political strength and plenty of resources, or, he would, in time, and through him, she gained someone to look up to who would care for her. Perhaps not the most fair trade, but one couldn't deny that they both, in some way, benefited from the arrangement. Even if only one of them was truly aware of it. Still, there was no reason for her to ever know about any of that, and so he just offered her a soft smile. Do you have anything we can use to turn it into a necklace for you? Cord or ribbon perhaps? Quickly he likened it to a frightened rabbit. She jumped down from his lap and started digging through drawers until she found a white silk ribbon. From his position on her bed he could see plenty more and had to wonder if she had at one point had longer hair or if she was intending to sometime in the future. Her current style was rather cute, but as she grew he could see it being less flattering, especially if she was supposed to be a goddess. Best start on that soon, then, he would need her to maintain a firm grip on that position in the near future. When she returned to the bed, tentatively resuming her position on his lap, and handed him the ribbon and the vial he began thinking of the best way to convince her. The obvious would certainly work, all he'd need to do is ask that she grow it out for him. Even more, he could just tell her to grow it and she would. Adding the part about it being for him would go further, of course, but both fell short. A more subtle approach would be preferable, one that did more to retain his position in her life. And what better way to spin it than as a compliment that leads to them spending more time together? He slipped the ribbon now fastened securely around the vial over her neck, taking a moment to brush away the hair that tickled the back of her neck. "You have such lovely hair," he commented quietly, his fingers running through it. With her sufficiently distracted he continued. "It's a pity there's not more of it, I'm sure it would look amazing. I suppose it's for the better, though." He sighed. "It would be a bit difficult for you to take care of it on your own with everything I'm asking you to do, I would have to come help you brush it regularly." He felt her stiffening a bit in his grasp before hesitantly asking, "Really? You'd come brush it for me?" "Absolutely. I'd be over here every night I got the chance to help you with it. And if something stopped me I'd send mail over to make sure you and your beautiful hair were properly taken care of." She practically melted back into him with that, no doubt thinking about how nice having someone there for her would be. It really was a sad state she had been left in, but he was extremely fortunate to be the one who placed themselves in the position it provided. Was he manipulating the poor girl? Absolutely. He had use for her and her clan, something having both her and her sister under his control would certainly help. That use, of course, made sure she was taken care of. She needed anyone in her life to guide her, and he could honestly say this was for her own good. Better than someone who would take complete advantage of the girl. In his own opinion, at least. Sitting on his lap as she was, she couldn't see the small, victorious smile that graced his lips. He fully admitted to manipulating her, yes, but even he thought it a bit sad though certainly beneficial for himself how easy it was to do. She was the goddess of her people, revered as the will of fate given life. To them she was a guide, a symbol of light and a reassurance that their lives were predetermined. It was an odd belief, he felt, but if they drew comfort from thinking their lives had nothing to do with consequences, then who was he to say otherwise? No, their blindness was just fine as far as he was concerned, it allowed her to lead them and furthered her own need for him. Her need for her shepherd. It was a role he was more than happy to fill. Ever-consuming was the darkness, a presence that wrapped around her from every side and threatened to devour her. She had half a mind to let it. The other half, however, protested vehemently. She couldn't surrender herself to oblivion, not yet, not after everything she had already endured. He was out there still, no doubt needing her guidance as he always had. Her place was beside him, his eternal companion, and she would never let him down by giving in to this small trial. She had overreacted, she would admit that, and it had cost her, but now she had learned from that mistake, realized that taking things into her own hands was the incorrect course of action when he was so determined to remain in control. No, the way to deal with any future problems was to simply direct him as he needed to be so he could do it herself. So long as it got done, what did the method really matter in the end? If she simply had to play a slightly larger game in order to keep him pleased, then so be it, she was more than willing to sacrifice the illusion of control to him if it meant she got to keep him. He was far more important to her than a position that played solely to her own pride. She would be much more proud knowing he belonged to her. Still, there was little she could do now, trapped here to pay penance for her mistakes. So close she had been day after day, and yet her jail continued to fall short on her end of their deal. Already the fool had tried to use her power against her warden, and that had been unacceptable, but not once had she approached him afterwards. She should have been prostrated before him, begging for mercy and delivering her back into the care of her keeper. Instead she consorted with the young man's first enemy's enemies, she had learned that had been gained due to her own actions, much to her shame. She had chosen poorly, acted too hastily both when she had made her move and after it had been discovered, and in the end, she had left him with the results of both. That was, of course, why she still paid for her actions until she had the chance to make it up to him, to prove that she did still have his best interests at heart, though she always had, and that she could still be trusted to be a part of his life. But that would all take time she didn't have. With each day her chances seemed to shrink exponentially, and the knowledge that she would be back in his presence, teasing, laughing, and dining in the wonderful world he had made all for her, had become more akin to a distant dream. Ever so slowly, she felt as though she were waking up. And when she did, it would all be lost, and she would spend the rest of eternity trapped within this goddess-forsaken darkness, never to see him again. That was unacceptable. But how could she properly convey that to the girl? Deep within the darkness, Mito smirked. Oh, she had a few ideas. He paused in his stroll, attention caught by the familiar shouting of sparring. Odd, that sounded very much like the heiress, but as far as he was aware she trained only with him. Perhaps she was looking to surprise him during their own session next time. Altering his course he came to the main garden of the Hyuga, aware of the various branch members that had similarly paused to watch. It was to be expected, really, especially when this area got so much traffic through it daily. Still, for it to have completely grabbed hold of their attention meant it must have been interesting. He was right. His youngest daughter, the heir to the Hyuga clan, slowly moved in tandem with her opponent, drifting clockwise in a circle as they waited for an opportunity to strike first or, failing that, the chance to counter their opponent's move. That really wasn't all that interesting, though he would admit that it was a bit strange for Hyuga to circle each other like that, which may have been the cause for the change, rather it was who she moved against that caught his interest. Jen and Naruto, ally of the wolves, moved in perfect sync with his daughter, both feeling for weaknesses to exploit. Oh, and he was shirtless. The quick scouring of the garden revealed the missing garment crumpled on the ground covered in was that frosting. Blinking twice and momentarily activating his Byakugan, he could indeed confirm it as frosting, though perhaps it was icing, it was difficult to tell. Either way, it could easily be explained by the boxes nearby. His late wife had possessed a sweet tooth just as bad as their daughters, and he was very familiar with the local bakeries as a result. Speaking of daughters with sweet tooths, Hinata was sitting next to the boxes nibbling on some sort of pastry as her eyes followed every movement of their guest. For once, her jacket was nowhere to be found. If he had to guess, it had probably shared a similar fate to Naruto's shirt. In fact, he was willing to bet it was the same accident that had gotten both pieces of clothing. Hinata had always loved hugs, after all, almost as much as cinnamon rolls. Both had likely had a hand in Naruto's shirtlessness. That aside, everything else seemed pretty straightforward, something supported by Hanabi's sudden lunge, hands knifing to shut down the boy's tenketsu. And then he moved. Opposed to the angular force of the Juiken, his own style favored smooth curves that, while perhaps a bit more elegant, possessed no less strength, every movement like a crashing wave. Truly, a description befitting in Uzumaki his ancestors would be proud. His movements, however, were not the focus. Rather, the results of those movements were what was really important. After avoiding a few well-aimed strikes from his heiress, Naruto flowed forward and twisted his left hand until the palm was facing Hanabi's right shoulder. Her own hand, ready to deliver upon him the wrathful justice of the Hyuga, stopped in place, 2 fingers to her wrist stopping her strike, and, as he continued to move his arm away from him, redirecting it. She was left wide open and off balance. He didn't hesitate to take advantage of that. Right palm striking her sternum, she was sent to her back without breath, staring up at him with wide eyes. She was not the most skilled Hyuga, but she was fast. That tended to be more important to the style that relied on a great number of accurate strikes. So it was saying something that she was one of the fastest in the clan when she put her mind to it. That had not been the case now, of course, it was just a spar, but she had still possessed a decent speed. The frown marred Hiyashi's face as he watched the boy offer a hand to his downed daughter, one that she, surprisingly, took without complaint or trickery. It was an obvious weakness that their style was so rigid, speed and the dangerous nature of those very strikes, working to even it out into a solid style well suited against most opponents, but seeing the boy moving reminded Hiyashi that meeting someone faster could negate the primary advantage of Hyuga shinobi. More concerning, however, was that Naruto had more than just sufficient speed, but also seemed to move against his daughter's Juiken without too much effort, as if he knew what to expect and how he needed to react before she had a chance to strike. Naruto knew how to counter the Juiken and, despite what appeared to be him teaching the same to his daughter, his hands resting on hers as he stood behind her and walked her through a set of movements that were obviously intended to block strikes in the areas his clan usually targeted, it was horrible to see a counter so casually displayed and in the middle of their compound, no less. Naruto was his opponent in the game, but he had to wonder. Did Naruto actually see it as a game? Chapter 48. 3 Grains of the Desert. The early afternoon sun was pleasant against his pale skin, touching it for the first time in who knew how long. Which was to be expected, of course, for one typically did not go outside without a shirt. Or, at least, he didn't. Partly because he didn't have much time to do so, and partly because shirts were rather helpful in keeping his seal covered. Well, both of them, really, but they came so close to each other that it could be difficult to tell them apart at times. Still. The less people saw them, the less questions that would arrive, questions that he really shouldn't be answering. The truth about his second seal should not be known to mortals, and even the gods were displeased by its very existence. That much he remembered from his time with Mito. Mito, now there was a name he had not heard nor thought for some time now. Idly, he wondered what had become of her, though the answer was simple enough. She was in her seal, the same place she had always been. The only difference was that his own seal no longer rested at the edge of that one. Actually, that didn't make much sense, did it? No, the seals were still connected, they had to be. It was the same seal, just spread over 2 physical locations with 2 separate chakra systems in order to fully contain its prisoner. Now that he thought of it, how did that work? 2 seals, he could understand, but from what he knew it was a single seal in 2 parts now which kept Mito locked away. Perhaps he should really look into the sealing arts, if only so he understood how his own seal would operate. His use of it was simple enough, he wanted something to happen and it did, but exactly how it went about doing so escaped him and he hadn't before bothered with the details. Thinking of it in terms of the great Kyuubi no Kitsune, however, made it feel just a bit more important. Especially considering that he was a bearer of her seal. The very seal that was now almost indistinguishable from the seal that would take his desires and translate them into functional seals, so long as they had a base component to work with. That could very quickly go horribly wrong if he wasn't careful. A shiver tore its way down his spine. Why was it now these thoughts struck him? He had been experimenting with the seal to find some way for Sai and Hinata to add and remove, respectively, specific seals, but not once had any similar thought crossed his mind. Was it because he had last thought of Mito during his spar with his sister, and before that, not since he had found the wolves? Had she simply been so far from his mind that he had not considered the consequences of tampering with his own seal, not that he had any intention of that, mind you, when all he would need to do so was to do it. He had to wonder just how conscious he had to be in order for the seal, which fed directly from his chakra system as far as he could tell, to determine it a valid desire of his and change things without his knowing. Was a simple dream enough for it to set to work, potentially releasing the Kyuubi no Kitsune, turning the seal into a bomb powered by her, or even tearing apart space and time. Seals, by default, dealt with the manipulation of special reality. It was a terrible power, even in its most basic of uses, one that could not be underestimated. And yet this whole time he had not so much taken it for granted, but rather had not considered the true power it possessed. Removing or modifying seals would be seen as a grand achievement by the world, something a most skilled sealmaster would be required for, but that was nothing compared to the true, and now he realized absolutely terrifying, potential held by the ink that had been applied to his right arm. Then again, perhaps he should hold off on that, even if just for a short while. If this had unlimited potential, would it not be better for him to come up with uses he might have for it before he learned of any supposed limits that might otherwise force him to abandon ideas before trying them, or determining the seal wouldn't actually work and therefore produce faulty seals that otherwise would have been perfect? Yes, he'd let himself have some time without limits before learning what others knew of the sealing arts. Once he knew things were truly possible, he wouldn't have to worry about being convinced otherwise and missing out on such wondrous opportunities. He was pulled from his musings by a shout nearby, that of a small child. Curious, and now noticing all the states he was getting from walking through Konoha without a shirt, he decided to investigate. One back alley followed by a side street had him on one of the less used roads of Konoha. It was curious, as the buildings that were on one side were the very buildings of the market district. Why hadn't they built them back to back facing the main street and each directly next to it? He would never understand, perhaps people preferred their shopping areas to be crowded and noisy. Of course, that really wasn't important at all. What was important was the image of a young Sarutobi being held aloft by what could only be a Suna shinobi. A young woman slightly older by his estimations stood somewhat behind him, with her arms folded and one hip cocked, waiting impatiently so she could continue on. The whole noble routine was going to be a bit difficult to pull off with him shirtless, perhaps he should take more of a wolf approach. No, too aggressive. These were guests of Konoha, after all, he'd just have to improvise. Pity, things were so much easier with a plan. Sarutobi, he called as he walked further into view. That drew the attention of everybody there, as was the point, but it also gave those who were perceptive enough a moment to realize their situation. The blonde was one such person, and her eyes quickly darted to the young boy her brother was holding by the shirt. She did a remarkable job keeping her composure, but she did pale noticeably. Invasion or not, with the current Hokage being of the Sarutobi clan, anything against them was a rather bad idea. I understand your desire to welcome our allies to the village, but perhaps next time you might want to go about it in a less energetic manner, no? Konohamaru, not about to argue in his current situation, nodded rapidly and, with the Suna shinobi distracted, managed to squirm out of his grip. He wasted no time in running to the perceived safety of Naruto. Your uncle's probably treating his team to lunch about now, you could likely manage to get in on that if you're fast enough. He shooed the boy off with those words, and whether it was to get a free meal or just to escape the area, only he could really say. Naturally, he would claim it to be the meal, as he wouldn't run away, but that really wasn't important. As soon as Konohamaru was gone, Naruto turned his attention to the foreign team, and his face went from that of a somewhat disappointed yet not truly upset elder to a grin, more of a smirk that could only be described as vicious. Not the smartest, are you, Bunraku? It could have been a sign that he knew what kind of a shinobi he was or a jab at his outfit, neither of which would have pleased the Suna shinobi. Raising a hand against the grandson of the Hokage and the nephew of a former Guardian 12. A very, very bad idea. Naruto's grin widened just a bit as the potential consequences of his actions were realized by the puppeteer. You're welcome. He said, drawing attention back to himself. Who knows what might have happened to you should I not come around. Pankram scowled and even his sister seemed a bit displeased with what he was saying. Naruto wasn't bothered by the reaction. "Captain?" he asked, much to the confusion of the two Suna shinobi. "Care to help me enlighten our guests?" Without hesitation a shinobi wearing the mask of a wolf dropped from one of the market buildings and landed next to him. The buildings only went up 3 and on rare instances 4 or 5 stories up and there were empty lots between the building itself and the side road they were currently on. All in all, not a bad jump, but what was more impressive was that he was able to hear them from that distance and was willing to respond to the Redeed's request. Neither foreigner would let themselves think of just how much he resembled their brother and how terrifying it was to see someone so similar smirking at them. Of course, Naruto-sama. That, more than the man's willingness to answer the young man's call, made the elder of the two uneasy. Kabuto, more interested in puppetry than the outside world, never bothered with any of the political lessons. She, however, liked to consider herself more than familiar with those of any importance in the grand scheme of things. Not once had she ever heard of someone by the name of Naruto, and she could think of no reason for an Anbu to be referring to him with such respect. The wolf mask turned from being angled barely towards the young man to being directly at them, likely right between them, in order to get that effect. Performing such actions on a shinobi would have been bad, a civilian would have been worse, but you chose an academy student belonging to a prominent shinobi clan to whom the Hokage belongs. "And how close were they to you taking action?" inquired Naruto, the smirk never leaving his face. "We could have intervened at any moment," answered the wolf. "But I was holding my squad off until the puppeteer actually struck him." Pankram, knowing just how close he had been to doing so, looked understandably uneasy. His sister, however, focused on another part of his answer. He had said squad, the boy had called him captain, they were likely surrounded. Her eyes darted from side to side in an effort to locate them, looking in areas both obvious and ridiculous. At first, she couldn't make them out at all, but almost as if knowing she was looking, they began slowly showing themselves without fully emerging from their positions. The color drained completely from her face. Not because they were surrounded, that had already been established, or even because she couldn't immediately find them, she was a combat type, not a sensor or tracker, but because they all had the exact same mask, that of a snarling wolf. These were not Anbu as she, and no doubt her brother had assumed, no, these were wolves. The very group their supporter for the invasion had chosen to ally themselves with instead. A supporter that, if her father was to be believed, held a grudge enough against Konoha that it was he who proposed the invasion in the first place, with the goal of wiping it from existence. Somehow, this obviously Konoha-aligned group had managed to convince him to forsake such goals, as it better served their own interests. It went without saying then, that it was a terribly stupid idea to anger them within their own territory. Almost as if sensing her rising unease in the presence of wolves who came to heel at the sound of his voice, he waved his hand in a vaguely dismissive gesture. "Thank you for your help, Captain, I can take this from here." With only a nod the man obeyed, quickly followed by the rest of the wolves. It did not comfort her as much as she might otherwise believe it would have. For while they were now gone, it had only further illustrated the power this young man held amongst them. That had been a captain, not the highest of positions, but certainly not a grunt, which meant the person standing across from them looking like a shirtless version of her youngest brother was not low on the totem pole. Not when he was giving them orders during what was obviously a patrol. They had been acting under current orders that was, to patrol, and yet he had modified that, and they accepted without question. That took substantial influence. But she had no idea who he was. And perhaps that was why. There was only one name known to them in relation to the wolves, the daimyo of Nami no Kuni himself, Tsukiyomi. Did she believe this to be him? Of course not. Walking down Konoha without a shirt and being no older than her own siblings. Preposterous. The fact that the wolf had referred to him as Naruto-sama helped a bit, too. There was no way anybody would choose a name like that to hide under. She'd ponder whether or not that might be the point of choosing it, but already she realized she was probably overthinking things. The young man had a connection to the wolves, that was good enough for now. You're with the wolves, aren't you?" she questioned simply. He cocked his head slightly to the side. "Perhaps." He eventually answered, his smirk growing until it reminded those looking on very much of a wolf who had cornered his prey. "Is there a reason you need to know?" "My father's looking to get in contact with them." An acquaintance of his informed him that they currently stood behind them and suggested he do the same. "Oh? Interesting." The smirk dropped from his face, leaving a serious expression behind so quickly it was almost jarring. "I wouldn't worry about finding them, if they're interested they'll find you." "And how would they know we were interested in the first place?" she questioned, once again cocking a single hip and resting a hand on it. "I don't suppose they just approach everyone that catches their fancy and expect them to be agreeable, do they?" Naruto scoffed. Of course not, that would be foolish, but like I said, you don't need to worry. The smirk returned briefly. They already know you're interested. Was that admission, perhaps, acknowledging that he really was with them? Or was that a hint that they were still being watched? Earlier had already proven that they were unable to detect the hidden wolves, which meant it was possible they had never left at all. Or, perhaps, they had been contacted by the same person who suggested them to her father the Kazekage, in which case it would confirm that he was, in some way, associated with the group. Now, I would suppose your father's acquaintance. He said the word as if it amused him, twirling it on his tongue and letting it drip off like he tasted something wrong with it that no one else did. Made some additional suggestions. I'm quite curious to see if those two found themselves heated by your father. Well, no doubt now. Definitely some sort of wolf. Temari swallowed nervously before answering, well aware that it wasn't the most favorable of responses. Not exactly the kind you want to give in enemy territory or what came very near to it. My father was accepting enough of the suggestions, though there were many who were less so. It's entirely possible that they might disregard the advice delivered to them. Pankram shot her a look, well aware that she had practically admitted to the invasion still being planned, and knowing that her words may have just locked them into a particular course of action, one that might have them against their brother. That was not something either of them would want, a psychotic killer who could crush them with a thought or no. Naruto, on the other hand, tilted his head once more. Your father's going to need some strong allies soon, it's not going to be easy keeping a hidden village active when it has no shinobi force. It was spoken far too plainly, the truth rather than a possibility, and both Sand shinobi knew it. Their father, too, was aware just what the actions of the council might cost them, but the fools were so short-sighted and desperate to repair the damages done to their village over years of their daimyo's neglect that they couldn't see their path would end only in ruin. Of course, not everyone there agreed. Slinking from his tree in a flow of sand, Gaara stood across from Naruto, arms crossed over his chest, and teal eyes narrowed. Suna doesn't need a shinobi force. He declared, his voice somewhere between grinding stones and shifting sands. They have me. Patriotic. Commented Naruto. But not enough. Patriotic. No, but so long as they provide targets I'll stay with them. I prefer the sand and Sunagakur is convenient to me. Alright, so not patriotic, but that doesn't change the fact that you alone can't make up for the absent shinobi forces of an entire village. At best you'll be reduced to a minor village. Then I'll just crush all the major villages until we're the biggest. Naruto gave an amused smirk, having no trouble recognizing a Jinchuriki when he had been in contact with the Kyuubi herself. How arrogant you must be, Shikaku, to believe such when even the minor village of Tokigakur possesses biju greater than yourself. Gaara's hand immediately shot up to grasp his head, pain flaring as his inner demon raged. Kankram and Temari both backed up to the side of the street, moving slightly behind their brother so they wouldn't be caught by any potential crossfire. Mother, Gaara stammered. Mother demands blood. Naruto shook his head as if he were disappointed in the response. Then your mother is a fool. With deft flicks of his left hand the bandages that were ever present on his right arm fell slack and were pulled away from the skin with ease. Gaara's teal eyes looked up to the shinobi across from him, just as Naruto pushed chakra through the seal matrix that covered his arm, lighting it up so that it could not be missed. Within Gaara's seal Shikaku immediately froze. He knew not what his container was seeing, being the lesser of all biju, but even so his instinct screamed at him about the danger it posed to his existence. Shikaku, more than anything, desired to continue upon this earth. Sand that had begun gathering behind Gaara, ready to be used, suddenly fell flat, trembling like puddles upon the ground as the single-tailed beast likewise cowered before the unknown threat. This went far beyond knowing he was going to be sealed or having one of the other biju angered at him and seeking recompense, no, this was something that trespassed upon the realm of the gods, and even he could see such. And no. Teal eyes widened farther than they ever had, staring in disbelief at his fellow redeed. Stay away. His reaction brought a smirk to Naruto's lips, satisfied that it seemed so easy to cow the biju who had far too much influence upon its container. Temari and Kankram, on the other hand, felt all warmth leave their bodies, a freezing dread grasping fast upon their souls. Gee Gaara. Temari managed. What's wrong? What is it? Mother's scared, it scares mother. His breathing became fast and shallow, panicked like he had never felt settling in. Mother had always been there for him, making him greater than all around him. There was nothing that could threaten him so long as he remained in her favor. Or so he had thought. Never before had he felt so weak, so vulnerable. He hated it. Hated it like nothing before. But for now he knew fear and its all-encompassing grasp. Previously spared its presence he found himself paralyzed by it, uncomprehending on how he was supposed to cope against one of mankind's most base instincts when it had been stripped from him oh so long ago. She fears it, she fears him, I won't let him erase us. he continued, his voice frantic as his limbs trembled with a desire to flee, supported by adrenaline wasted upon frozen muscle. As much as he wanted to, he could not move, not in the presence of his first remembered predator. He did not mention the rest of his mother's words, it had been hard enough to find the ability to speak to others. And while Shikaku's initial terror was bad, the conclusions he drew about the situation made everything worse. The Biju comprehended nothing but the fact that before them stood a threat with a power in the domains of the divine. There was really only one conclusion to draw from such. They stood in the presence of a god. Gaara could have sworn he saw it after that revelation. The being's smirk seemed oddly pointed, and purple eyes sparkled in an amused threat, waiting for him to dare make a move against it. Skin, pale as the moon, almost glowed in the early afternoon sun and lent him an ethereal quality. Finished with the arm depicting symbols Gaara could not hope to recognize blazing with power waiting to escape Skin, the thing across from him was suddenly very much a creature above his understanding. The Redeed wouldn't understand that he was overreacting based on the sudden flood of fear and the gibbering of the weakest and least stable of the Biju that he chose to believe. He would only understand that his mother believed it and his eyes confirmed it for himself. He was no match against this creature, he would not dare make a move out here in the open when it was so clearly expecting it. No, that would not be conducive to his continued survival. He would live now, escaping its wrath to draw further breath, but it would always be a threat, a being that could crush him at a whim. It was a very real threat, one that couldn't be allowed to exist, but it would. For now. Just until Gaara had some way to guarantee his victory against it. For the first time since his childhood the young man actually began to think, began to plot, and began to act like a shinobi instead of a force of nature. And so, Gaara, shinobi of Sunagakure, decided on his first move. Falling as though a marionette with string cut, he landed upon his knees and draped his body over them, laying prostrate before the predator, in hopes of extending his life long enough to eliminate it. His siblings starred on, unable to comprehend the situation or their brother's actions. That was fine, they didn't matter, if they wished to anger this being they were welcome to it. In fact, that was preferable, as then he may get to bear witness to his opponent's strength and gain insight as to how he might bring about his defeat. Pankram continued to struggle, moving his gaze from his prostrate brother to the young man who caused such an event and being unable to decide upon a course of action. His elder sister, luckily, came to his rescue. Our apologies, Naruto-sama, she borrowed the form of address she had heard earlier. We meant no disrespect. I pray you understand that the desires of the Biju are not our own and that we wish upon you no harm. Naruto shot her another terrifying smirk before turning and walking away, slowly rewrapping his arm. Remember, then, to behave yourselves. He looked over his shoulder one last time and each one of them felt as though he was looking directly into their own eyes. For the wolves will be watching. And with that he turned down one of the alleyways to rejoin the marketplace, 3 Suna shinobi left behind to wonder who the hell they had just met. The knock interrupted their meeting, his secretary popping her head in to announce a visitor. Well, not really. The only thing it interrupted was the semi-comfortable silence that had fallen between the two former rivals. They still were, in a way, but the game they played at this point was minor and done more out of habit than anything else. Yes, send them in. Hiruzen hadn't even been paying enough attention to hear the name of his visitor, his attention more on the paperwork he was trying to finish up for the day. There had really been no point to postponing it if he and Danzu were continuing the meeting, despite having nothing else to discuss. It really was familiarity more than anything that had them scheduling the same meeting for the same time on the same day of the week for the past decades. Even if it amounted to nothing these days the habit was ingrained by this point and it just wasn't worth the feeling of something being off that would accompany any attempt to change things at this point. Of course, the one who did step into his office was a welcome surprise. For the most part, anyway. Hiruzen was still fond of the boy but was a bit put off by how he was changing. The fact that he had created a rift between them when he used to consider the boy and his family his own further added. The chance to see him and possibly mend those relations, however, was always welcome. Ah, Naruto, good afternoon. What brings you to an old man's office on such a fine day? A bit more relaxed than he was when Naruto had a chance to establish their relationship for any conversation between them, but that was the benefit of speaking first. Not that he really expected his own set tone to stick for the duration of the meeting, it probably wouldn't last through the young man's first sentence. Hokage-sama. Responded Naruto, ignoring the fact that he was still shirtless. Hiruzen wasn't even going to ask and starting off in his fully professional tone. A pity, really, Hiruzen and no doubt Danzu who had turned to look at the Hokage's second, uninvited, guest, would have enjoyed a game of words with the young man. Before he could think too much about it Naruto continued. Suna's forces are preparing to move. He didn't come right out and say it, but that was pretty damn close and further set the tone of today's encounter. In his own seat sitting at an angle on the Hokage's right, Danzu gave a rolling nod. Quite, he commented. We've noticed increased activity of Suna for weeks now. This is nothing new. One brow raised as if asking whether or not he knew of something new to add to what they were already aware of. They plan an invasion to occur during the Chunin exams. Hiruzen blinked twice as he processed the words before briefly narrowing his eyes at his two guests. In the end, however, his face relaxed and a single brow rose in silent inquiry. I just encountered the Kazekage's children. Despite his best attempts, the shinobi, supported by the Council of Suna, are planning on using the third event as a cover. I had already been informed as to the planned invasion and was just waiting to see if Rasa would call it off. He's thus far been unsuccessful. And how, Jonin Uzumaki, did you come to learn of this? I have. Friends. Beyond our walls who learned of a supporter who was to aid them in this endeavor. They have been persuaded to rethink their actions against Konohagakure. The result of them withdrawing their support should have been enough to dissuade Suna from any attempt as to do so would result only in the decimation of their shinobi forces and condemn Sunagakure to a minor village at best. And you wouldn't happen to know why they've continued anyway, do you? Those of the Sand are usually far more focused on survival than anything else, and I find it hard to believe that even in their situation, they would take such a gamble when the odds are against them. Of course, Hokage-sama. Naruto gave a shallow sweeping bow that almost seemed mocking, but Hiruzen was more pleased that the young man was expressing anything in his presence at the moment than irritated by any perceived insult. They're banking on the Kazekage's youngest son. No more needed to be said, both leaders understanding immediately. Tsubaku no Gara. Muttered Danzo. Figures they would trust our destruction to the Ichibi. He snorted. They should know better, though. Ichibi is indeed formidable compared to normal shinobi and even to other biju when at home in the sands of Kase no Kuni, but outside its domain, its power is severely reduced. Jiraiya would probably be able to fend it off, and we have Naruto who's been trained in accessing the Kyuubi's chakra. Mito. Cut in Naruto almost before he realized he had spoken. To Danzu's eyes really there were simply some questions that were too obvious to waste words on, especially when those talking were of such similar mentalities. Naruto elaborated a bit more. Kyuubi goes by Mito and is quite fond of the form of her first jailer. There are slight discrepancies to differentiate between the two, but the resemblance is easy enough to see. When the old Saratobi's brow started to raise with his own question, Naruto just pointed to the exposed seal over his heart that had very nearly fused to his other seal. Hiruzen nodded in understanding. Naruto was the Jinchuriki, but there were those aware that too bore the seal. Very well, continued Danzo. Naruto has been trained to access Mito's chakra and that alone will likely be sufficient to defeat the Ichibi. Suna is foolish if they think they'll succeed. Perhaps they won't achieve victory, but there will still be substantial collateral damage in any battle a Jinchuriki is a part of, especially one as unstable as Tsubaku no Gara. We'll need to find a way to minimize it if we can eliminate that threat entirely. I may be able to help there. Commented Naruto, his gaze resting upon his bandages. What does Konoha think about having a second biju in their possession? Hiruzen stared at him like he had grown a second head, but in his seat to the side, Danzo just grinned. Oh, yes, Naruto would make a fine replacement when the time came. Chapter 49. Probably not a fishing trip. Excitement and worry kept her from falling asleep until late that night, but even then there was no rest to come. It felt as though the second she closed her eyes they opened again, taking in surroundings she had seen only a scant few times. Only the first visit had really been to her benefit. Water, murky as always, swirled around her ankles as she pushed herself up, idly noting that as usual none of the water had actually soaked into her clothes and she was left perfectly dry despite having been able to feel the cold water rush by her. It was such a strange space, but she really should have never expected differently. She was, after all, within a seal, the product of an art form solely dedicated to the manipulation of time and space. If anywhere was going to defy logic, it would be within these artificial cosmic boundaries. Letting her eyes wander she noted it seemed cleaner than her last visit. No, not cleaner, that was a bad word to use considering the rubble littering the floor and broken furniture that peeked out like strange plants struggling towards a non-existent sun. Tidier, perhaps, would better describe it, debris having been moved closer to the sides of the flooded basement to create a clear path deeper into the depths of the seal. With nothing to do but follow it, she quickly found herself surrounded by ever-growing accumulations of rubble until the two piles were so close they fell into each other in an arch and made a tunnel. It wasn't a long tunnel, but it was enough to make one feel as if they were entering another world, especially considering how much work had been done within those boundaries. How odd, she briefly thought, that there would be artificial boundaries within artificial boundaries, manipulated by little more than ink. How so must the universe churn in unease that its very existence had been violated so, for the mere purpose of containing a collection of energy. The fact that said collection of energy had continued with even more boundaries that would no doubt be deemed unnecessary was like pouring salt into the wound. That is, if the universe even cared. She supposed that if it hadn't done anything yet then it really didn't matter. Turning her thoughts from pondering how the universe viewed seals and their use by humanity, she instead took in the room, for lack of a better word, that had been created. Large chunks of concrete, some smashed walkway, perhaps, maybe just a foundation that had been torn asunder during whatever disaster had struck between the Kyuubi's imprisonment and her first visit, which very well could have been the Kyuubi herself, had been arranged around the piles of debris in a large circle, acting like walls. In the gaps between the greater pieces were stacked smaller remains of whatever structure this had once been. It gave the effect of a once great place that had been reduced, rather than just a giant pile of trash, as she had viewed it on her first visit. Like that time, however, the resident of this old place was in the middle of everything. Unlike last time she sat upon a solid wooden chair, it was a miracle it had survived in such good condition considering everything around them. She had been damn fortunate to find that in turn rested upon a solid piece of black marble, a good 10 times larger than it in every direction, covered in no more than a half-inch of water. Another piece of the black stone, though substantially smaller, had been used as a footrest to keep the bare feet of the Kyuubi's chosen form from having to remain within the water. Other pieces of the black marble, in every shape and size, were scattered in something reminiscent of a garden pathway, albeit one submerged in water, as opposed to being placed over grass. It was, in the end, a rather interesting place. One fitting, she thought, for a dream. Which was good, of course, because it was currently taking the place of the dream she should have been having. She spent just a moment peering into the darkness that hung above them. On that note, where was the light coming from in here? It was too bright and she couldn't find any source for it. Come to think of it, the entire area she had awoken in was like that too, but now that she turned back to peer out of the tunnel she had just come from it was pitch black. How strange. Before turning her attention to the being of this realm. All things considered, it didn't seem much like she had much control over this place. If she did, the chances of it looking anything like this were really slim unless she had extremely peculiar taste. And again, she was dressed in the form of a dead woman who had sealed her within herself decades ago. Perhaps the peculiar taste was a bit too mild a way of putting it. Still, she was the only being that permanently resided within the confines of the seal, and even though she was the Kyuubi no Kitsune and had taken an untold amount of lives over the millennia, it felt odd to think of her as a prisoner when the prison itself was tied to her own chakra coils. Despite the fact that the Kyuubi was in fact a prisoner here, Naruto really didn't like to think of herself as a jailer or, as the Kyuubi herself preferred, the jail. Eyes meeting blue against crimson, they remained silent, both waiting for the other to speak. Predictably, it was not the millennia-old entity composed of sentient energy that had the greatest issue with patience, and Naruto's voice broke the still silence that had hung between them. "Decided to talk to me again, Kyuubi?" she asked, arms crossing over her chest. "What is it?" Perhaps not the best approach, but she had always been rather blunt and she was missing sleep she was going to desperately need come the morrow and the first trial of the Chunin exams. Mito raised a delicate eyebrow, held it for several beats, and then shifted in her seat, adopting a posture more akin to reclining. The first Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi had always possessed a regal bearing, and the Kyuubi, admittedly, pulled it off very well. She looked for all parts the queen of this strange land, ready to bear down judgment upon the insects crawling at her feet. "There was a reason I had stopped speaking with you, girl." The voice was just as cold as Naruto had expected and had a bite all too appropriate for her current expression. It was strange to think this was the same sobbing woman she had found during the trip with her mother, the being that had been so desperate to be returned to her brother that it was willing to give her complete control of her vast powers. Of course, she had also tried using that very power against the brother who was so desperate to be returned too. It was to be expected, really. "It was one mistake, I was angry," huffed Naruto defensively. "You know how your power reacts to anger, and I had been practicing harnessing it for years. It was second nature at that point. And yet that one mistake resulted in Naruto-kun being hurt. You could have killed him or, worse, driven him away from us permanently." Naturally she had used "we" when she really meant me, but Naruto had to admit it would be awful to never repair the relationship with her brother. Unlike the Kyuubi, she really didn't like calling her Mito despite, or perhaps due to, the form she took, she would prefer that to Naruto's death. She could see the reasoning behind Bijuu's feelings, though. Having him gone was one thing that she could come to terms with, but having him there and yet out of reach would be a special hell. For the Kyuubi, at least, Naruto would be fine so long as her brother was happy. It wouldn't be easy, but she could accept it and carry on until she did manage to repair their relationship, even if that took the rest of her life and her goal never truly came to fruition. "And now you want to talk with me?" It was both statement and question and was sufficient in prompting the ancient being to continue. Yes, I most certainly do. Kyuubi nodded, eyes narrowing in an expression that looked almost accusing, as if Naruto had purposely performed some grievous crime against her. You know our deal, you know what I want. Your progress has thus far been unacceptable. In fact, the Kyuubi briefly paused, anger and irritation in equal parts temporarily crossing her face. We are likely farther from the completion of our arrangement than we were before. You've gone backwards and it's unacceptable. It's not like we don't want the same thing. At the Kyuubi's glare, she amended her statement. Or, at least, that our two goals coincide to give us both what we want from the same action. That is, repairing my relationship with my brother. It's just not easy when there are so few opportunities for me to interact with him. I mean, he was gone for a month. Different teams are bad enough, but he's always gone either on a trip or taking missions with higher-ranking shinobi he's befriended. A smirk crossed Kyuubi's lips. Exactly. She practically purred in a jarring change of attitude. That leads into what I want from you now. Before Naruto had a chance to protest or express confusion about her words, Mito continued. Naruto-kun goes on missions with higher-ranking shinobi because he doesn't have a team to take missions with. If I am not mistaken, you're about to go for a promotion, no? Naruto wasn't stupid, naive perhaps, but not lacking intelligence and was easily able to understand what the Kyuubi was getting at. It wasn't all that bad an idea, actually. In fact, it sounded just about perfect considering the current situation. This may very well be exactly what she needed to start mending her relationship with her estranged brother. That is, if she managed to make it to Chunin during the exam. That might actually work. She admitted, an expression of both hope and grudging respect crossing her face. I would have to get the promotion though. Mito grinned again and without warning crimson energy poured out from the walls, slipping through the cracks in the hand-stacked debris to completely enshroud the Uzumaki heiress. Unlike recent attempts to harness the power herself, there was no burning pain accompanying the cloak of pure chakra. Instead, raw power energized her entire body and sent warm shivers of pleasure down her spine. A haze, thick and smothering, settled over her, slowing everything down as her muscles, tensed and ready to act, felt to her as though they had relaxed more fully than they ever had. It was a terrible power, the kind men would sacrifice worlds to obtain, and at this very moment it coursed deep in her veins, ready to be directed as she willed it. Another shudder racked her body, muscles spasming even as they seemed to melt, while nerves fired off feelings of pleasure she could only describe as right. This is how it was supposed to be, this was the true nature of a Jinchuriki, and there were no sacrifices above herself, host of the nine tails. But the suddenness of being dropped in a frozen ocean and trapped beneath the ice without warning, the power vanished and her body reeled in shock. Emptiness gnawed away in the cavity of her chest, a hunger to be whole again, and at once Naruto realized just how horrible that power was. That had not been the minimal amount she had practiced harnessing, nor had it been the uncontrolled energy that rebelled against her when the Kyuubi stopped aiding her control of the volatile power. No, this had been its true form, something she had never before encountered. Kyuubi, its attitude and its actions seemed far less strange if she had possessed that terrible power for her entire existence. A shudder this time of horror trailed down her body. Just imagining how a lifetime of that power could twist a person made her sick, for she had only been under its influence for a few pitiful moments. And she was honestly trying to come up with things that she wouldn't be willing to sacrifice to have it again. That power, she realized, understanding dawning in her mind that it eluded some for centuries, was not meant for humans. In fact, she would go as far as to say no human could ever truly harness that power, for the second they did they would become something else, something bent and twisted, until they were little more than a vessel for the sentient chakra that flowed between their flesh and consumed their mind with soft words of malice and empty promises of greatness. And it was not a single voice that whispered so, for a great host chorused within the power, each voice crawling to be heard over that of its fellows. Kyuubi, her personality, at least had been born from that. Suddenly, she didn't seem all that bad. Her thoughts were broken by the voice of the very being she had been contemplating, and in a sudden rush, she found herself struggling to recall her previous thoughts, though they pulled at the back of her mind, begging to be remembered with such urgency she nearly panicked. The words that continued to come out of the Kyuubi's mouth, however, drove them further away. That child is my power. The Kyuubi's eyes glittered dangerously with a veiled amusement that put Naruto on edge, for reasons she was sure she was supposed to be able to identify, and yet the only thing she was able to come up with was a grudging respect and a feeling she was tempted to label camaraderie. What had brought that about? And for the duration of the exams, it is yours. Power, yes, that's what she had just felt, but why was it no more than a fuzzy memory of warmth and pleasure? Was that the true nature of her chakra? Was that how Kyuubi felt? No wonder she considered herself superior to all others. She would too if her own chakra was always keeping her on cloud 9. I expect you to make Chunin so we can rejoin Naruto-kun. She missed the way Kyuubi's tongue shot out to lick her lips. And once we do, you can have the power permanently. I won't need it once I have him. There was something wrong here, she knew it, but the only thought she could muster on the subject seemed too small to actually be an issue. Still, the feeling nagged at her, and so she gave her thought voice. Naruto Nai isn't an object. She insisted. Mito smiled indulgently. Of course not. She agreed as Naruto slipped from the realm of her seal to the realm of her dreams, Mito's will no longer anchoring her to this world. He's far more precious than any mere object could ever hope to be. Absent-mindedly Naruto nodded in agreement as blackness overcame her sight and she vanished from the seal. Mito's smile followed her, red eyes glinting in victory. Things were finally starting to go right for her. It was the first time in many days she had allowed herself to sleep in, most of the things needing her attention between the Yamanaka and her own clan having been seen to, so, naturally, she was woken from her slumber by hurried noise echoing through the house. With a growl she turned over and tried to fall back into the sweet embrace of sleep but was denied by pounding footsteps right outside her door. With a glance at the clock showing 11, what an ungodly hour. She surrendered herself to her fate amongst the waking world. Inoichi's recent incident, one he still refused to comment about, Eve to his clan through their mind techniques, had been the last of the things she had to take care of for the Yamanaka clan, arrangements needing to be made to accommodate the recently crippled man and ensure the most smooth transition for his daughter's taking of his position. Seeing how heavily the girl had already been involved, it hadn't proven too difficult, but it was still more on top of the mess she had already been trying to clear up, namely the fact that the clan was on the verge of falling apart when she stepped in. It wouldn't have bothered her if her ploy to entice her son back to the family had been successful, but it was hard to think it worth the effort and money she was sinking into it when all she had to show for more than a month now were bags under her eyes and control over a clan that had lost any standing it once had. Adding all that to the fact that taking control of the clan had actually irritated her son, who had his own plans for its future and was loath to let anyone shape his work, it really had been a terrible idea. The fact that other clans weren't as friendly anymore, wary of falling to the same fate, had also really reduced potential allies. Seeing as those allies represented entire clans, a large chunk of the shinobi populace, it meant that she wouldn't have much help in gaining favor from her son again. Not that she had been doing much on that front lately. Not only was she coming short on ideas, but she had been absolutely swamped with the management of two clans. One of which was rich but without many members and in dire need of re-establishment as a prominent force in the world, and the other was a clan of several dozen with almost no financial support and whom the public had begun distrusting due to the careful manipulations of a group they had pissed off by going against her son. Of course, that was the same reason she had gotten into this mess in the first place. In the future she should perhaps leave revenge to those wolves and instead focus on his well-being and happiness. No point wasting effort that could be spent on him if they were going to ensure any who went against him suffered. She didn't really know how to feel about some secret organization associating with her son, but at least they were looking out for him. They had her gratitude for that, at least. She really needed to come up with some way to bring him back to the family, even just as a family friend. At this point she really wasn't all that picky. Maybe she could spend today, seeing as she had been so rudely stolen from her sweet rest, coming up with ways to show how much he meant to her. To them, actually. She hadn't seen Naruto much due to her workload. Maybe they could catch up and do some bonding over coming up with ways to get Naruto back into their lives. Speaking of Naruto, she thought his footsteps, once again, pounded loudly past her door. What on earth is she up to? Not bothering to get properly dressed, it was going to be a lazy day, damn it. She instead wrapped her rather fluffy red comforter around her shoulders like a robe. Satisfied by the comfort to effort ratio, she clearly rubbed her eyes as she went to open her bedroom door and nearly stepped into her returning daughter. An orange and blonde blur spun past her, narrowly avoiding a collision, and continued on with a distracted morning. Blinking after the retreating figure, Kushina shrugged and began slowly padding down the hall, her comforter trailing in a long trail behind her. The kitchen was a mess. There was no other way to put it. Shinobi tools were scattered everywhere, breakfast was in the process of being prepared in several places, rations were laid out next to fresh supplemental supplies, and her daughter darted around triple-checking everything. Kushina didn't even want to think about the uncomfortably large stack of explosive notes next to ready paper and half-empty ink pot, or the medical supplies which doubled the total number of items being prepared, most of which were chakra pills and pain relievers. Kushina could not fathom what her daughter might be doing. Even an extremely long mission for a Chunin, which her daughter was most certainly not, shouldn't require such provisions. Idly, she wondered if Kakashi was up to his usual antics and doing things just to mess with everyone around him. Having his team believe they were going on a mission for the next year and a half and needed to be ready was something she, unfortunately, could see him doing. He would also show up late before mocking his team for believing him. And then, on the one time they didn't believe him and neglected to pack, he would pull a mission out of his ass just so they could suffer for not following orders. Usually an amusing thought, but not when one of her children was on his team. "Have enough, sunflower?" she asked, raising one brow. Were the Uzumaki coffers any less full? She may have been concerned by the sheer amount of supplies her daughter had gathered. Those dry rations weren't tasty, but they were damn expensive, just as you could expect anything that might save your life to be. Apparently her entrance had gone unnoticed, likely because she hadn't been home this late into the morning in quite some time and wasn't expected to be present at all as her daughter spun around and grabbed for a kunai, nearly dropping the eggs she had gone to start cooking. Well, at least training with Kakashi was inductive to keeping you on your toes. There weren't many genin who took things seriously enough or had the experience to go straight into a defensive state. Or maybe that was just here in Konoha. Peace did wonders for the population and economy, but not so great things to those expected to keep things that way. It was an unfortunate cycle, one Konoha had been fortunate enough to manage to stay on top during. Unfortunately, every turn seemed to weaken it. Not that she couldn't say at least that much for the others. Every generation of shinobi was less than the previous, but it seemed more noticeable here in the leaves. "Hey Kachan." The hand with the kunai dropped the blade and instead went over her heart as she attempted to even out her breathing. "Don't scare me like that." A small smirk quivered at her lips. Sorry, that hadn't been the intention." She waved one arm to encompass the various piles strewn about the room. "Think you have enough?" Naruto let a critical eye pass over what she had gathered before scowling. "No." She huffed as she placed down her eggs and made another trip further into the house. She emerged with a crate. Kushina rubbed her eyes to make sure she wasn't seeing things, and it was, indeed, an entire crate of rations. Balanced precariously atop were general store-bought first aid kits, both shinobi and civilian, and slung over her back was an old duffel bag. It was only when she had placed down the burden in her arms that Kushina was treated to the contents of the bag. It had been stuffed full of kunai, shuriken, and metal wire. The clan matriarch had to shake her head. Whatever she was planning for, this was overkill. Admittedly, she had to admire how despite being so packed full of sharp and pointy objects, there didn't seem to be one rip or hole throughout the entire bag. She hadn't learned that trick until mid-Chunin, and it wasn't something she remembered covering with her during their trip. "What on earth are you preparing for, Sunflower? Is Kakashi taking you all on a 3-month fishing excursion off the coasts of Kumo?" The sad thing was that she could imagine him doing so just to amuse himself. The bastard didn't even like fishing or fish, for that matter. Naruto seemed surprised at first before realization crossed her face. "Ah, that's right," she proclaimed. "You've been busy, so I never got the chance to tell you we had been entered into the Chunin exams. Today's the first exam." Kushina blinked once, twice, and then a final time as she processed what she had been told. The Chunin exams. The goddamn Chunin exams, and her daughter was a part of it. Small measures of guilt gnawed at her chest. Had she been around more, she would have been able to help Naruto prepare for such a task, especially considering how soon they were participating. They hadn't even been a team for half a year, and they were expected to get through this. No, this was Kakashi, he probably expected them to fail. If she was generous, she could say he was using it as a learning experience, though it was far more likely he was trying to get them to leave the shinobi lifestyle so he didn't have to deal with his team anymore. In that case, he was not fully to blame, for it was well known he didn't want anything to do with teams, and everyone who knew him could tell you he would be far better taking a single apprentice. Apprentices were rare, however, and Konoha had always pushed for teams whenever possible to ensure proper camaraderie. It was likely her own son might have been an apprentice because there were too many graduates, but then they ran into the problem of there not being enough teachers. She was available, of course, but their personal styles differed too much for a proper master and apprentice relationship. He would be doomed to never reaching his full potential, and she would only be able to pass on so much of her own style to someone not compatible with it. If she and Kakashi had taken each other's places, though, that could have worked. Actually, that still might. Pushing that thought aside for the moment, most definitely to be thought about later, she focused back on her daughter as she darted around the kitchen. "Oh? So soon? Kakashi must have a lot of faith in your abilities," commented Kushina, gratefully accepting a cup of coffee, even if it did seem to be wavering the boundary between hot and lukewarm. At this, Naruto scowled again before sighing. "I guess he does, kind of," she admitted. "But only me and Sasuke. Even then he doesn't seem to expect much from us and just laments we aren't Naruto Nai. I don't think he's all that familiar with his skills either, he just uses him as a figure that's always beyond us and an excuse to be disappointed in everything we do." Naruto slumped into a chair with her own cup of coffee, likely colder than the one Kushina had just poured from the pot, and a half-jammed piece of toast. She didn't even realize the toast hadn't been finished until she took a bite and sighed in defeat, not having the energy to correct her mistake at the moment. Honestly, she continued, I think he's just bitter he didn't get Naruto Nai on his team or a chance to apprentice him. He's mellowed out a bit, but he was pretty irritated on the day we were told our teams. Idly, Kushina filed that away for her think session later that day. Had Kakashi been in contact with him a lot while we were gone? Asked Kushina. They may have been training together or even planning on doing missions with each other. No, from what it sounds like I'd say they only ran into each other on occasion, but were on friendly terms. Not knowing how true it was, Naruto wisely chose not to inform her mother of the crimes her sensei had apparently not only witnessed her brother commit, but also had a hand in. A bit odd that he would be so set on having him on the team then. Naruto just shrugged. I guess, but it's really his business more than any of ours. I'll just do my best to make Chunin, and then that will be one less student he has to worry about. Kushina thought that it was simultaneously very mature and rather depressing to hear her daughter say that. Kakashi really wasn't cut out to be a teacher. Still, her daughter was going to make the most of it and continue on in true Uzumaki fashion. Kushina smiled proudly at her. That smile only increased with what her daughter said next. Besides, if I'm Chunin then I can accept missions which mean Naruto Nai won't have to wait for any of the other Chunin to be available anymore. And still, thought Kushina, it became even better. And if even one of us does become Chunin, we may be able to substitute them out for Naruto, making it a team of Genin and giving him a shot at the next exam. Kushina had already planned on enjoying the Chunin exams, glad for a chance to relax after so long, but after hearing not only that her daughter was going to be part of it, but that her success might actually help her estranged son had Kushina infinitely glad she received reserved seats as a clan head. Previously all her attempts had felt like she was trying to bring her son back into the clan, which, let's face it, she was, but now it seemed situations that might be used to both benefit him and bring him closer to one of the clan's only two members were just falling into her lap. Maybe there was some hope after all. Kurenai shouldn't have been surprised Anko was present in the Jonin lounge with the other sensei who had teams competing, despite not having a team of her own. She also shouldn't have been surprised a pineapple-haired woman had broken the rules and brought with her a genin. Which genin shouldn't even need to be specified considering there was only one the Takebetsu Jounin ever associated with. The young man raised a single arm in something more akin to a salute than a wave, but somehow managed to be neither in a very Kakashi-esque manner. Of course, she hadn't even considered it would be possible for him to be present during the Chunin exams. His lack of team had completely slipped her mind, especially when he was always out on missions. Taking a seat to his right and avoiding Anko's attempt to hug her across the young man without getting up, she gave him a brief smile before scanning the room for its other occupants. Konoha, at least, seemed to be all present. She really couldn't speak for the foreign competitors as she hadn't paid enough attention to the number of them participating. It wasn't like she really cared all that much, either, it just meant less people to injure her team. Sure, other Konoha teams wouldn't go easy on them, but she was certain none of them had any desire to permanently maim or kill any of their comrades. And again, she could be wrong, but that really wasn't something she wanted to dwell on. Returning her eye to the two nearest her, she could only roll at them at the image of Anko holding fast to the red-haired genin, as if she needed comforting after her rejection. Naruto was playing his part well enough by idly patting her back. He looked a bit bored, but there was a hint of faint amusement in his eyes. Not that many his age and quite a few older would actually mind having the Takebetsu Jounin hanging onto them like that. Still, it was good that someone was giving him physical contact on a regular basis, for Anko spent most of her free time trying to amuse herself in Naruto's presence because she hated being alone, especially when bored because she knew she wouldn't be able to. A handshake, perhaps, maybe a small hug light and lasting only the barest second, or one of them pulling the other out of danger, but she was still uncomfortable around him. Or, rather, it felt wrong to not feel uncomfortable around him as she was with so many others. She was, however, getting better. At least she could converse with him over the dinner table on the occasion she visited or hosted both he and her best friend. And look, she was even seated next to him today and finding herself relaxing as much as a Jounin can in a room of other foreign Jounin. That was marked improvement and she was damn proud of it. A little more time and she might be able to sit close enough to him that they were in constant contact. It was a far cry from the affectionate elder sister role she had initially wanted to fill when he was young, and it would seem by the time she reached that stage, he would be too big to use as a teddy bear, but it was better than not being a part of his life, because she was so on edge around him, her instincts acted as if threatened. Afternoon, Kurenai-san. He greeted, changing from small pats to rubbing circles over her friend's back. Anko had stopped pretending, but she made no move to stop him. For a moment Kurenai was jealous, but quickly managed to push it aside. She'd be comfortable enough around him in time, she just needed to be patient. "Good afternoon, Naruto-kun. Are they about to start?" He lazily gestured to the two eternal Chunin who were struggling to set up the screens tied to the cameras hidden in the exam room. "We're having some technical difficulties." His response was dry, but that flicker of amusement didn't die out. His attitude seemed slightly off today, but Kurenai couldn't put her finger on exactly what it was, eventually deciding it was a combination of being around strangers that would keep him rather formal and friends whom he usually let himself relax around. She was, in part, correct. Of all those who lived here, not a single soul was not present. From the wealthiest news shipping managers to the most recent vagrant hoping for opportunity in the rapidly expanding port town soon to be port city, not a single one wanted to miss this. And no one could really blame them. Never before had their country had anything anywhere close to this. Sure, Geto had his mercenaries, and there had been the limited guard with the daimyo that predated him, but this was an army. A proper army. Their army. Dozens upon dozens of feet fell in sync, identically dressed men and women marching down the streets of Nami no Kuni, proudly holding banners of a two-tongued ball of flame, the symbol of Hai no Kuni rising over their own signal of stylized waves like the dawning sun. And it dawned. Their home could no longer be considered the same small fishing village it had been for so long under Geto, and it had far surpassed the declined state it had existed in during the past few daimyo. Now they were a city, growing ever more prosperous each day, and rapidly expanding at a rate that most still couldn't believe, despite being there to witness it. They had a proper leader now, one they could trust with their well-being, in Inyazuka Hana, the governor of Nami no Kuni, and now they had an army like a proper country. Things were finally looking up, but there was an undercurrent of unease that penetrated the excitement. They had an army, yes, and that was great, but that very army was currently on the march to where they hadn't the faintest clue. Outside forces working for a master, the mysterious daimyo whom they had never met, and going about his business without question. It was not their army so much as it was a force controlled by the same individual that controlled them, and now he moved his pieces as part of a scheme they would know nothing about until its conclusion. Of course, they were aware that not all the forces were directly the daimyo's. He had invited allies to their village, allowing them to build up their base and offer their support to the growing country, and they paid him back now by marching in step with those who bore the faces of wolves. Watching it all from over a roof was their leader, not the silver-haired one but his own master, a woman with long black hair and a pleased grin that sent terrified shivers down their spines. That was the face of sound, the person whom their daimyo had allied them with, and, most importantly, the person who would be directing their army. It was not a pleasant thought, but one who chose someone like Hana and one whom Hana would accept being under the command of couldn't be too bad. Still, as they watched the army march steadily into the forests at the edge of the waterway separating their home from the rest of the world, they couldn't help but feel as if their world was changing far more than what they were already having trouble adapting to. Regardless, they still wished the best of fortune to the departing army, their army, for it was the nature of man to stand firm behind the side they called their own even when it was wrong. An old, almost dead flame of patronage was relit within the hearts of those who witnessed the parade of warriors, and within the young, a spark was born that would not soon die. For there was nothing more inspirational than to see a force assembled for the sole purpose of spilling blood and ending lives in the name of your home. Watching it all, Orochimaru smiled. It was almost time. Chapter 50. Monitors for rank Jounin and above. He paid no mind to those milling about. Too cautious to be anything but insular within the groups they had arrived, but too nervous and excited to keep completely still or pay attention to the level of their voices, they were fools. Some were smarter than their fellows, whether that be groups as a whole or simply certain individuals who were actually going to take this seriously. Previously, seeing such competence would have made him excited, not because he too took things seriously, but because they were the closest thing to a threat he would be encountering and would therefore be more valuable as proof of his existence. But now there was a threat, an actual danger to his life that threatened to erase his existence. The god of flesh with skin of the moon and hair of the freshest blood. He was at war, he was dead, he was someone whose very presence sent his mother into terrified shivering deep within his mind. One day, in order to protect his existence from fading, he was one who would lie dead at his feet. It would be the greatest proof of his existence that could ever be. But he was not ready. Not yet, perhaps not even in the next decade or two, but one day, he would be. He just needed to make sure he advanced faster than the god could gain more strength. That, of course, led to a problem. How did the god he had met gain his strength? Was he born to it, as he himself had been, or was there something he had to do to get where he was despite his obvious divinity? He needed to know more about this Naruto-sama. Yes, Naruto-sama was appropriate, for it was evident he was currently greater, much greater, than he was. That, he had decided one night as he sat upon the roof of their hotel, was deserving of respect, even if he had never before shown respect to anybody in his life. His eyes left the groups that filled the room and briefly darted to his siblings. Both were nervous, but they weren't yet panicked. Good, he hadn't shown up yet. When they had first arrived they both had scanned the room for his presence and then took turns scanning the room again and keeping close attention to the entryway, swapping between themselves just in case one of them missed something. Satisfied they had not overlooked his presence, not that he thought it would be possible after having met with him even once before, they both kept steadfast watch over the door. His brother's puppet clicked and clacked almost too quietly to hear, but much more loudly than the usual silence it kept while upon his brother's back wrapped tight in long strips of fabric. Fingers, long and dexterous, twitched irritably as nerves and adrenaline at a threat he fully believed to be only a few steps away at any moment coursed through his body. There had been little thought given to his siblings before he was confronted with the living god, but now he paid enough attention to know that even with shaking hands, Kankurum's control would be incredibly impressive by puppetry standards. His sister, on his other side and probably not aware that she and Kankurum had both moved to flank their younger brother as opposed to the previously preferred method of standing together some distance from him, had her fan planted firmly before her. Hands resting atop it and beating a constantly changing tattoo he was sure reflected the beating of her heart as she kept desperate lookout for the potential opponent who had made Abiju submit to him in absolute terror. One who also happened to be associated with an up-and-coming group of mercenaries who had recently come into possession of an entire country and a position within the Imperial Fire Court. Going against that, be it alone or with the backing of her entire country, was nothing short of political and quite likely very literal suicide. Being more politically aware than both her brothers combined, the thought that they were outmatched both on and off the battlefield had her just a little on edge. That Naruto was out of their league in every possible way and he might be part of this very exam, an exam in which she would be part of his competition, if it could be called that. She was fairly certain that the young man who could make Abiju tremble at his feet was more than a match for any genin who might be unfortunate and foolish enough to go against him. She'd pity any bastard in that case if it didn't have the additional benefit of keeping her out of his attention. She would very much like to remain completely invisible to the one who scares Shikaku, thank you. Of course, the fact that Gaara, even though he was now paying more attention, was able to notice such and was well aware of how his siblings felt told one just how obvious it was. Moving his attention from his nervous siblings, he would know well enough if the man entered were they to suddenly move into more defensive positions and, if the others in the room had any common sense, everybody else reacting to the living god's presence. Once again his eyes traveled over the various groups that were scattered across the room in for the most part tight groups. Many of them made an attempt to stay serious and focused in preparation for whatever tests they would soon be put through. One group, by far the largest, did not. Not appearing any older than him, or, rather, not looking like they were any older than his age, as he looked a bit young compared to some of his peers, they were obviously rookies. The size alone indicated they were local, as no foreign village would send such a large group of what appeared to be largely mediocre young shinobi, and the Konohagakure headbands only confirmed. Evidently, they were taking advantage of the opportunity to get more experience and measure themselves against where they needed to be to succeed in their shinobi careers. The fact that it increased the odds of Konoha having new Chunin was a bonus he couldn't fault the village for, especially not with his newfound appreciation of strategy. After all, brute force was unlikely to help him defeat a god of flesh when he was already strong enough to terrify Mother. One part of the group, however, did catch his attention. Just as energetic as their fellows, they seemed more prepared for what was going to happen. Or, at the very least, more aware of what they were getting themselves into. The dark-haired one was checking his equipment again and again, making sure every piece was easily accessible yet secure enough not to be lost. Next to him the pink one kept watch over all those around them, even her fellow Konoha genin. For a moment, he almost thought she was scared out of her mind, but it was obvious she was trembling in anticipation from the way her eyes were taking in her future opponents. The blonde girl, however, was the most interesting. With a pair of baggy pants littered with pockets and attritional pouches strapped to wherever she could manage to find room, she was obviously taking preparation to a whole new level. A slim backpack covered in hard plating was open by her feet as she sorted through the scrolls she kept inside. Having a puppeteer brother, he was familiar with the uses of scrolls, though he rarely made use of them. If he had stuff to bring, his siblings were the ones who were carrying it. Like today. But that wasn't important right now, what was important was the sheer volume of scrolls in the girl's possession. An average shinobi could do pretty well with one, an exceptionally well-prepared shinobi carried 2 or 3. 5 was considered an arsenal. This girl had at least a dozen. Either she was really bad at packing or she was packing. As the contents of one scroll was revealed to be massive stacks of explosive notes which she divvied up to her teammates, he determined it was the latter. He could not fathom anything that would need so many, but it certainly begged the question what were in those other scrolls. More notes. Different supplies in similar quantities. It was this curiosity that kept him watching that particular group of 3. He was glad it did. "Do you think he'll be here?" asked the pink one to the only male of the group. He could practically hear the capitalization, and that spiked further interest. The boy grunted but his eyes darted to the entrance, as if expecting the mere mention of him to make him appear. The similarities between those two and his siblings was astounding, and his suspicions grew. The blonde one, likewise, briefly glanced in that direction, but she quickly turned back to her scrolls seemingly unconcerned. "I wouldn't be too surprised if Naruto Nai somehow managed to enter the exams, but I don't know if they would let him without a team. He knows Jonin, yeah, but I don't think he knows enough Jonin to get himself a team of his own." The dark one snorted. "But the way Kakashi sensei praises him, I would be surprised if they let him do this solo." The name had confirmed the identity, but the fact that one of the Jonin sensei praised him assured him his suspicions were correct. These three, somehow they knew the god he had encountered. Honestly, that should be obvious. The god lived here in Konoha, how could they not be aware of a divine being walking amongst them every day? And they were right to be worried about his possible appearance, there was no way they could ever hope to stand against him. The fact that he was a genin, however, was strange. Very strange. Perhaps Konoha just wanted to be able to use him to destroy the competition. Of course, that begged the question, where was he? Was the blonde one right and he wasn't participating simply because he didn't have a team? That was absurd. If anyone should be part of these it was he, what did it matter if they give him two temporary teammates stolen from another team or two when he was a fucking god? These genin were nothing compared to him, their situation was meaningless in the long run. Perhaps Konoha was just going soft. The girl looked back to the door. "Maybe," she muttered, just loud enough for him to be able to hear her. She sounded distinctly hopeful that he would be part of the exam, but at the same time almost hesitant. Not in such a way that pointed to her fearing him, but rather that she'd like him to be there, but his presence would change something she felt important. How odd. That did not, however, change the fact that she had referred to the living god as Naruto Nai. Either she felt close enough to him to call him her brother, or they really were of the same blood. It took him a moment to determine what the feeling was, but the thought of being part of an exam where he would go against that being sister made him uneasy. He had been tempted for the briefest of moments to crush her immediately, before she had a chance to show she was a threat like her brother, but what if she really was such a threat? Was he anywhere near strong enough to even attempt such an attack? He didn't know how she compared to her brother, not in the slightest, and he wasn't about to risk his existence, not when he realized it might also bring down his anger upon him. He was uncertain when it came to the girl, but he knew for a fact her brother was far out of his league and that without adequate planning, would not be taken down by one such as himself. He hadn't even determined the true extent of his powers, let alone come up with a viable way to overcome them. No, he'd hold off for now, there was far too much risk. Perhaps later, after he had seen her in action, he might reconsider, but for now she was off limits. Not feeling generous, but also not about to chance them unknowingly going against his wishes, he turned to his siblings, his raspy voice barely more than a whisper. "The blonde one," he said, terrifying them with the sudden breaking of his silence, "is off limits. I will not anger him by harming his sister." As she was currently the only blonde, it was easy to identify who their brother was talking about. She didn't look like much, but the very thought of who their brother said she was related to had the color draining from their faces. Just being in his presence had been bad enough, but to actively anger him. Oh no, they weren't that stupid. Swallowing nervously, the puppeteer nodded, his eyes not leaving the newly identified sister of the young man who had Shikaku terrified. The dead were only useful in one aspect of puppeteering, and he had no intention of being anything less than the puppet master. Understood. His sister, while sharing the same thoughts, was a little more thorough in her response. "And the team?" she asked. Her youngest brother looked thoughtful upon hearing her question, carefully pondering the decision. Admittedly, it was far more terrifying than when he was simply a raving, bloodthirsty killer. At least then it was as simple as don't piss him off and don't try to stop him if he's found another target. Now, though, he was plotting, scheming, and she hadn't the faintest clue what was going on in his head. That, she had come to realize, was much worse than knowing how much of a monster he was. Leave them be, for now. He decided. Observe them carefully. If she proves not to be a direct threat then you are free to attack at your own discretion. That was another thing they weren't used to. Since when had he allowed them any choice in anything? Previously it had been nothing more than following in the wake of his destruction, as he led on unheeding of them or their needs. Now, however, he was giving them the freedom to make their own actions. Neither wanted to think about what reasons he might have for that. He sat by, not exactly close, but present. He was Haddock fucking Kakashi, after all, and it wouldn't do well to perform in a way that would mar his image. Trying to get closer to the rookie Jonin sensei and the Takebetsu Jonin as they spoke with a genin, no matter how much better he was than his peers, was not conducive to the image he liked to portray. Still, he was close enough to observe them easily enough, and his hearing was sharp enough that he didn't need to worry about missing any words spoken. Not that he was spying on them or anything, and he definitely wasn't listening in on their conversation any more than what was to be expected, anyway. They were, after all, a strange group of three speaking within the Jonin lounge during the Chunin exams in the presence of foreign representatives. There was also that little fact that only one of them was actually supposed to be here at all. No one was going to try to kick out the other two though. Mainly because no one really cared and only further dissuaded by the fact that one of them was Mitarashi fucking Anko, one of the few others allowed to use the fucking between her names, and she seemed quite close to the other. If it bothered any of the foreign Jounin they made no mention of it, knowing better than to do such in someone else's village. Not only was it likely to be ignored, but they would probably be allowed to stay out of sheer spite. Never should one underestimate the pettiness of shinobi. Kakashi was not a little surprised, then, when the genin excused himself from the presence of the two attractive women to sit by him. Fortunately, none of this surprise showed on his face. Thank the gods for half masks. So you've let them into the exam already, you must be very proud of their progress. A little forwards, perhaps, but it also cut straight to the chase, for which Kakashi was appreciative. He had never been one for small talk. They do well enough. The man shrugged. It would be a pity to deny them this opportunity. The young Retid raised an inquiring brow. So you don't think they've made proper progress, then? Kakashi took a moment to think before giving a nod. They've made very little progress for themselves, though two of them are able to make use of advantages they've been gifted. Only one of my students seems to have made much progress, and it's only because she doesn't share with them anything that would allow her to operate above the work she's put into training. Even then. The progress is still minimal. They aren't able to get much from my attempts at teaching, and I'm not good at it in the first place. Were it not for their special abilities, I'd be certain they would never go anywhere. His new companion didn't seem to react any more than becoming thoughtful, but those close enough to hear them did. Not because of what the son of the White Fang had said, though that was of substantial note, but due to the simple fact that Kakashi had spoken so much with minimal prompting. Kakashi had always been a man of few words, and those words he did speak fit his nature perfectly. A thought-out response was not what people had come to expect from him, and certainly not to a question that could have been answered so casually. If that's the case, I expect this could serve as a proper learning experience for them. This time aware of the attention they were receiving, Kakashi kept it short and simple, answering with a shrug and a quiet maybe. The genin didn't seem bothered at all by the shorter answer, settling in comfortably enough to wait for the screens to be properly set up. The Hokage's office was already prepared to allow him to watch over the proceedings, which had the added bonus of assuring proper recording devices, had already been set up, but they had to wait on the less than tech-savvy Eternal Chunin, as they were so often called. Fortunately, in the case of anything going wrong, this would mean the Hokage would see things going on as they happened, whereas they, the Jounin or the group that was supposed to be composed exclusively of them, at any rate who were watching would always be behind, playing a constant game of catch-up to watch the success or failure of those they had trained. By the time they realized something was wrong, the Hokage could have already responded to the issue and found a resolution. The past had proven this to be quite effective at stopping possible confrontations short. With that in mind, one had to wonder if the two Chunin in the room were taking so long on purpose, or if the Hokage, knowing how bad they were, had placed them there just because it would serve to buy him time in a most natural manner. After all, there was little that could be considered more human than incompetence. It was something quite a few people even seemed to excel at. These two served as a prime example. So much that it was actually a bit irritating, honestly. Of course, he didn't have much time to dwell on that before they were joined by the sole Takebetsu Jounin in the room, the woman squeezing up next to the young man like an over-affectionate pet, greeting their owner after a long vacation. It was quite strange, but then again, it was Anko. He personally felt that pretty much summed up any necessary explanation, and he certainly wasn't the only one. He was, however, Haddock Motherfucking Kakashi, so that opinion registered as little more than a raised eyebrow or antics. Normally he'd make some sort of comment, but Naruto was involved and he didn't want to say anything that might in some way insult him even indirectly or give him a reason to dislike him. He was rather fond of the boy, after all. You didn't think he hid bodies for just anyone, did you? Oddly enough, the purple-haired woman was rather subdued, seemingly content to just be snuggled, for there were few other words that could be used to accurately describe her current position, not that he would utter any of them up to the young man. There was that young one, what, a year ago? 2. It didn't really matter, he supposed, the important thing was that his little brother seemed to be good with the ladies. The other girl had been older, but this was an older Kunoichi. He was so proud. Turning back to check the progress of the Chunin, they seemed further behind than when he last checked. He couldn't help but notice Kurenai was back where the migrating group had started. She didn't seem all that happy to have been left behind, but she also seemed a bit hesitant to join in. Not that it stopped her in the end. With swift strides that hid her discomfort, she positioned herself next to Anko. Far away from Kakashi, separated from Naruto, but still close enough to be a part of this new group. It was rather odd, Kakashi would admit. Unless, of course, his little brother was more of a ladies' man than he had ever expected. Go Naruto. She tried valiantly to ignore the stares, she had enough to worry about with the exam alone. She was definitely further along her training than most of her peers, but never had her mother covered anything these questions were requiring from her. Kakashi, too, was not the kind of person to teach cryptology or any sort of physics beyond hit hard, and they get hit hard. To think of it, she really couldn't see someone like Kiba being taught this by Kurenai, either. Even Asuma didn't strike her as the type to cover something so specialized as to have its own Division 1 that never saw the light of day, either, or something that was more theoretical than any practical shinobi would ever need. Who cared what the exact amount was, so long as muscle memory allowed you to make the proper throw. It didn't make any damn sense, and the eyes constantly on her certainly weren't doing her any favors. The worst part was it wasn't a single set of eyes, either. One set would look at her for a moment or two and then be replaced by another, over and over again. She had only managed to catch their gaze a few times each, and the only constant seemed to be an anxious trepidation with a hint of suspicion, as if they somehow knew her or what she contained and were wary because of it. But that was ridiculous, for none but a few knew the secret and she hadn't done anything that she knew of, at least to warrant such a reaction from anybody. Of course, there was a distance in their eyes, as if they were looking at her, but seeing someone else. But who could they be seeing? She looked nothing like her mother, and the closest person to her looks that was infamous was the Yondaime Hokage, who was long dead. She had visited Kei's no Kuni where these shinobi hailed from, judging by the Suna headbands, but back then she had been just a child trying to learn the way of the Kunoichi, nothing worth any real mention. Now if Kakashi was to be believed, the only genin of mention would be Naruto. Could they know her brother somehow? He was certainly off on missions often enough with that Takebetsu Jounin that had taken a shine to him. Maybe he had met them during one of them. No, that didn't sound quite right. They didn't seem angry or resentful, nor did they seem to look at her in any way that would indicate them as being possible allies during the competition. Obviously, her brother did not have a strong positive or negative impact on them, at least, not one large enough to transfer over to her. Considering how rare it was for two shinobi to meet during a mission that did not in some way conflict, she was pretty confident any interaction between them wouldn't have been in such a situation. Of course, were that to be the case, why would they be looking at her? They could have met her brother in the days before the exam, but what might he have done to leave an impression that had them looking at her with hesitant suspicion, as if they were trying to determine how much of a threat she was? She'd like to believe they just thought she was more capable than some of the competition, and they weren't exactly wrong, considering that she had training her comrades didn't, but two of them were older, and all three came across as having a surplus of field experience. She could also swear the younger one with short hair the same color as her brother's had an odor of dried blood and dust that permeated the air around him with its muted metallic tang. She doubted very much that it was from an injury he had sustained, for he didn't have so much as a scratch on him from what she could see, even his hands were without the calluses shared by his teammates. Not a physical fighter then, and certainly one skilled enough to avoid those who were. There was also far less fear, no wariness in his questioning gaze, instead a puzzled calculation that tried to figure everything out about her it possibly could. And if all else didn't point to their looks being sent because of another, there was still the way their eyes seemed drawn to her right arm, searching the skin for something that wasn't there. As her brother not covered his arm in bandages? Were they not present both when she returned to Konoha and when they had met for a spar that went so horribly wrong? An injury was possible, but many should have been healed pretty easily in that time frame at the Konoha hospital. They also didn't strike her as the type dumb enough to believe whatever injury he carried there would be present on his sister's flesh. That meant that if it was a scar, it was a very specific and undoubtedly deliberate symbol that was easy to recognize. More than likely it was a tattoo, or he had experimented with seals, something rather dangerous, and placed one upon himself. If it was the latter case, he was either a damn prodigy, very lucky, or both, considering Konoha's only seal master had been busy trying to stabilize his spy network after the Kyuubi attack all those years ago. Mito Kyuubi, she reminded herself, really had made quite a lot of trouble for them, almost more than she felt a Jinchuriki was worth. Regardless, the fact that they kept looking despite her arm quite plainly being completely bare was a bit strange. Did they honestly expect some sort of symbol to just appear on her arm while they were looking at her? Actually, the Uchiha clan was famous for spitting miniature suns at people, and the Akimichi could turn themselves into giants rivaling the Biju in size. Perhaps mysteriously appearing symbols on her arm wasn't such a strange expectation. And she also couldn't dismiss the possibility that these three held something close to Kakashi's opinion on her brother, in that he immediately surpassed all expectations one could ever set before him. She wanted to resent him for it sometimes, but excluding one spar she hadn't really interacted with him. The chance, too, that Kakashi was just using it to annoy them was also too high for her to risk forming any opinion or making any plans based on his words. A particularly loud scrape of a pencil brought her out of her thoughts and made her keenly aware of the remaining time or, more specifically, the lack of it. With hurried strokes of her pencil she half-assed decoding the message before writing, "If you need to calculate how hard to throw it, you shouldn't be in the field," under the picture of a shinobi in a tree. It would have to do, as with a bellow their examiner called for the writing to stop. Hopefully what she did would be enough. It would be rather pathetic for her plans to both aid and get closer to her brother were ended by one lousy paper test. Then again, that's exactly the kind of thing Kakashi would sign them up for. Sadistic bastard. Said sadistic bastard was suddenly, for reasons he did not know, filled with the content feeling of a job well done. But that was absolutely ridiculous, he hadn't actually worked in quite some time now. No, all he did these days was watch over the mini ninjas and call it training. It was far too cushy and often amusing to be called work. His attention was quickly pulled from the brief unexplainable feeling when his red-haired companion spoke. "Hey, Anko, don't you have Jonin to torment right about now?" She looked like she might stay where she was, practically fused to his side, but eventually the idea of scaring the piss from a room full of brats won over. With a noticeable pout she broke away from him and jumped from the nearest window, most of the room shaking their heads at her. Everyone knew that shinobi entered through windows and left through the front door. Usually because by then there was no one in the building to stop them. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it.